And welcome to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the National Intercentre, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland and also a little bit by Dave Worsley, who we'll talk to later. But Kevin, let's start at the beginning. Can you talk us through, please, who are we going to watch in this game?
Yes, thank you, Alex. And the opening match here we've got is the singles match between the North Otago player Adam Yaxley and on the mat is Colin Gorworth, very, very well performed player from the Thames Valley. Been around for a long time and very well performed singles player. And in fact, was runner-up a few years back in the New Zealand Peers when the national championships are held here in Dunedin. And playing on this fantastic Burnside greens, running at about 17.5 seconds, absolutely ideal speed, temperature 23 degrees, and as you can see, there's little or no breeze at all, Alex. So really perfect conditions for day one of the Ranfurly Shield of Intercentre Bowls.
Absolutely, what more could you ask for? And what a start there. And from both these players, actually a good start. Now we're going to have to pay close attention to these bowls because, well, to me they're the same colour. Have we got? I'll pay attention myself. But we're in for a good game, I think, Kev.
Here we are, Colin Gorworth now onto the mat, and of course in the race to 25 on the forehand. Very, very well accomplished player out of the Thames Valley area, and you'll see in the right hand. You'll also see the Peers is underway. We won't be commentating on that, but you'll be able to see scores there of the North Otago Thames Valley. So in this format, of course, all three disciplines, that being the fours, singles and pairs, North Otago v Thames Valley, they'll be playing one another in round one to this afternoon, and another round, of course, later on this afternoon. So they all, this is the we've got, in fact, 26 men's centres represented and 25 of the women's centres from literally from Whangarei to the deep south. So it's a very good representation, and I'm sure the players, the weather forecast is good, and I'm sure we're going to see some really top line of players. Of course, remembering all but our Australian players and Taylor Bruce of our blackjack side shortly to undertake the multi-nations in Australia are all lining up here for their respective centres. So there's a very, very good sprinkling, I'll call it, of those players, and of course for a number of the players who have been picked as well in the New Zealand Maori team and under 26 team also to be playing shortly. So there's a very good sprinkling. Good coverage of our leading players from right around the country, representing their respective 7-man teams in this centre event. So this first end, we can see the Yaxley got a bit of a touch on Jack and is holding two shots. You see very good arc on the bowl. You certainly get rewarded on the forehand. Is Gorworth, very quick player, slightly unorthodox sometimes in how he plays the game. But certainly very well performed and just going to cut away under the head here. Might sit inside the front bowl, got the weight to get there. No, he won't. He will fall back out. So good start for the North Otago player. And it's great, Alex, that this is great. Always been why I love the Intercentre is the opportunity to play against players representing their province from, and you know what it's like, representing their province from all around the country. It's a very, very hotly contested event, and it's an enjoyable few days.
Absolutely, and one of the things I think that's really, it sort of speaks to how good it is the percentage of our centres that are participating, because of course in any event there can only be one winner, and often it can feel like, and what a great shot that was there from the North Otago singles player, 3 on the first end, but it can often feel for the smaller centres as if you're turning up to not win. No, obviously that's your goal, but it might, there's some centres that we saw Centro Otago last year.
I was just going to say, an interesting concept. If you go back to the other year, Alex, for example, when the last time the Intercentre was held in Wellington, and we had Wairapa, who forged their way through to the finals at Wilton. The key was, and it still is in the centre, is that your singles player gives you a good start. If your singles player can get you, on the board, so to speak, it just makes it, I'm not saying it makes it any easier, but it just gives you that encouragement. So the singles player plays a very, very important part in launching the attack, I suppose. The marker you'll see there in front of you in the Burnside short, very, very well-known former Canterbury player, New Zealand title holder, Mike Small, long-time member of the Burnside club, as is his son, who is actually playing in this event representing Canterbury.
I think the Canterbury team is at Burnside in this first day.
Yes, they are.
My recollection as we see Adam here on his forehand. I was really impressed by his start that first day, and the three shots that he scored, they were all within, what, a foot and a half of the jack?
Well, I was going to say, Alex, they were all within the arc as well, you know, so they were all coming home to the jack. They weren't under the line, and even that bowl there, although a metre short, had a good line into the jack. It's interesting, you know, the neighbours, Canterbury and Buller, lining up. I think it is in that first
round. Yeah.
And look, you and I have been around long enough, Alex. There is going to be surprises that you won't expect, because some of these smaller centres, they will pull off some big results.
Well, at the end of the day, you're picking 7 people, aren't you, to represent your centre? It doesn't matter how big your centre is, you're only picking 7, and if you have a good 7 who work well together as a team,
that's right,
anything can happen, and it certainly makes it sometimes quite hard to pick. And Adam there switching to his backhand, he didn't like it when he let it go.
Well, to be fair, he's not actually far away, really. His line to the centre line is very good. It was more more than like 1.5 metres of weight, which was the talent you see there, which is fantastic playing at Burnside. The Nor'wester hasn't visited the club to date normally, but if it hasn't started by 11 o'clock on the Burnside green, if the Nor'wester hasn't arrived, you're normally pretty safe for the day. And nearly got a touch on the back of the jack.
He's ready to put a bit of chalk on it.
Yeah, so here he actually certainly won't want to give 3 back, and he'll be determined this bowl on that backhand. Even if he gets the second shot, he'll be quite happy. Here he is, the North Otago player.
Yeah, so just for the viewers, the North Otago player is with the purple bowls and the yellow stickers. This one here you can see it's going to be a perfect shot. So purple bowl with yellow stickers, and Thames Valley black bowl with the white stickers. And if you're paying attention, if you zoom into the little thumbnail at the top right, I presume the stickers are the same. So the yellow stickers are Central Otago.
They'd be consistent.
They have to be, yeah. And the white stickers will be Thames Valley.
The good thing there we saw from the North Otago player, Alex, that he just made that adjustment and was duly rewarded. But Colin Gorworth here trying to get to the jack.
How good is this?
Going to sit right on top of it on the inside of the bowl for one shot. Of course, now's the chance for get a touch on the jack is fine for the young North Otago player.
Adam on his backhand, he's got a nice delivery. He'll be feeling in good form. He's had his green right to the last 7 out of 7 bowls have been on the centre line. He's let this one go.
That was delivered well out of the hand. That's on that good arc. See it now. Halfway up the green, will start to break now towards the centre line, and he could get well rewarded again here. It's on a good line to get down to the counting area. Will it get far enough? Well, no, it won't. Just falls back.
Great effort though. So he's sort of salt and peppered the head. So Colin now, his only shot really is to draw for 2. And it's not easy stuff. He'll be thinking rinse and repeat for my 3rd bowl.
Well, he won't want to do sort of cut his green here, which he's not going to. I don't think. No, he's not. He's outside the line. And it will go by safely.
Just drifting past, but a good start here from these 2 singles players. And of course, if you looked at the top left of your screen at the score tick, it says first to 25 points, and that is because it's first to 25, not 21, Kevin. So we could be in for a long game.
Yeah. Well, we've played all sorts of varieties of singles. Of course, we've played ends, 21 shots, sets, 31 shots.
31.
31. 31 was a go for a while, but that quickly got.
That'll be pushing it for me. I'm not sure I could survive a game to 31 points.
Yeah, it didn't last. 31 was like 25 ends of 4s, you know, and because you can only play 3 games in a day as well, it's just impossible to to get 4 in. And again, you know, full marks to the greenkeeper at Burnside, Jamie Ferris, who's in his second year now at Burnside, and he's got these greens. It's just in tip-top order. And it's great to see, Alex, as we saw in Taranaki. I can't speak about Central Otago, not being there, but we saw at the Taranaki Open Fours, and we've seen here again at Burnside, as we saw at the Burnside Piers. The coverage is right to the ditch. There's no bare patches from the 2 metre mark to the ditch. So it really, it does allows itself to make sure that you're going to have, you know, good consistent heads and good opportunities still to score with jack movement into the ditch.
Oh, absolutely. They're beautiful greens to play on. So you always know your bowl's going to be coming back as well. So there's a nice variety of shots that you see on these greens, as we see Adam there just overplay his first bowl a little.
A change of length, just under the 2 metre mark. So it is a slight change, but we did see in that last end, he very quickly adjusted with his line, did Adam Yaxley with his second bowl, and Colin Gorworth is still left a metre, to draw on that forehand side.
So Adam on his forehand again. They're not bad uniforms nowadays. All the uniforms seem to have had an update, haven't they, Kev, over the last sort of 5 or 6 years?
They do. It's good to see.
There we go, looking to make his correction.
And has he made enough of that correction? Yes, he has. It now arcs its way to the centre line.
Beautiful bowl.
And the jack is going to come right in behind. That's very good adjustment, Alex. If he's done 2 ends in a row, and that to me highlights that you've got a guy who's a competent and consistent draw player. And I'm sure that once he gets on to a length that really suits him, he'll be a formidable opponent.
Yeah, and it's the sort of thing as a player when you make those good corrections. So you might miss your first bowl 2 metres heavy or whatever, and then you correct it as Adam has here. It just gives you that confidence early on in the game, doesn't it, Kev?
Certainly does. Gorworth not to be outdone though, but just going to come lower the jack. And it'll be interesting to see here whether Adam Yaxley changed his hand, holding shot, going to the backhand, doesn't want to run into the front bowl of Colin Gorworth there, which is a metre lower the jack on the backhand with that very, as you rightly say, Alex, compact and smooth delivery down on the bowl, stays there, doesn't wobble around on the mat. Obviously, different weight, one would assume, on that backhand, and it is. Now, as I said, Colin Gorworth can play the game somewhat unpredictable, and don't be surprised if you see a yard of weight played here by Colin Gorworth to reach. He's looking. Wouldn't be the slightest bit surprised to see just a yard of weight down through to the bowl. See if we can get a couple of turns onto what is the shot bowl. He's definitely on a different line. He's definitely, as we just spoke about, Alex.
It's not far away if he gets his bowl to turn at the end. Watching this one come back, he literally set it down.
So that's that extra yard and a bit of weight that we were talking about to reach that. But of course the ball was sitting up as well, so would have moved.
It was a great effort there from Colin.
So holding 1, leading 3-1 in the race to 25, and we'll score at least another one here. Got a tighter line though. Needs to be outside these 2 front bowls. Is going to do so. Therefore, should get down with weight down towards the centre line. Hasn't got the weight. Will just be the 1.
Those are the bowls when you're playing. And I mean, it's a game to 25. And how often do they come to 1 or 2 points? You're playing it, and you think to yourself, "I had last bowl. I had room to draw. I've just played a good one. I missed it. I hope that doesn't cost me when it all comes, when it's all finished."
As you well know, Alex, the good singles players, the likes of the Ryan Besters and Sheriffs and those sorts of players of that ilk, if you leave the gate open, they will take advantage of it. And it's about that consistency at even at this level. It's about that getting that consistency when the gate's left open.
Yeah, and so important to take those bonus shot opportunities. And we talk about that, you think, oh, I lost the game on the last end because I dropped or whatever. Often, if you look back over the game and think about the times you had last bowl and there was no right of reply, how many times you missed, that's usually a better indication of where you might have lost the game.
Well, I don't want to try and be pedantic early on in the commentary, Alex, but I just, looking at the green, I just noticed exactly where that jack is. There's quite a chunky green patch there. And as we well know, you can get those green patches and that weight and through there. You can see that green patch just out to the right there, and can just alter the pace slightly. And it's going to come up short. I've always worked in the philosophy that when you've got green patches, when you deliver the jack, deliver it past them, not in them, because by delivering past them, you're playing down. You can just get your weight, I think, a lot easier than sometimes the challenges that you can be faced with.
Yeah, the positive thing about here at the Burnside Bowling Club is we've already seen on this, the fourth end, is just how well the bowls are going to turn back regardless of where the jack is. So the players will be able to find their line very easily.
It's interesting, very quickly change of hand. And on the forehand, a bit of a flick.
Yeah.
A bit of a flick there. And we normally judge when you get that little flick at the end that you'll be under the line, and that ball will come in fact under the line.
It's funny, isn't it, though? And I know we're going back a while here, but if we think about, was it Tony Alcock, who was the great bowler from the UK?
Yeah.
I was watching his Peers final with against Peter Bellis and Rowan Brassey, and every bowl he played, it looked like he'd flicked it.
He did.
Every bowl.
Is that the final paper with David Bryan?
Yes,
yeah. He's
some idiosyncratic deliveries, but they seem to work sometimes. As this bowl here by Colin, that's a good shot.
Tony went on, in fact, to become the CEO of Bowls England. Very, very good player.
And Adam Yaxley on the forehand side. That's came out better, Adam. Now it's that weight, isn't it, on these nice greens? You go, well, my bowl's going to turn soon.
Won't work underneath the bowl, just going to come outside the Gorworth bowl, trying to get back to the centre line. He's got one bowl to improve on. Will be 2 down, and every opportunity here for the Palmer Nui man.
Colin just staring at his bowl. On a reasonable track again. Oh, look at that, just going to hang out wide that little bit. Good enough, though. He's level with the jack, so we see Colin Gorworth holding 2.
Great supporter of the Thames Valley Centre as Colin plays in anything that's going down in the region, and won lots and lots of Thames Valley titles.
Yeah, you always see his name pop up, don't you?
Certainly, yeah. Borders line in here, good adjustment here. Just going to depend on the weight here from Adam. Looks pretty good. This is well played by the North Otago singles player.
Brilliant one. Now, you spoke about Colin being unconventional sometimes. Does that mean we can expect to see a fly at the bowler or the jack here, Kev, or do you think he's just going to draw?
One would think here, Alex, that, that looks, that looks as though just what we spoke about. That certainly, but he's going to miss everything.
If he holds up enough, he's got the jack in the ditch. He's close here. What a shot.
But will still be.
That's his bowl at the back.
That's his bowl at the back.
Did he knock it into the ditch itself? No. 1, 2. I think that's a 2 for Colin. What a shot that was. He literally had a jack target. It's not like there was anything to come off, but played to perfection. And you see his collision bowl didn't even make it into the ditch, so it was more a trail, wasn't it?
He's one of those players where he sort of endeavours to play multi-percentage shots. The bowl was a result there, the jack was a result, and as you well know, Alex, to playing at that weight to try and get dead to the jack is a very, very challenging shot.
Easy.
Not easy. So
not easy by any stretch.
The bowl was the target, but if you get the other thing, well, that's absolutely fine. But from Adam Yaxley's point of view, he was down on the head, drew the shot, And, you know, being a 25-end match, you just stick in there and just keep that consistency.
It is incredible because it's only 4 more points, right, than our normal, like most singles in New Zealand is first to 21 and 25 is just 4 more points. But if you think about it, it's maybe 2 or 3 ends worth of scoring for those 4 points because it goes to and from. It's incredible how it can change sort of how the game flows, Kev.
Well, yes, you don't. You're always in it, really. At 25, at 21, at about 16, you're starting to minimise the damage or chase. Whereas at 16, with the race to 25, it's still sort of your normal game.
Absolutely. Oh, and just quickly, if anyone's wondering, as Dave was here and he was talking about there's a shiny thing in the background going up the building. That's the lift for the Burnside Bowling Club. Do you know anything about the lift, Kev?
Oh, there could be a book written about the lift.
Look at that, just a nice shiny sort of.
And it took, let's just say, it was an idea after the World Bowls in 2008, I think it was, but it took a number of years to get to.
Well, we got there, and there's now a lift, and we moved all the Intercentre, the broadcast equipment, to the upstairs office, which you can see there at the top, after the Nationals in Central Otago, and I was very grateful for the existence of the lift.
Absolutely. Yes, for those who aren't aware, you know, when filming these particular events, there's a lot of equipment to move around at the end of the event with boxes and cameras and lenses and, you know, all sorts of technical stuff, way above my pay grade. But they do a marvellous job, box it all up and then transport it
close
to the next event. So Tamara and the team do a wonderful job you know, making sure that we can put together coverage for you to watch at your leisure. And it's a top class coverage.
Oh, Colin said, I'm not sure if he was too pleased with that bowl.
Well, you can see out of the hand how narrow that is. So, you know, that's the old coaching aspect of that, of where your hand is, Alex, when you deliver the bowl. And you know, that was certainly it. That was inside the line.
Yeah, not the plan. Now Adam here has just played a bomb with his second bowl. So look to just repeat it. I do like his delivery. It comes out pretty good, doesn't it, Kev? Nice and smooth.
Yeah, very smooth delivery. And that just sort of breeds consistency for you, especially in singles. Alex getting to the jack again, he will do.
Great bowl.
And this is we're well set up head now from the North Otago player. One just in behind and a toucher sitting right on top of the jack. Very difficult head to play to. Can't really attack it. There's nothing to attack on the line. So trying to get the second shot would be the best option. I'm not sure what he's got out on a wider line, has Colin Gorworth. In fact, it may be on it. It's too wide and too heavy on the way through. Now here's that chance that we spoke about.
Bonus bowls, isn't it?
Bonus bowl here, Alex. Just stay on that back end. Doesn't need to change his hand. Just hold that line down to the jack, and he jumps out to 7-3. And you rightly say, Alex, that very smooth delivery. Not a lot can go wrong really with that delivery, can it? You can, unless you move your hand inside, which he's done slightly here, but it might sit up to the shot bowl or just outside it and count.
Oh, that might be. See, that could be 2 bonus bowls there. He'll be kicking himself for that. Adam just coincidentally, I've just done a bit of you know, the Google research, but Awamoa Bowling Club. And he's just won the club singles there with 2 lives, so he's in fine form when it comes to singles, and I'd imagine that'd give you a bit of confidence marching on to a national Intercentre. It was crowned their club open singles champion with 2 lives 3 days ago.
Yeah, well-known club down in that particular region, the home club of the late Rusty McDonald, who sadly about 3 years ago lost his life drowned fishing, and in fact his wife and family, they host now a memorial tournament at the club every year.
And a wonderful tournament it is as well.
It is, and it's very well patronised from the players in the south He's a well-known, enjoyable company, great guy, and he played at the club that where young Adam Yaxley is a member of.
So you see Adam here on his forehand. Doesn't seem to be, and this can be the challenge sometimes because we know both hands are lovely. Like we've seen a nice arc on both hands. Neither player really has picked a side of the rink to favour yet, from what I've seen. Kev?
Well, from watching a couple of ends of Yaxley, that I still think his backhand is, although he's made a complete liar of me and just came in right in behind the jack. But with his delivery, though, Alex, I just felt his backhand lends itself to that smoothness to get to that arc of the bowl. But he just drew right in behind the jack. And
that's the life of a commentator, isn't it?
It is.
You say one thing.
But what it does do immediately is put pressure on your opponent. If, hit two bowls can go in a game and a hit and fours that can quickly get away from you. If you
That one came out pretty smooth as well. Adam just looking at this bowl, so he's got one right on it. Leads 6-3.
Well, it's on that nice arc again, Alex. That's going to come all the way back to the centre, and that's what you ask for, isn't it? That's what you want.
Oh, it's so nice to see on these nice greens. They're running, what did you think, 17.4 seconds or something? Just over 17 seconds. Nice to see because the bowls just keep running.
Burnside normally runs, it's between a 16 to 18 surface. That's normally what it runs at. And even back to the World Championships when the English wanted the greens running at about 12.
That's a firm no.
No, it didn't happen. It got lost in translation. They ran it around 16 and they still gave, you weren't playing down the middle skittles. You were getting a good draw out of the bowlers again. We're going to see this is where this pressure starts to come on. Colin Gorworth really, he's going to be 3 down in a tick. He is.
It's not like he's been playing poorly. We saw a flash of brilliance 2 or 3 ends ago when he trailed the jack back for 2. But he's always just sort of been slightly outdrawn, you feel. Adam settles down, plays 4 good bowls. Colin sort of 2 bowls searching, 2 bowls close, and he's on his backhand here.
Well, it does surprise me because the line to the jack on that forehand's a bit self-prescribed for him. And the danger is that you're going to cut your green under the head.
You want this bowl to stay around if you're Colin.
Need you to hang up for second shot. Will do so. But not really put him in a position, Alex, of a non-scoring head.
Yeah, well, you feel if Colin wants to score, he almost has to be on his forehand doing a similar thing to what he did a few ends ago where you're trailing the jack back or replacing the bowl. He's got the 2 back ones.
Anything's possible.
I'll just call the most ridiculous shots and see how close I am to being right.
Wow.
We see Adam here switching to his backhand as well. Those bowls must look shorter than they are or closer than they are to us.
This is well played here.
Great shot.
And covers the jack just about off on the vision line.
You'd think a forehand shot here for Colin.
You would think so if you get down through that port. You've got 2 bowls at the back, yes. And this will be played under the line.
No mucking around.
And it's under the line, all right. And needs some luck. And got one of them.
Oh, he'd be able to chip one out. He would have let that go and thought it was narrow the entire way.
Yeah, it looked as though it was going to miss that low bowl. So he'd be 7-3. Early on, though, in this game, Alex, I suppose that we're a long way from home. Of course we are. But the consistency of Adam has been impressive. And really Colin Gorworth had to try and get 2 heads. One of the icons I see of Burnside standing there, Bill Fowley.
Oh, yeah, great man.
He's a fantastic worker for Burnside. And, of course, Bill was the man who was in charge of both the world bowls when the World Champs were held in Christchurch. And not a lot of people know, but he was also the man that set up the bowling complex in Delhi for the Commonwealth Games in 2010.
Yes.
When it looked...
you could write a book on that, Kev.
You could write a book on that. The greens that never really... Well, they no longer exist. let's just say
existed for the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, existed for the Commonwealth Games, and that was it. But Bill Fowley was the man that Will Bowles seconded to get what was an impossible position which they were faced with, and Bill was the guy that got the Greens up and running for the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, certainly. We're doing a new podcast this year, Kev, where I just have a chat to interesting bowls personalities about bits and pieces. Bill's high on my list because I'd love to talk to him about that Commonwealth Games experience. I believe there's a story which I won't tell now, but it involves uniforms. I remember there being a uniform story. So you can stay tuned to see that one pop up because it'll be an interesting chat.
Yeah, well, India was, let's just say, India was interesting, full stop.
Now, Colin here on his forehand, he's done that because it will look to him like the backhand's blocked with that bowl of Adam Yaxley's at 1 o'clock to the jack. And this is a good shot here.
And don't forget to ask Bill what the transport time and arrangements were to get to the bowls complex, because it was an interesting.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
It was interesting. But no, Bill's been a fantastic man for our sport, and internationally, and was internationally recognised by Will Bowles and by Sport Canterbury as well. Been well acclaimed by Sport Canterbury, and he's done a wonderful job.
Yeah, and still great. He helped us out at the national singles and pairs that we had in Christchurch 2 or 3 years ago. Still in the chat room.
Yeah, always willing to lend a hand. And to be fair to the Burnside Bowling Club measure for shot, to be fair to the Burnside Club, Alex, they have always been very willing in what they do, assist, catering, helping, umpires, whatever. They do a tremendous job at Burnside. Not to say other clubs don't as well in Christchurch, of course they do, but Burnside certainly have been long-standing great supporters of national events.
As we see this bowl here by Colin, he's a really hard fighter when it comes to bowls, isn't he?
Oh, he certainly is.
7-3 downs, nothing.
Well, he's not a scoreboard looker.
Yeah, he just plays the bowls in front of him.
Plays the bowls in front of him, and we go from there.
So Adam here now, he's 7-3 up on the board, 2 down on the head, and he's played two forgettable bowls really that you can see on your screen, one at 1 o'clock and one level with the jack but not counting. So down to this third bowl now. He's given it every chance in the world if it keeps running.
Needs another few rolls to get to the centre line.
Often wish for a curling broom in those situations.
Well, I was going to remark it halfway down. I thought it was certainly definitely on a wider arc, and really it was only a metre of weight at the finish that actually stopped it getting right back to the centre line. And Gorth now holding, hasn't had many chances to hold throughout the match.
Yeah. So in these situations, you want to be brave, eh? You think, well, I'm holding 1.5. Short is bad for me. So he was playing that with intent, but probably, he's walking away from that one. Probably, we would call that heavy and narrow, really.
Yeah, that was one of those bowls. I'm not sure what the result I'm aiming for, I suppose.
Yeah, you wonder if maybe he's down if he was playing with that weight. We do see that bowl of Adam Yaxley's. It is level with the jack. I wonder if we can get an indication from anyone. We'll just watch what
see what Mike Small does, because he'll ask again here, I'm sure.
Just see what they say.
Definitely a measure, right?
Definitely a measure. There it is.
Did it say where it is?
Well, that's
Right, here we go.
very close.
Okay, so you play it like you're down there, don't you?
Very close to the 3 bowls.
So the question, I suppose, for Colin is we can see from the players and he can see that bowl. Yep. I think we're going to see a little nibble.
Well, he may as well play to the bowl. Well,
making sure he's missing on the tight side. He could cannon a bowl through. He could get the edge of this one. He's made one out of it. He's made a one, Colin. That's a slice of heaven, or something that was ridiculous, really. A little bit of luck there, I think, in a single situation.
Well, as we said right at the outset, Alex, he's not your conventional player. And I suppose he's saying, oh, well, there's more than one chance.
Well, if you're playing and you do that, you go, oh, didn't you see it that way?
Well, one would think it could only be the one. Well,
imagine if it's two. Oh, this is an exciting end of bowls.
Well, it's only two because I had one anyway.
Here we go. So we've got Adam Yaxley here measuring the bowl that's standing up first. That's always a bit stressful.
Now, don't forget, for people watching, at the end of each round, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, it's impossible for us to try and give you updates on scores. I'm not going to endeavour to do so. But with the scoring program that Bowls New Zealand is to, the scoring updates, which will be there on the master scoreboard, is to give you game-by-game results very, very quickly after their completion. They'll all be up there right throughout. And remembering, of course, we're using, well, not today, but as of tomorrow, there's 7 greens being used around the city of Christchurch. So to try and sort of get results, it's a bit of a job. But
yeah, the easiest thing to do, as you said, Kev, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website.
Just go to the website. Everything's there.
Click the buttons, and everything that you need to know, you can know, including, of course, the conditions of play, which are quite interesting, and also the program that we've created for this event. So it sort of explains how it works, and section play, it's about having section winners, and there's post section. So if you're interested in knowing all the finer details, just hop to the website and we won't bore you on a live broadcast.
Well, the other thing as well is when it gets to the back end of section play and you're sitting at home supporting your province, you can see as well the differentials on that which are there, which will more than likely will come into play for the teams to go through into post-section play.
It's always exciting, isn't it, when you get down to the last round of section play, and often it comes down to like a who beats who situation, or I've seen it before where centres have done all they can and you're just waiting. You're waiting for a centre to beat another centre or a player to beat another player. Can be some fingernails get shortened for sure in those times.
I saw that happen in the last round of section play, the first World Bowls in Christchurch, and where New Zealand went on to win the men's fours, and it was Scotland playing someone, and New Zealand were playing on the next rink, and by goodness, the calculators. The calculators
going at a rate of knots.
Going at a rate of knots the last couple of ends, and let's just say that as it came out, the results favoured who New Zealand was going to play in there of the first round. There's the jack on the trail.
Great shot! What a bowl! That's fantastic stuff.
Changed his hand to where the shot the bowl was. Jack's sitting right on the 2 metre mark. So yes, Alex, those differentials come the last day can make such a big difference.
It does stick with you for sure. I just see Colin here. Adam's just turned that head right around, trailed the jack back to hold at least a 2.
Yeah, it's 2 shots, and how quick's this going through the port?
Now, how fast is it turning is the next question, because it's past the front one, and on it goes. This is a big end in the context of the game, I think. It's a chance for North Otago, if he can score a 3 here, into double figures.
Well, you know, Alex, when that jack's moved off the 2 metre mark and you're playing down towards the ditch.
Interesting.
It's certainly, it's a challenging weight, isn't it?
It is, and Adam opting to stay on his forehand because he's already played a good bowl on his forehand side will be his logic. It's stressful though when you see one of those short bowls, which is why we see this is a bit narrow, but counting.
It's going to count. That's
good bowls. All sorts of pressure here for Colin.
The shot really for Colin Gorworth is on that backhand to beat that last bowl, to just draw to that last bowl that came in, and if he draws under, just draws to it. But lo and behold,
interesting.
This is I just think you play with the numbers where you've got percentages. I think
he's
Alex,
looking to rest a bowl or a jack here. He needs to will this bowl to hold up.
There's a big hole there, Alex.
He needs to will it to hold. Well,
he finished jack level across, so
he cut it down, I suppose.
He certainly did.
And Adam now with another bonus bowl opportunity.
Or would you exchange your hand and try and get past your own and get one roll onto what is that, either second or third shot?
Yeah, on the backhand side, the bowl at 2 o'clock.
There's no danger with it where it's sitting. And this is going to come how low under the jack. This is well under.
Another bonus bowl gone wanting there, Kev.
Needed really a metre of weight to get down under that line. You'd think it is 2. I was just going to say I'd favour the 2 shots.
2.
2 it is.
A peace sign, so he's still in double figures. Adam Yaxley leading 9-5 in this game, race to 25, so it's barely started as we see. Was that Alan Bryce walking past in the background?
Yeah, another one of the great workers of Burnside, the man who's along with Taylor Bruce's mother and father, such a strong advocates for the Burnside Peers, of course, which we covered earlier this year. But Alan Bryce, great worker for the Burnside Club, and was rewarded the other year, a couple of years back, as one of the by Sport Canterbury for one of their, just a great servant to sport.
And the jack, what, a metre and a bit up from the 2 metre.
Change of length.
And he would have wanted it shorter based on that first bowl.
So Dave, you haven't been in the lift at Burnside?
No, I haven't there, Kevin. But I did notice it straight away. It is red, and it is standing out quite a lot there.
I like the mirroring on the, whatever you call it, the one-way glass situation.
It's the lift where they bring the cheese and the cheese rolls up on. I can tell you that.
Well, that makes it important.
Kevin, describe the whole club rooms for me and just how it stands out for people who haven't actually been there. What has it got that makes it so good?
Well, directly behind the players there's a full downstairs lounge and kitchen, and it's also set up for the winter months where they play that indoor-outdoor type game, and especially in the south they play it. And it's used a lot. And then up the stairs, you'll see the staircase going up the side there. There's a full lounge at the top with a billiard table, full-size billiard tables, etc. A meeting room and a meeting room office, and then also down through the walkway there by the lift, there's access to the other green out the back as well, because the third green. There's one green alongside, there's 2 greens out the front, which is on the road front, and then on the other side, at the back of the club, in behind by the reserve there's another green and car parking out the back.
So really what you're saying, Kevin, is it's more than just a bowls club as such. I mean, obviously great bowls facilities, but it is a community centre or community sports hub.
Absolutely, and it's like Rotary and those sorts of places. They use the club and have done for many years. There's a number of charity events which are held at the Burnside Club, and it's really and the Burnside Rugby Club is just around the corner. As you come into Burnside, there's a big park out on the main road, and that's the home of the Burnside Rugby Club. So it's and the Burnside Cricket Club is nestled in between by the trees you can see there as well. So it's certainly
oh, what a shot there from Colin. It's holding 3, is he there, people?
He is. It's a great area. In fact, interesting, Dave, Guy Havelt's, a lot of people know Guy, of course. Guy Havelt's uncle, who sadly passed away, was a disabled gentleman, and he used to spend his time following the bowls, the cricket and rugby, and he collected bottles and as a fundraiser, and did so for what there's a fortuitous it's a fortuitous
another slice of heaven.
Second shot.
He saw Colin Garth put his hands on his head as that bowl was coming up.
So what have we got now? We've gone from 3 to 1, or we're 2 still?
One.
What do we think?
1.
3 to 1 and 9-5. You'd think he'd be happy enough with 1 point to make it 9-6 here.
Yeah, try and sit the bowl over.
So Colin on the forehand side, so you can see the bowl that sits at 9 o'clock is Adams. and then the third and fourth shot at 3 o'clock. Collins, so Collins switching to his
Well,
forehand
if
side.
he trails a jack around the corner, he can get exactly the same
He's
result.
close to genius here.
That could make.
He's made it 3. That's fantastic. What a
well
bowl.
played. Just got that touch through there. So Mike Small, the marker, having a look.
Absolutely brilliant shot there. Oh, surely it's 3. Come on, Mike, show us the lollipops.
The former Motelier, always very accommodating, was Mike and Mary Small. That is 3. I can see the 3.
1, 2, 3. It's 3 at him.
Mike's got the. He's got the 3 lollipops. The 3 blue lollipops are already there.
Oh, what a great bowl that was by Colin. Not only making it 2, but tickling the jack around the corner as well. Couldn't ask for a better result from a good bowl. And right back in this game. Not that he was ever out of it, but right back in.
Mike Small had them all ready. He was hit. So we're 9-8 in the race to 25 in round 1 of the National Intercentre. Played today, day 1 here in Christchurch at Burnside, and of course tomorrow and Saturday morning we're still into the round robin phases, and then Saturday afternoon and Sunday through to the post-section play, the knockout phase. And you know, this is one of the events, without any doubt, if you're a competitive bowler in it, it's always, well, firstly you're delighted if you get picked to play for your centre, but
Yeah.
it's an honour to get away and play in these inter-centre events, because you are playing against the best for 4 days. It's
I mean, I think you rightly described it as the Ranfurly Shield of outdoor bowls, and the centre that holds it. There's so much pride that goes into that.
Oh, absolutely. And we've tried, there's been various ways, Alex, in the old days, when it was termed out of well, everything was termed the Rothmans. We used to play in zones around the country, and then we'd come together and have the zonal playoffs. They've tried other formats as well, and Mark Cameron, the CEO of Bowls New Zealand, in his 2nd year of being CEO of Bowls New Zealand, after a lot of consultation around the centres around New Zealand, came up with the right back to what is the right format, and that's all of the centres get together on one weekend or 4 days, and play for the Blue Ribbon Trophy.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing mix of players, isn't it? And of course, an Intercentre title counts towards a Bowls New Zealand Silver Star.
It does.
And there's a number of players who've been very, very successful in the Intercentre. Was it one of the Scots? Is Terry Scott? Has got some stupid number of, of Intercentre titles. Unbelievable.
Some of those people from down the deep south there, the numbers that they have stacked up. Well, another one, in fact, just came to light just, in fact, the other week, was Gordon Bond. Gordon Bond, who initially from Taranaki, that moved to Northland, and is now just moved to the Waikato, playing at Tokoroa. And he contacted me, and then Bowls New Zealand wrote an article, and I'm not going to try and guess what the number of centre titles was, but it's
some unbelievable number.
Huge number.
Incredible careers around there in lawn bowls, as we see. The momentum feels like it's shifted a bit in this game. Colin Garth, the one finding his line and length easier now, 9-8, and we'll see a couple more momentum shifts as it goes on, I feel.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Adam would be a little bit disappointed that he can't find that consistency which he had early on in the game, and you know,
you wouldn't feel as if the greens changed yet either. They haven't been playing long enough for the conditions to affect it.
You can see that comes back to the centre line.
That's such a good head.
That's just got a natural draw. And for here now, Adam, actually forget about the shot. If you can come out of this head with second shot, where he's not going to steer that under the line.
The issue is his short bowl that's at 12 o'clock stops any weight, really, because you have to navigate yourself around it. That's a poor end from Adam. He'll be disappointed with that, and we're going to see 3 points go to the very experienced Colin.
Could be 4.
And just while we're waiting for them, I think it's 3.
3 it is.
We'll call it 3.5. If you do look as a viewer to the right in that thumbnail, the score has been updated there for that game as well, and it's going well for North Otago. And Mike Howard and Graham Fisher playing Wayne Heron and Adrian. Did we decide how we said Adrian's last name?
Oh, yeah, Adrian.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Important to get the names right, but it's something Scottish, isn't it? McGoey, I think.
Well, Dave would be the best. I think it's
McGowie?
I think
that's what we're going with for the present time. I'm sure we'll be corrected, Kevin, if we do get it wrong. I would believe, with this Scottish accent.
That's, if you bring this.
Yeah, I don't know about my Scottish accent at the moment.
but usually I would say the Scottish McGowie sounds.
Anyway, he's leading for Wayne Heron for Thames Valley, and they're
going pretty good.
Just on the question on that, of course, we're going to 25 on the singles. However, in the pairs, what are we going up to?
18 ends in the pairs and 15 in the fours. Now, what happens, Dave, in this as well, after these pairs finish, not so much in the first round, but as the rounds go by, this is where the manager starts to come in and take effect, because differentials, all shots, all sorts of things come into play. If you drop a match, what you've got to how you've got to finish up on the other side. If your singles player gets beaten by quite a number, it does make a difference.
So how many people would you have? Here we go. How's this going to knock on? No.
Just passing through.
How many people would you have in your Intercentre team then? Is there a regulation?
This is a change. This is a change this year, because traditionally it has been your 7 players and a manager. This year is allowed a reserve to come in who can play. In the past, people would bring, like, their manager may well be the reserve, but you've got a player this year, and it is interchangeable.
Yeah, you can change everything every game. So Canterbury, for example, is changing their team every round. The Canterbury men is going to rotate through.
So you will find that will happen. For example, I'll take the punt and say that if Seamus Curtin is playing the singles for Wellington, and they will be playing Canterbury will have their strongest singles player who they think playing the singles. Now, you couldn't do that before. So as the event progresses, the role of the manager becomes more and more important in trying to, and of course you don't know whether the opposition are going to change your team around anyway. That's your supposition is this is what we want to do.
I really like it. It adds another whole layer of sort of intrigue and drama to this Intercentre when you have managers, because some centres won't change, some centres will.
Absolutely, and looking at some of those teams, Alex, and who makes up the numbers, they're definitely going to be changing their teams. Otherwise, they wouldn't bring the players that they've brought.
Yeah.
So, is there a certain cut-off time that you have to name your singles, pairs, teams, or competitors by a certain time? Because otherwise, there's going to be so much foxing around, isn't there?
I imagine that you more than likely it might be, say, 10 minutes before let's say round 2 is due to commence. You have to be out. You give your 7 players and positions to the umpire, to the chart room. Would that sound about right, Alex?
Yeah, here we go. So in any round, 7 players shall be selected, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say blah, blah, blah in the conditions of play. It has more words. It's 10 minutes prior to the commencement of the round.
That was a good guess, wasn't it? Because I had no idea. But
imagine if it said blah, blah, blah in the conditions of play. But 10 minutes is the answer to your question, Dave.
Well, that's good. That was a nice answer there. 10 minutes before.
What a seamless conversation that was.
The managers really have a lot more say now.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Before they just to make sure the wine gun boxes were full. That was really about it, and the beer was cold afterwards. That was really what the manager's job was. But no, it's changed, and for example, although we're concentrating on this game here, but if, for example, Alex, I look at that Wellington side, Robbie Bird, Seamus Curtin, Stephen Ditford, Caleb Hope, Andrew Kelly, Finbar McGuigan, Raymond Martin, Blake Signal. Well, yeah.
Well, it's all interchangeable, isn't it?
Absolutely. And a team of that strength, you're going to change it around, aren't you?
Well, you'd feel like you'd be foolish to not do that. I think so. It's I like what it's added to an Intercentre, and we see there points scored to Blue.
Change of leader.
Thames Valley, look at this, switched around. 12-9 now in this race to 25, and Colin, he just sort of kicked into gear. About 3 years ago he scored that 3 and hasn't looked back yet.
Well, he's one of those, as you know, Alex, he's one of those tenacious players where the scoreboard's irrelevant. It's just I know that I have to get my bowls close, and sometimes he'll get them close. This is a surprise me with him. He played it going the other way, and he picked up a 3, played a short jack, or a much shorter jack. Now we're going up towards the clubhouse, and we've gone to a 2-metre jack. Now, he'll prove me wrong straight away, but he's not going to, I don't think, with his first bowl. Is it? Yes, he is. It's under the head. And I wonder whether that's more about trying to put Adam as a, perhaps off his line,
Oh, and it's intriguing, isn't it? There's so many different styles of singles play. If you're particularly good, if we look at our really good draw bowlers, they often have a favoured length, and then they'll put 4 bowls on the jack where that goes.
Yep.
You just go, boom, there's 4. But like you said, some players, like I'm not good enough to put 4 bowls close on the same length all the time, so I quite like to change the jack length around. You just throw it to wherever it goes, and it means that both players are searching for the new length all the time, so you sort of try and guarantee that there's not going to be a 4 scored against you.
It's interesting, and you and I will see this in Australia in a couple of weeks' time, Alex, whereby, Aaron Wilson is an example. He's a 2-metre jack player, but he'll use the mat as the length. But his endeavours are always to get that 2 metre. And
great bowl there from Colin.
Well, both bowls are on the centre line. Changed his hand, and he's now getting that consistency. So from Adam now, his concentration is to draw to make sure he's at the inside of that jack level bowl, and if he's in the inside of that, will find its way home to the centre line.
Yeah.
The last thing you do is steer it.
Willingness one to hold it to longer head, so this bowl, we're expecting this to turn away.
Go now.
Beautiful weight. It was perfect weight. He may even still hang around for 1.
Shot. That's
in the back door.
And he was literally a bowl and a half under the line, really, Alex. Measure is the call from Mike Small.
I'm sorry, my back one or the front? Yes, your back one is your nearest.
Yeah, it's good interaction there.
Yeah, that's well done. That's very good from the marker, Mike Small, indicating clearly to the player, which
sort of a common misconception. So Colin was just asking Mike how far short the jack was or how much shorter the jack the shot bow was. It's a misconception now because in the old days, of course, in marker, you answer the question that is asked of you, and you weren't allowed to give any context, which is how I was taught to mark. Correct. So if someone says, is my bowl touching, and it's half an inch away, or is this bowl just zips through? If they ask me if their bowl was touching and there was a cigarette paper between them, my answer is no. And then they have to ask me the gap. There's a bit more room for movement now with markers. You can add some context to your answers if you so wish.
And to be fair, if you're a good marker, and Mike Small would be a good marker, that experience for you on the head as a player is actually very, very helpful. You're not firing at shadows, so to speak. And if he says the bowl's say 2 foot low, it will be 2 foot low.
Yeah.
Not 5 foot low or 6 inches low, and it does make a difference.
No, it's a huge part of this game.
That much outside this ball.
And
Yeah, you can see there the instructions there. It's very clear indications of where the bowls are sitting.
it's often where it's good to have an experienced player as your marker in the game, because they've been there and done that. As we see Colin here, we know it's a measure between the bowl at 6 o'clock and the bowl at 3.
I don't know why he's going for the jack.
Panic stations. Oh dear, well, it's not a measure anymore. It's going to be at least one to the North Otago player, and another opportunity for a bonus bowl here. Probably, what hand would you say is safest here for the North Otago player, Kev?
I'd say he'd change his hand and try and, if he draws to the back bowl.
On that backhand side,
If he draws to that, he's not going to get tangled in anything. If he draws to that, he's got a counter. He's got a couple of bowls to come through another hand, and he hasn't played the other hand very confidently, really, Alex. He's certainly, in my view, he's played the backhand more confidently, and that's where he's going.
So a chance for a bonus bowl now from Adam. On the backhand, we watch it come into screen. He's looking to beat that bowl at 6 o'clock to the jack.
Well, a fortuitous one, really, when you've just had those couple of bad ends, 12-9. He'll draw another counter here.
Brilliant. Now there's the bonus bowl. That's how you do it. What a shot there from Adam Yaxley. 11-12 now. That's good stuff. And it'll be interesting to see where the jack is thrown this end.
Very interesting to see. I'm sure he'll be more content with a 3/4 length.
Now,
the worst thing you can do in these situations, though, Alex, is literally deliver the jack into that no-man length, where, it's not short, it's not long, and then trying to find that metre
he's
in
going
between.
for a short one, isn't he?
Yeah, well, this first bowl becomes pretty important for him, for his confidence, because as you know, Alex, that once you start to shorten the game up, that first bowl becomes so important.
Yeah, such an important shot for sure. Adam Yaxley here, opting to play his backhand side with his first bowl. Out nice and smooth. Willing it to hold up.
Yeah, be disappointed he got that away under the line. You could see out of the hand, Alex, that it was always going to be just slightly under that line. But of course, it's a new line as well for Colin.
That's the thing about changing the length of the head, isn't it? Is that it does change. It does change the line that you take, and I mean, we oversimplify bowls sometimes when we talk about the green that you take on a rink. As we see this bowl, that's a good start there from Colin.
Yeah, it was wide of it, but it was certainly on the way home to the jack. No.
He just wants to switch to his forehand, so we see Adam.
Yeah.
He's gone, no, the backhand didn't work for me, so on the forehand side now.
Danger is now, of course, that he'll squeeze that, yes, which he's duly done.
It must have just looked to him like that bowl was in your line. That's where he might have been well to ask the marker how short Colin's bowl that sits at 3 o'clock in our screen was to the jack, because from our view, of course, it isn't in the way.
No, it's definitely not in the way at all, and now, of course, it just leaves an open door on the backhand for Colin to draw down to that shorter length jack.
Easy to be wide on a short end.
And won't come inside that of his first bowl now.
So does he switch back to the backhand now if you're Adam, or what?
Absolutely, because all you're looking at is...
No, he's committed.
Well, why I say that as well, Alex, is because your target area is the jack level bowl. So the question I'm asking you now, what's his target now?
The jack.
Yes, right.
He's got the right line for it, Kev. How's his weight?
And it will disappear now.
Just overplaying it. This is a disappointing end here from Adam. He scored a 2 to bring it back to 11-12.
Now he's caught in that dilemma that we spoke about. And, that, to me, when that hand is open to, it's that backhand, isn't it? Yeah. Well, Colin's going to the forehand as well now. That's surprising as well because he doesn't have to. There's no, what I would call, there's no rub or slide chances, but you could create a rub or slide chance here.
Right, so he's finished. He's holding 2. So we see the Thames Valley player 1 at 11 o'clock, 1 at 3. Adam now onto his backhand side. This has been a little bit of chopping and changing this end. So Adam now on his backhand side. He's 2 down.
Well, let's just hope it works for him. Caleb Hope, the Wellington team arriving, I see there. He's on a good line. How's the weight though, Alex? I think he's too quick on it.
Yeah, I think he's too quick as well. And that's I mean, of the ways to drop what will be a 3, that's pretty disappointing for Adam. He's got a 2 to be 11-12 through a short jack. Just sort of, he didn't spray the 4 bowls, and you can see the disappointment there.
Well,
but just didn't give them as much of a chance as he would have liked to, I don't think.
It's a wee bit about, again, I'm going to raise the point. To me, he's a younger player, right? I presume that's their manager or coach or someone.
Oh, brilliant here. Sorry, Kev, just with this bonus bowl here from Colin.
Now, to me, that's when that person sitting there behind can just give that word of encouragement. Stay on that, but just concentrate on beating the jack level bowl. You're not going to win every end. But he put himself in a position there where it was poor management, really, of how he played. He delivered the bowl to the shortest head we've had.
What are they measuring here? Oh,
4.
I was going to say they cannot possibly be measuring the close bowl at 3 o'clock, but they're measuring for 4. And what a blow that would be to Adam Yaxley if he drops a 4 on this end, having thrown the jack here. Trailing 11-12 at the moment, 3 pulled out, and Colin going to this bowl. So that's his bowl that he's measuring now for the 4th shot.
Looks in, doesn't it?
It does look in at this stage.
Oh, I got that right.
Yeah, 4 there to the Thames Valley singles player. And just when it felt like the game was tightening back up, he's leapt ahead now, 16 points to 11 in this race to 25.
Well, you'd think Adam would be disappointed with that. And Dave was talking before about the managers and the roles that they play. Well, one of the roles that the manager does play in most of these teams, especially in the Intercentre, is to sit with your singles player and to assist them, to give them a wee bit of advice, because remember all the other disciplines they're playing, they've got a skip there who is telling them, or instructing what shot to play, and it just doesn't help. It certainly helps, and that was a classic case where, well, if I'd have been the manager, I'd have stepped on and said, right now you just follow Colin Gorwith's bowl.
Look at this here from Colin.
And jack levels your target, get second shot. And as you know, Alex, the minute you start to fish around one on one hand, one on the other hand, 4 bowls disappear very, very quickly, don't they?
And I think Colin smelt a bit of blood in the water here. You see with his first bowl, right on top of the jack. So you want to make the opposition pay, so to speak.
Or is he going to sit inside to get down to the jack?
Oh, that's great stuff.
No, he won't. Sits on the shot bowl.
Bit unlucky, really. He played that shot well.
Well, of course, the jack's been moved off the 2 metre mark as well, which makes it that much longer.
And still showing, he's showing a lot of composure, really. Adam Yaxley hasn't shown neither player's really shown much emotion in this game yet.
What is surprising me on this hand, though...
we get the rake out again from Colin.
Well, how do you say that, Scott? The point I was going to make, Alex, was how narrow they seem to be coming down on that hand, but all 3 bowls. But of course, they have been playing each of them with reaching weight as well, haven't they?
That's a great shot, really. He's got 2 touches, drew it off the 2 metre mark, and drew it off there again. So we see Colin's 2 bowls, both at 12 o'clock. And this bowl here, is it going to get down in time?
Look at this.
Is it going to get down in time? He slicked the jack.
Touched it. 4 bowls, 3 touches.
Goodness gracious me. If I was playing snooker and I was Adam, I'd hit the front bowl, Kev. But we're not playing snooker, so I don't think that's a very good idea.
I'm sorry? Where's the jack? About that far, about 200
Mike
behind
Small.
this bowl, in line. And about just under half a metre from the ditch.
Yeah, it's very precise, you know, there from Mike Small, just instructing,
Good stuff.
you know, where the jack lays.
See, this is almost where a lot of players would follow their third bowl up now. If you can't see the jack, you go, oh, well, I can chase after my third bowl and see how the head's sitting. Colin opting not to do that on this occasion. And this is another good bowl here. If he can get in the count for
If
two,
it gets past the front.
it must be tempting. Surely it's tempting to hit that blue bowl or purple bowl, whatever colour it is. Just smack it and bang, bang.
He's left in, he's going to the backhand. He thought he might try and reach down on that backhand. Not confident getting past those front bowls.
Now it's smooth. So Adam now, let's watch this bowl come back into the head. He's 1.5 down. He's got a toucher in the ditch.
And from the backhand side, it's moved quite a bit off that line as well, Alex. So it does make it now. This could be a big turning point in the whole match here. Because if he gets another bundle here.
Yeah, and Colin still has room. Those bowls are shorter than they'd appear switching to the backhand.
He's still got a metre to draw a counter.
Yeah, I was going to say I'd expect to see him on the forehand side, but he's switching and looking just to make it 3. We'll just see this bowl come back into the head, and it's a big bowl in the context of the game.
He's not going to.
Oh, if he's got the weight right, he'll make it 3 anyway.
Zone,
Little feather.
Zone. No.
Oh, found a gap. This is a big moment. So Adam has got the bowl at the back of the head. I think he looks like he's just going to be on the draw, really, isn't he?
18-11 starting to get to big chases, Alex. So, you know, this is imperative that he's in a better line here. You can see it's on that wider line. How's the weight? Is it
coming back into the head?
Fantastic. Look at that. Shot itself.
Absolutely magnificent bowl. That is, I've got no more words.
And I see the manager there sitting on the...
Did he just get one clap from the manager?
he got a dual, triple.
Oh, 3 claps, there we go. And now we're going to see that conversation. I think Adam will talk to the manager.
Oh,
and
he should do now.
I've scored one. Where do I throw the jack? No.
He was just pointing in and...
worth the conversation.
Absolutely. I'm picking it... Gary Stevens.
Here we go. Let's see a replay of that last bowl. Just clearing the front right onto the jack. Absolutely brilliant there from Adam Yaxley. Under pressure. Staring down the barrel of 18-11 down.
So Lenny Milner, the manager, sitting there. Now lost the jack. Now. So is Colin Gorworth now going to go short?
That's the temptation, isn't it? If your opponent overthrows it, you go, well, we'll throw it somewhere entirely different. Now, the mat, he's picked up the mat as well because you have that right, so he's walking the mat up. That's going to be the change.
So the jack, one would think, would be down towards the 2 metre mark.
Yeah, for sure. As we watch this. Yeah, that's good from Colin. The man who still looks like he's in control.
Now, of course, for those, if the jack then was to go into the ditch, Colin Gorworth was to deliver the bowl into the ditch, the jack automatically gets placed on the 2 metre mark.
That's right.
And then you decide of where you wish to place the mat. It defines the length.
We see this first bowl here. That's a good start. It's been very sort of up and down this game, hasn't it? We've seen both players have some absolutely exceptional heads.
Oh,
ends.
I suppose, I'll say a purist, Alex, that on a 17-second green, and knowing the Burnside greens as they are, 2 metre mark's the best home you could have, because you know your bowl, take your green, your bowl is going to return itself to the centre line, and it's about percentages, isn't it? And you know where your weight is. You're not playing in betweens. Straight away, you'll see now Gorworth going to be short, but coming back towards the centre line. And I just think that 2 metre mark down there, I just think, just to me, tends to give you more consistency.
I would agree with that. Had him there. He played a good first bowl, looking to stack it up with the second. That's a perfect first bowl really to play. Just past the head, nice green, and you usually feel like that's easy enough to correct off. He needs us to hold a little. Oh, he's got a toucher. It's happy enough, I suppose.
Got a backward slice on the way through. Still a half a metre for Gore, the Thames Valley player, to draw the shot.
He's lining up on his forehand. Into his work pretty quick, isn't he, Colin? Doesn't muck around.
You just
Giving it some.
question the line.
This is, at this point, you just will either to stop or to hold.
Wow,
It's done both.
Well, I suppose you could say, Alex, the generosity of the speed of the green. It's not, you get a 20-second green, that bowl, and not that we're wishing that there be a 21-second green. That bowl, as we well know, would have disappeared by at least a metre away.
Yeah, no, this is lovely, this speed.
So this creates good percentage opportunities because your bowl is going to stay around. It's not going to disappear.
Good shot there from Adam. He's not holding one, but what a beautiful chance he has now with his last ball if nothing changes, just to tuck the jack around the corner for that 4 shots.
It's a 4-shot trail, isn't it? Or 4-shot touch, really, isn't it?
Absolutely. So it's important that Colin here draws to that bowl at 6 o'clock. Leading 16-12, of course. If you look at the top left of your screen, you can see the scoreboard. 16-12. And he wills this one on. Well, he's going to change.
Okay, Alex, what shot do you play here now if you're the North Otago man?
I think I'd still be on my forehand, but maybe with a bit more weight. A couple of metres underneath that last bowl of Collins. Trail the jack back.
I think he might try and trail it down the other hand with a yard of weight through.
Yeah, either. Oh, he's going to have a look.
Yeah. Well, we convinced him to do that, Alex.
I mean, you look at this and you think, I'm 16-12 down. I've got second shot, and then I've got 2 past that. There has to be a scoring opportunity here somewhere.
So the reason why I say that was that it's a clear path to the jack down on that hand, whereas perhaps not so.
Yeah, the danger with the forehand is that bowl's sitting up, isn't it? So you could be wide and roll it in and drop a 2.
Yeah.
That's a great camera angle there. Thank you, team. This is what the players see from their end. So the backhand looks easier. The other option, if he wants to go quicker, we haven't seen him do so, but if you want to go quicker, that might be a chance where you might play a runner through the jack into the ditch. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
The trail's a percentage shot because he can, even if he doesn't get the trail, he may still get a counter.
And there's not a lot of damage that can be done.
Doesn't matter which side of the centre line the jack was to move to, he's going to hold a scoring position.
Right, so he's on the backhand, Kev. That's the first half.
Got that right.
And now it's just down to what weight's it going to come out of his hand. We think he's playing the trail, but more than the trail. Now he could go in off he could get very lucky here. He could get lucky here. Oh, goodness gracious me. That was nearly that was a roller coaster of emotions.
He certainly gave himself the opportunity to get to a good score here. I'm surprised he went as quick as he did, though, to be fair. And one of the great things about a 17-second green and when you've got cover right to the ditch board, Alex, you don't have to really fly at things.
No, you see a lot of those nice pushing shots, don't you?
You just don't have to fly at things because you can still be rewarded. So here's now Colin Gorworth holding the one, going to come up short. We'll move at least 17-12 on the race to 25 in this first round of the National Intercentre playoffs, which we'll have coverage for you for the next 4 days. Section play today and tomorrow, of course, and then we're into, in the latter Saturday afternoon, we're in the latter stages of post-section play, and then playing for the Prestige on Sunday with the men and the women. Remembering there is 26 sides from around the country in the men's, teams of 7, and 25 in the women's section, the women's group. And of course, at the end of this round 1, just go to the Bowls New Zealand website, and all of the results right throughout will be published, and right throughout the next 4 days, round by round, all those results will be there pretty promptly after the completion of each round.
Absolutely, that's the easiest place to go. And while we're on that bandwagon, if you are watching, well, you are obviously watching this, but if you haven't subscribed yet to our YouTube channel, now's a great time to do so. So if you look on the on YouTube, there's a little bell next to the subscribe button. If you click that, you'll be reminded by YouTube every time we go live with any of our broadcasts. And there's lots and lots of broadcasts to come up, of course. The Multi-Nations, we're going to blink and be over in Australia, Kev, bringing a few days worth of that to the viewers.
Yes, we are.
Well worth watching.
Looking forward to getting back to the Gold Coast for a holiday. But also, of course, to watch the New Zealand side, the Blackjacks in action. And I think I'm fair to say, Alex, I'm not going to preempt the women's side, but for the men, it's an open basket, isn't it, of selection?
Absolutely. There's lots of new blood coming through, and it's going to be a really exciting event to watch, and lots of people there trying their very best, wearing the New Zealand colours, some of them for the first time. As we see Colin here, that was just a bowl wide, wasn't it? Great effort.
Yeah, all back to the 3 bowls, all back to the centre line, and good opening from these players in this race to 25. You'll see there the North Otago leading Thames Valley 12-2 after 10 of the 18 ends, and remembering, of course, differential and the ends, all sorts of things come into play throughout the event here. Good bowl here from the youngster. And he actually draws right in behind the jack, laying 2 shots. You just saw Mike Small just put the red markers out there and indicate it is 2. All these 2 to get back into this game, trailing 17-12. Didn't like that one, Colin. It got the rag grab pretty quickly. And again,
walked away.
Well, obviously, Alex as well, he was really playing that in between weight, wasn't he, to try and get down to the shot bowl of Jack, and knew straight out of his hand that it was too wide. Now here's the chance to, well, if he'll be more than happy, I imagine, with Adam Yaxley, if he can just finish on that centre line, just slightly lower the Jack, counting really makes it a difficult 4th shot. Not going to do so.
Still a block though, isn't it, on that forehand?
Well, it widens that shot option up really.
Right in the eye. Now, holding 2. 12-17 down.
Well, second shots to go really, but don't think so, the way how that was delivered. It doesn't look like a second shot delivery.
If he clears the front one, oh, he's going to go underneath at the wrong side. And now a chance, a golden opportunity here for the North Otago singles player to score a 3 and make it 15-17.
Low percentage shot really, Alex, wasn't it? The way how that front bowl was placed, lower the jack. So, as you rightly say, Alex, here's the doors certainly open here. The North Otago player needs to sit on the inside of his own bowl. He's going to do so. Tips 1 in, 1 out. Definitely will lay 2. Mike Small, markers, there he is, indicated very quickly. Good marker. He knows
He's
what's
done a
going
great
on.
job, Mike Small.
Exactly. What was the that roll out of the bowl? Took one of the counters out. So 17-14 now. 17-14. Of course, Ian's don't count just in this race to 25. So it's all about getting to 25. Ends don't matter. Or, well, time matters as well. 2 3/4 hours, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would be surprised at a 17 second.
He says with confidence.
Well, but I'd also say, Alex, agreeing with 17.5 seconds. Yeah, you'd have to have about a 25-23 scoreline, I think, to be.
Oh, it's pretty reasonable time. We'll just quickly pop back to the Multi-Nations chat as we see this jack throw in here to draw the 2 metre mark. So that goes from the 25th to the 31st of March, Kev, which we're going to blink and I actually probably should pack my bag shortly. Blink and be there. But for the men's side, we've got Sheldon Bagry-Howley, who's essentially making his debut. He's been capped before. He's played one game for New Zealand.
In Australia, yes, he did, yes.
Tony Grantham, Andrew Kelly, Chris Lalieve.
Well, of course, Lalieve has played for New Zealand in the past.
Yes.
But because of COVID and other things, hasn't come back to New Zealand. won 3 Queensland titles in the last 2 years. So
He's got okay form.
He's got okay form.
And then 3 new caps, Kevin, Ray Martin, Lance Pascoe and Kelvin Scott, all 3 of whom have forced their way into that team. They've really strong domestic results in the last 3 or 4 seasons.
I'd say, first thing I'd say is Kelvin Scott's waited a long time to get that debut, because he's a player who one would have thought in years gone by had must have been very, very close to knock at the door. Lance Pascoe is more than likely, and I might get slapped around the ears here, but to me, Lance Pascoe has been one of the strong players in New Zealand at the last few years, especially Alex at the top end. You know, he's proven to be a very strong top-ended player, whether it be Bowls 3-5, playing for Canterbury, playing for Wellington. Very, very good player. And Raymond Martin, of course, out of Victoria and Wellington, a player who came through the New Zealand age group teams, etc., is a player who certainly deserves, you know, very formidable skit. He's got a great record in Wellington and Taranaki Open Fours, but a very, very good player. So if we look at how that men's team lines up, and I think with the bringing what I would say the real experience in Kelvin Scott, the maturity that Andrew Kelly has now has shown without doubt. I'm of the opinion, and this is no disrespect to any other players at all, but I just think it's a group of players that we can build a good competitive side around.
Yeah, it's exciting to see as we see how good is this here from Adam. Holding to this game, it just keeps on seesawing. I think we're going to see it go to 20-something or 25 to 20-something. I'll be surprised if there's more than 5 points between these two. We'll just see what Colin can manage. So he's 2 down at least, 1 to the bowl at 6 o'clock and 1 to the bowl at 12. To that 2-metre jack.
Just going to go by past the 2-metre mark. Just see it just go by that now. Holding 1 is the North Otago player.
Able to draw a second shot. And Adam will just be playing another bowl along the same lines as his third one. Taking his time on the forehand. Out pretty good. Just the smallest little bump on release.
Just a wee bit of a, but it's on a good line though, Alex. How long is it going to hold though? Needs to finish jack level. How fast is it going to run away? Will count.
Good bowl, great shot there. So holding 2 now, and very little on for Colin. I mean, he might, the way he's looking at it.
Well, he's looking at that slide down the backhand, isn't he?
Yeah, you've got to clear that front bowl. Weight's crucial here.
And really what he's suggesting to himself, I've got 2 bowls to rest on coming down that backhand, and
he's close.
Well, it's just more percentages, isn't it? Needs to get past this front.
Oh, he could get a slice of good fortune. It was lovely weight, really. If he just cleared that gap, got down on the backhand side, rested the bowl.
So 2 was the indication earlier on from Mike.
Yeah, so 2 to the bowl at 3 and the bowl at 6. And I think the bowl that you see at 8 o'clock of Collins will be third shot there.
It's 2, clearly, yeah.
16-17, Kev.
Yeah, well,
exciting.
The good thing which has happened in this last 3 or 4 ends, Alex, with Adam Yaxley, when the game, there was one end that turned things around. The game could have actually jumped away from him when he drew that good shot coming up on this big 2-metre one. He could have been looking at being, say, 19-12, literally behind. Now he's got him. So he scored the 1, and I think he scored on the next 2 ends after that. He scored on those consecutive ends, and he's also, the other thing which he's done is he's got to a consistent length. There's a good time in the game to get to a consistent length and feel good about it, really.
Absolutely. We're on the home stretch now. It's going to be good stuff to finish, and we'll just quickly, so we've talked about the men's team at the Multi-Nations, which is coming up, and we'll just have a chat about the women's one, just for viewers who are interested. So the women's team, and remembering they play, I think it's 3 disciplines, and the selectors can chop and change who plays what. It's not dissimilar to the Intercentre, so they'll be trialling different combinations here and different players. But the women's team is Taylor Bruce, Selena Goddard, Caitlin Inch, Val Smith and Nicole Toomey, whom we all know from the Commonwealth Games, but also Claire Hendra is making, I think it's her debut, and Leanne Paulson is making her debut in the New Zealand Blackjacks team for the women's side. So I think an exciting time coming up in the multi-nations.
Well, there's two, Leanne Paulson and Claire Hendra, especially Claire with her national performances, certainly, you know, deserve to be given that that blackjack opportunity. But, you know, and who knows what happens in the event, but, you know, let's not lose sight of the fact that the 5 girls at the Commonwealth Games on those difficult greens at Leamington on Spa, although gold didn't come home, they still performed very, very well in the medal count. So, you know, one would think, Alex, that they've got, not saying they've got the inside running, but they've certainly they're taking international form into this international event.
As we see a bowl here on the backhand side. Got the jack absolutely beautiful there from Colin.
He's sitting right on top of it.
How many down, says Adam?
Well,
so
I would think just the 1 to the jack level, you would think it is there. Mike Small quickly has a look.
That's because there's not really, you know, you're not looking to get the shot yet if you're at a Mayu. You know, you've got 2 bowls, you've got this bowl and the 1 in your hand left, but if you can secure a 1 down with the 3rd bowl, then you can start looking at what you want to do with your 4th.
Well, the big thing is you don't want heads running away from you. You know, you tighten the scoreboard up to 17-16, finish jack level.
Perfect weight that was.
So the important thing that he's not getting heads that go badly against him. That's what the North Otago player needs. Because we did see Colin Gore before jump away. Good line with this bowl, but how's the weight? Does it come up towards the centre line now? And it's going to be under the centre line.
Yeah. The big question is he in for 2 or not?
I'm going to suggest something to you in a moment. You know, just see.
1 and a measure.
That front bowl may well be in the cart.
So, Adam looking like he's just going to try and draw a second shot again. And if you get closer than that, it's happy days.
The second shot's to go, and he's certainly got it. Well, it's on an arc to the centre line.
Beautiful line.
Which would produce second shot, one would think.
Just needs it to get up just a few more inches.
And
not to be.
No, it sits on the centre line, and you're right, Alex. Needed 2 more rolls, really.
And now Colin's turn to ask what the story is. 1.5. This is probably to inform if he wants to try and draw a bonus on his forehand or his backhand, I suppose.
Mike Small seemed quite confident there. It was just the 1. And, you know, let's... I know it's only the start of the event, but these markers do a wonderful job, Alex, don't they? They're there for 4 days, marking, you know, men and women around the greens of Christchurch.
Particularly at this level. This is a clever bowl here from Colin because he's got bowls to rest on as well. He could have made that 3.
Could well have made it 3. Now, so do we play the search through there? The split on the 2 bowls?
I think we play nothing. I think
he's played his 4.
He'd be wanting to.
Because that's, that shot's pretty obvious.
It's when you wish you had a 5th bowl, but I don't think it's to be. So Colin has definitely made it 2, may have made it 3. It depends on his collision bowl, doesn't it? How far his collision bowl followed
through.
Whether
he got a full roll out of it or not. Needed a full roll. So
1, 2.
2 have come out. 2 it is.
2. It was a good shot there from Colin, and 19-16 is the score. And when you're in this situation, and it's 1st to 25, you really have to fight your bowler's instincts, because Colin would have played a lot of games that go to 21, and when you're on 19 points and it goes to 21, you go, right, I'm just 1 end away. You're well within, you can win in 1 end easily.
Well,
it's not the case in this situation.
It's a wee bit like, Alex, as you well know, you know, the 25 end 4s game, you know, you play 21, but then all of a sudden, hello, and how many games do you see on, let's say, on the run home where things changed, and certainly with 25 up, and there Colin Gorth hasn't nailed that first bowl. Poor bowl, very short. Here's the opportunity for Adam Yaxley, the North Otago player, to get as close as possible to the jack and get early dominance.
Certainly doesn't feel really, and it's, I suppose, reflected in the scoreboard. I wouldn't say any player has properly dominated this game.
No, they haven't.
We've seen them both go on runs, and the first few ends we saw Adam go on a run of a few ends in a row, and then we saw Colin sort of come back in it. But I wouldn't say the players dominated, and it's because we've seen bowls like that first one of Colin's, which are just a bit loose, and then Adam has jumped on the bandwagon here.
Here's a chance to own ahead to the 2 metre mark, and Adam Yaxley has drawn right to that 2 metre mark, and Colin Gorworth knows that if he brings that bowl, narrows things up too much, he'll pay the price.
Willing it to hold. He needs it to hold up for him.
He needs it to hold because it'll go now.
Just, you've got the weight right. I think you'll be happy enough. Yeah, you've got away with it. It's an okay second shot.
Yeah, jack level weight, which is fine. And now the big thing now for Adam Yaxley, just gives that visualisation of that, where that breaking point is, to get it to come home back to that, to the jack in the centre line. Now it's out on that good arc again. Now you see that green patch up further up there, and that's a good area to be in.
Great shot, good bowl.
And it falls out, may not count. I had to fall in to score, but see the green patch up there, and I reckon that line to the jack is literally through the middle of that green line. That green area will give you a good return. Now this time we can see Colin Gorth definitely wider.
One of my challenges, Kevin.
I know it's a challenge for you.
I've got Michael Johnston on my side as the umpire. Michael Johnston, who I spoke to in the podcast, is colourblind as well. People talk to us about like green patches or brown patches in the green. I'm like, it's all the same colour.
I forgot.
I can't see it.
Yet, but
the good thing is that when we're in a drought, I can't tell.
No, that's right.
It all just looks the same colour to me. But it's good that
but for these
most
guys,
players can see it.
It's a great visualisation. If you're not colourblind, it's certainly using the green as a visualisation of where you want your bowl to go to. Is certainly, it's a big plus. Got the outside of the bowl, the inside of it. Holding the shot though is the North Otago player, trailing 19-16 in the race to 25.
So,
I think I know what he's asking.
He said, have I got second and third? Oh, well then he's just going to have a nibble, isn't he?
I think he's going to play with weight. Well, the point is, if you got onto the jack as well, on that backhand side, got movement of the jack.
He's pre-chalked the bowl, so he's expecting a toucher here. He's expecting the jack. He's pre-chalked it. Jack in the ditch.
He's not far away. Got it clean.
Great bowl. What a shot.
Is it? Yes, it is.
And it doesn't need chalking, Mike, because he's done it for you already.
So
that's great stuff. What a bowl.
Is that 3?
I can't see that. There's definitely 1. And Adam's going to come have a look here to see how close he is. We can see the bowl. So the jack is to the right of your screen. You can see that little golf ball. And then the bowl finished underneath the 6. That's a good angle. So 1, 2.
1, and the bowl up the top of the triangle there.
Yeah. It would be at least 2. But Adam should be able to draw the shot. He's just putting his foot. He's thinking to himself,
just before
this is where I need to be.
From his point of view now, though, and this is where he can compliment the greenkeeper. Look at that surface there. You know very well that you can.
It's not going to run away,
is it? It's not going to run away. You're not going to get caught in cracks, or you know that if I put a metre of weight past the 2 metre mark, I'm going to be close to drawing the shot, and the bowl's not going to run away.
So the only challenge here for a player is that when you're drawing to the ditch and it's off centre, you're often going over a bit of the rink that hasn't been played on. So ordinarily, we think we need to add a bit more weight and take slightly less green than you might think, because the bowl's going to slow down
The chalk line out to the side there, which you can see, that's about, if it's fortunate enough to beat that, get inside that and beat that by about a metre, you'll be close to shot.
He's given himself a chance. Let's just see where this ball ends up. The weight is crucial here from Adam. He trails 16-19. He's 2 down to a jack in the ditch. Let's see, is it going to stop? Is it going to stop? Beautiful. Beautiful shot there from Adam.
Well
What a bowl.
played. Well played.
Couldn't have done that any better.
And also, I must say, thank you, Jamie Ferris, because he was able to play that shot as we visualised past that white mark there, which was out to the side there, and get just out past that, and you could draw down. And it's not easy to do. I'm not saying that for one moment, but at least you can do it knowing that your bowler's not going to play tricks on you at the back end.
You're not going to get robbed for playing a good bowl. So it was what a great shot there. We've seen a couple of really good bowls under pressure from Adam. We saw he was 2 down, staring down the barrel of a double point deficit, and drew the shot earlier on in the game. That was a great shot, and now we've seen him draw right to the point of the ditch to save a 2. And 17-19 is the score. Just taking a breath there to calm himself. Race to 25. Anyone's game at this point.
Well, it was an important shot that kept him right in the game, and he'd been looking at 21, 22 possibly. So they're big shots. And missed the 2 metre mark. He's brought it back in by about a metre and a bit off the 2 metre mark, playing from the road end here at Burnside, playing up towards the clubhouse.
Oh, it didn't come out as good as some of his bowls.
Looked narrow out of the hand, to be fair, Alex. Just looked to sort of that hand on the back end just seemed to dip inwards.
Oh, I think he salvaged it at the end of his delivery. Still, tighter than he would have liked there. You saw him, he just let it go with a bit of a, I don't know what you'd call it. It wasn't as smooth as what we have seen. He would have known when he let it go that it wasn't on the right track. And Colin on the forehand side.
Definitely seems to be, well, it is. It's a different line on that forehand to the jack, Alex, in the backhand. I reckon you've got, it's well played here from Gorworth, going to finish just a bowl jack low.
Probably a flatter finish on that forehand side.
Correct.
I would say.
Yeah. Personally, I think that natural arc back to the jack on the backhand, to me, is still the best. It's the best percentage, and he's going to be rewarded here as if he's got the weight. No, he's not. Needed another couple of rolls. Got to the centre line.
Bowl sort of jack level. Your bowl? Yeah. Yeah, probably 250.
You hear Mike Small there indicating just slightly lower the jack is the Colin Gorworth shot bowl. Now trying to draw through the port.
So, Kev, if we look at these two centres, North Otago and Thames Valley, who are two of the smaller centres, I would say. Well, not the smaller centres, but the centres that haven't been quite so prominent. When you think back over the time that you've been involved with this men's national intercentre, are there times where the small centres, or what are times where the small centres have come through that sort of stick out to you or cause some upsets on the way? Is there anything that sort of pops out?
Yeah, Wairarapa certainly in Wellington the other year, they certainly did. And we had the day.
Oh, great shot!
We had the days of the smaller centres. For example, Whanganui being one of those. But you got to remember they had a chap called Bellis.
He's okay.
In their lineup.
I see here on the sheet that we've got printed out, Kev, 1976, the Central Otago won the men's intercentre.
Yeah,
that would have been a surprise then, I suppose. Look at this here from Colin.
Jack Trail.
Oh, it depends how much he's stuck around with it. I think he's hung around for one. That was a brave bowl there from Colin.
Well, those were in the days of Central Otago of the Scott name dominance down there, and uncles, etc. of the Terry and Jim Scott. The Scott name ruled like royalty down there, and Shinchi Otago was strong. In the days, and the days in Taranaki when, we had the likes of Dave Baldwin, John Murder, Ken Murder, Jim Christie, Morris Symes, Bruce Bellinger. We literally had a New Zealand side, literally, in those days in Taranaki. And then, one of the strange things, if you go back through the records, the number of years where Auckland didn't, and even with the likes of the great Nick Unkovic and those players of which
historically an underperforming centre.
Absolutely, when you thought, well, Auckland certainly they had the strength in name, but when it came to the Intercentre, were never strong on the honours board.
They've won it 5 times at a glance in the history of the event, so that's not a great return. Here's a dumb question, and I'll ask it after we've seen Adam's bowl here on the back end. He's 1 down. Just wait for it to either come around or underneath the bowl of Collins.
Inside.
Oh, so close, but so far. And Colin with a chance for a bonus bowl. So I'll ask you my silly question after Colin's bonus bowl, Kev. We can all be prepared for that.
And the other centre, of course, you've got to remember, it's a smaller centre, but had, in those days, great dominance as well. As we watch this bowl, needs to sit and will do so.
Classy. That's good stuff there from Colin. 20 to the 21, but he still has to keep going because he's not made it to 25.
If we take the days, the men who were 2 centre in the days of Phil Skoglin, Bill Broughton, Kevin Wing, Vic Sellers, Wayne Sellers, they had the man who were 2 had a very, 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 very strong side. In that, I'd call it a golden era. It was a golden era, really.
The halcyon days for sure, as we see here, 21 points. So my dumb question, Kev, I see here in the records there's a Canterbury Centre, but there's also a Canterbury Provincial Centre.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, because there used to be, in days gone by, there was like Canterbury Country type, and so Canterbury was sort of split into 2, and they were allowed to play they played under their own banner for a while, and because there always used to be a big thing in Christchurch, in Canterbury, of Canterbury Town, Canterbury Country, and places like, for example, in Ashburton, Wellington, and there was some clubs down there. So yeah, there was Canterbury Provincial, and then Canterbury itself, it all came as one, and then that's when we had the rush of the Bruce McNishes, the Andy Curtins and co.
We see here, Kev, the jack was misthrown.
Interesting delivery.
Then, we saw Adam throw a very short jack in response, because after jack was misthrown, he threw a short jack, but Colin has just gone, well, I'll put one close wherever it is.
Well, he's got a score now, doesn't he? He's decided to lay the far shorter.
Yep. Is the camera going for a bit of a look up and down at Adam? He'll be disappointed with that shot.
Well, that's the danger, Alex, of course, isn't it, of adjusting to that very, very short length. And now the predicament that he's put himself in is that short bowl, metre and a bit lower the jack, right down on that draw line, down to, needs to make sure he's around it. And there was no way that Colin Gorworth was going to get tangled up on the short bowl. So
fair enough turn. Adam's been forced to change as well. From his point of view, he'll be blocking himself on the backhand side. So we see Adam now on the forehand, trailing 17-21. So if you're Adam, you sort of want Colin not to get past that 21. You may be okay with him getting to 22. You don't really want to be within an end of losing the game, and that's a good shot here from Adam if he can just a roll short.
Just fractionally short.
And Colin switching back to the back end now, because whilst it's dangerous, it's now no longer as dangerous as the forehand side. So you just want to get around that short bowl of Adams that you can see at 1 o'clock on your screen. And quite short it is too. This is close.
Needs to sit. but will count. No, it won't. It goes by.
At least you pass the head, eh, if you're Colin. And a very small correction required here from Adam Yaxley. Much at all on the forehand.
How far is it going to come back now? Hasn't got the weight to carry.
That's it short. They'd be disappointed with that. 3 short bowls. Now, if we look at the score on the pairs, it's 14-5 to North Otago. And the score on the singles is obviously 21-17 to Thames Valley. So the match point may come down to the fours situation here, Kev.
The backhand trail that Colin Gore was about to try and play.
Yeah, that could win the game. Here we go. So we see he's got those 2 catching bowls, but he looks like he's on the high side.
Coming now.
Now.
Coming now. Won't have the weight to get what he wanted, but that was on.
That's a great bowl. Holding 2, and I mean, that's such a dangerous situation. If you had him Yaxley, you got nothing at the back.
He's got to play some weight down under that centre line, really. He's got to be playing to try and reach through the bowl. Otherwise, he's going to just do nothing. And playing with weight to do
close
that.
Here. He's close here. He's got them both if he gets to the ledge. Oh, just the one.
Nearly. He was on line to get the back of the one and then the other.
What a mighty effort that was.
Colin Gorworth knows that too. You watch the body language, and he knew very well that was close to being a change of result.
I'd say that was an inch either way from removing both bowls there. Great effort from Adam Yaxley, but 1 to Colin. So 22-17 is going to be the score as we sort of eke towards the pointy end. Now, what will happen if 25 happens before the pairs thumbnail that we see at the top right is finished, viewers? We'll go and watch the end of the pairs game. Whereas if the pairs is finished before the singles, we'll just cut to highlights, and then we'll be back for the next round, which is going to be between Waikato and Wellington, which could be a Taylor Horn and a Seamus Kurt singles match.
I was going to say, it could be, I'm picking that will be one of the, we're not important, but I'm picking it's going to be, they're all important.
Be a pretty big game of singles,
it'll be a pretty high quality game of singles.
And the jack throw this time, staying alive on the green, so on the 2 metre mark, 21 points to Thames Valley, 17 to North Otago, and Colin here on the forehand. Someone on his laptop, maybe he's watching the live streaming in the background, the guy on the seat.
Right.
Don't mind me. It's been a long day as we see this first bowl. That's great stuff here from Colin.
Good opening bowl at 22. 3 to go out. And falls over, front toucher.
Great shot.
But Dave, you're talking about all these centres. The great thing about this Intercentre Championship is that, yes, you would always favour some of the, without doubt, some of the stronger centres. But I'll guarantee you that when we get to the back end, late Saturday, Sunday, there will be a couple of the smaller centres who will make their way into post-section play. Now, those centres, that to them is that's a big success for them. I know the jubilation from Wairarapa when they made the final in Wellington a couple of years back. Totally unexpected. But it can happen. A couple of results go your way, you get a bit differential, and it can change. And that's one of the great things about the Intercentre.
Well, Kevin, I've gone through all these team lists, the men's teams lists, and I'm trying to find a centre which stands out saying, look at me, I should be winning this. Well, is there one that stands out for you?
To me,
just on paper.
Yeah. The Wellington side is a very, very strong side. No doubt about that. And if one would look at it on paper, the Auckland side as well is a very strong side. But I think, and I'm sure Alex would agree with me that if you took over a whole spread of that 7 or 8 players, more than likely Wellington leads the way, I would say, in the men. Nelson, no Shannon McElroy this year, but have been strengthened by Kelvin Scott, Lance Pascoe, and because Peter Hodson's in that side as well, New Zealand champion, Robbie Reid. So, Gary Watson, the famous Watson name, in bowls, and a very, very formidable player is Gary. So, Nelson, and the woman, definitely Nelson. They got their side, very, very strong side. And, when you've got any side that's got Joe Edwards and Val Smith in the centre side, along with Amy McElroy and Kirsten Edwards.
It's not bad, is it?
It's plenty of depth there, you might say.
It's a pretty good side.
Well, Kevin, what about with of course, with a lot of sports that I've been around, there's always seedings. And this is one of the great things that I've found with bowls is that it's just throw it, throwing it.
Yeah, it's certainly been a debate, and it's not a silly debate either, really, Dave. Because if you look at so many of the sports now, whereby you'll always have, if you say you've got 8 sections, you'll put one of your 8 seeds, like as you'd know, like with tennis.
Yep.
The idea of seeding is, in my view, I have never ever been one who's been against that of seeding.
What about you, Alex? Seeding, or just random, and then you can get some unknown person, unknown pair, or unknown team come through?
Yeah, it's a good question. I can see the merit in both. I think certainly for our Open Nationals, one of the things I love about it is that it's unseeded, and that's why you see often big names disappear in the first round post section.
Is that a good or bad thing?
Oh, it depends on your perspective, I think. I like it. I think it makes it a bit unpredictable. If Joe Edwards plays a Taylor Bruce in first round post section, the women's singles, brilliant. One of them's going to be out. It's. I think it's one of the things that makes our Open Nationals pretty unique for an Intercentre. I'm not sure how I feel. We see what a great shot that was there.
Recovery shot here from the North Otago player. And he's got the one, goes to 18, 22-18.
Great bowl.
The other thing, when it comes to why I have got a favourite towards the Intercentre, Dave, is because if we take a centre like North Otago, you could line up in a centre in a group, possibly, with Auckland, Wellington, Dunedin as an example. You got to try and create an environment where, sure, every game's a challenge, but everybody's got an opportunity.
Well, perhaps maybe, what have we got, 20, how many centres here, 20-something?
Well, there's 26 in the men and 25 in the women.
Perhaps then you only seed, for instance, if we have 26, perhaps you just seed 4.
Yeah, and
then that's okay. Not every team is seeded, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and different groups.
Yeah, so the way it works for the National Intercentre is that the 6 finalists from the last Intercentre are seeded into each section.
Yeah.
So the Intercentre is essentially a seeded competition for section play, so that you don't get.
Yeah, like the version that we just had. The example that we just had.
What happens is every centre gets a fair and reasonable chance of escaping their section, so to speak.
But we don't have seedings as such in any other national competition, do we?
No, we don't. But what we have seen, though, this year especially...
Great shot. This guy's on fire. What a bowl.
One of the things, though, Dave, that we have seen this year, which we haven't seen so much in the past, and if I take a look at the Canterbury men's side, none of the leading Canterbury men's players are actually playing for Canterbury. One's playing for Blenheim, one's playing for Wellington, a couple are playing for Nelson, so they're spreading around. So we are seeing that. Gary Lawson's playing for Auckland. So yeah, and I'm not in favour of that, by the way.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
No, I'm not.
Although we've got to remember, though, and particularly in a city like Auckland, which is so spread out, that with a population nearly a third of the whole nation, is that creates some issues in itself. So you may have people are moving all the time. It's not unheard of to be working in Hamilton during the week,
absolutely not.
And then coming back to Auckland. So
look, I'll use Lance Pascoe as a case in point, who is from Christchurch, genuinely works in Wellington. But so there's that, that's a definite case in point. But where I struggle, so to speak, like with Auckland, is that I find it disappointing that we have got 7 players in Auckland.
Yeah,
Really?
it's well worth a lot of conversation as we have had.
You've got to upset a few people here, I'm sure. Go for it.
We'll pull it back to the game, and we can see Adam's got one on it, at 6 o'clock, so 18-22. I still couldn't tell you who I'm favouring to win this, to be honest. It's been quite seesawy. You feel?
Well, there's every chance that we're going to be looking at 22-20 after this end.
Yeah.
Because it's now become a very, very difficult head for Colin Gorworth to play to, with those 3 short bowls at the front. So the scoring chances, and again, this bowl
needs to give himself a chance.
It's going to be under the head.
You don't think he has? He may even shunt up Adam's bowl for a definite second here. Oh, a little feather.
So Adam's now got a metre to draw another shot to, as I said, I thought we'd go to 22-20. And once you get to 22-20, Alex, whose game is it? I don't know.
Oh, precisely. It's going to run the entire game out, I think, and we see Adam here on his backhand. He really desperately wants to make this count.
Well, he's got a chance on that arc, Alex. Just depends on that weight.
Careful on your weight.
Well, he
One
might
wick.
get a slow down.
Just about got 2
well,
wicks.
He might have got to slow down to count.
Incredible.
Because it was going quicker than 3/4 of the way down.
Yeah, slightly overplayed. I think Adam will, if he watches this game back, think about a couple of the bonus bowls perhaps that were missed early on.
Well, they were in those mid stages. We're still in single figures, really, weren't we? We were in the 8, 9, 10 areas where there was opportunities to build. And second shot here is the go for Colin Gorworth, 2 down.
On the forehand side, leading 22 points to 18 here.
Only that. Well, it's on a different line again. My goodness. This is on a pretty good line.
Here. Both the players steering this ball down.
How good's this?
Great shot. What a bowl. What a shot there from Colin. Scoring 1, going 23 points to 18.
Well, the other big thing with that, Alex, that is what a three-shot turnaround.
Oh, absolutely brilliant stuff there from Colin. And now I can tell you that I think the winner's going to be Thames Valley. I think that's a bowl. It's such a key shot in the game. It's the difference between being 22-20 up and 23-18 up. That's a big swing there.
You have to admire him. He knew he had to play with weight to reach. You couldn't just play like dead draw weight. He had to play with weight to reach. The other advantage, of course, of which he had, is he knew if he dislodged the bowl, which he duly did.
Here we go. Here's a replay, Kev. Look at this perfection right square through.
And of course, he knew Adam actually had no bowls left, so it was right in his favour. But of course, hard shot to play. Now sitting on 23.
Great bowl.
Only 2 to go out, and
certainly well within checkout range.
In this stage now, as we were talking about before, we're looking at Thames Valley sitting at 23-18. They're trailing by 4 in the pairs. What's going on so all of a sudden it becomes North Otago.
Look at the pairs is 14-10. I looked away for a few seconds.
Yeah.
Well, it was 11-1 at one stage, then 12-2. Yeah. And just in these last 2 ends, the last 2 ends were in the 15th. It's actually been in the 13th and 14th that we've seen a bit of a comeback as such by Thames Valley. So questioning it, perhaps they can make it one.
A stressful start for both North Otago and Thames Valley supporters, I would suggest.
Yeah, well, it becomes, all of a sudden it's a different dimension, isn't it?
We see Adam here on the back end side. Now, Dave, I've got a question for you.
Okay. I'm still keen on Eden Park being used for bowls, but we'll get there.
We will get there. It might take a while. So, obviously, outdoor and indoor both have national intercentre events where we find a provincial winner. And we know the Ranfurly Shield exists, and you're a man who's been involved in a lot of different sports in New Zealand. Are there other, when you look at this, are there parallels in other New Zealand sports that you can think of, like your tennis or your...
Yes, there are. Well, the tennis one, unfortunately, has gone a little bit by the wayside. It's pretty good on either side of the jack there. There was the Wilding Shield in tennis, however, that which is provincial as such. However, that hasn't been played for a little while for a variety of different reasons, with cost, and then most of the best players were always overseas. However, there's a good enough domestic players, and again, we have the thing of if you were based in Auckland, you're probably coming from somewhere else anyway. But everybody came to Auckland for work or for tennis. When it comes to badminton, they've had something there for years, which actually does become quite interesting. There was a little bit of payment, a player payment, and who was turning up for who. It was interesting. Then one of the British women who lives here, she won a gold medal at Commonwealth Games, and all sorts of things like that. A few Aussies would come over and get paid. Squash does have very fiercely competitive, regional, but more club against club. And that gets quite, I wouldn't say nasty at times, but certainly you have to be registered to a club. Not that you've ever been there before. However, if you're that player, it gets full on. So those are all the racket sports as such. Yeah, I think there's still a lot around. However, the issue is with people living and moving and working and not working, or clubs or regions pulling in someone who's never really been there before.
Yeah, I do enjoy provincial competition in any sport. There's something special about it, I think. I think we get sort of, the blood gets up and you go, oh yeah, I'm playing for my region, as we see. 2 here, so the win has been held by Thames Valley.
Certainly is.
Don't forget, we've only got, 3 more rounds when it comes to the pairs.
So,
and where's your money on there?
Well, I don't know.
Alex, what about you, Kevin? Where are you looking at there?
North Otago, this head now becomes a big difference of what happens here, because if you're North Otago now in that pairs match, if you're going to drop a shot, it's no more than a 1. You play a defensive victory, and now
Colin here looking to really seal it. He's holding the win, trailed the jack past, and we're going to see aggression now.
I has to play search.
Got to hit it. The good thing is that bowl, the second shot of Collins is low of the jack.
Come in to have a look.
Yeah, Am's going to come have a look here. So we'll see this camera angle. Have a look at this head. So we can see Collins holding 2, and then the third shot's the bowl of Adam Yaxley's at 9 o'clock, and the short bowl of Collins that sits at 1 o'clock to the jack is lower than the jack, isn't it? So we've got a 2-bowl target.
Well, he has. And the good thing is, Alex, that he's got a bowl down here, down deep on the rink towards the ditch. It's more than likely, if he was able to get the jack clean out of Max, it's more than likely a 2-shot head for himself, with having this very deepest bowl on the rink.
So this is a huge bowl here. The win at the moment has been held by Thames Valley. This is to keep it alive, really, for the North Otago player.
And Alex, would you trust your drive on this shot?
I wouldn't be short.
Well,
I'll put it that way.
It's a natural backhand split shot.
Here we go. On the backhand, he's half a chance. If it turns enough, he's half a chance. Oh, he's missed it just wide. And we see the win go to Thames Valley, 25-18. What we're going to do now, so stay tuned, because we're going to cut to an ad break, and then we're going to come back and we'll see the finish of the pairs game between North Otago and Thames Valley. But the win in the singles, 25-18 to Thames Valley. And we're back, and what a head to come back to as we see Mike Howard here on the backhand in this pairs game. So you look at the top left of your score tick, and we'll just wait for the shots to go up. But I think a comeback in play for the Thames Valley team. I think it's going to be 13-14, Kev, in this game. What a way to finish! What a pairs game to see the end of.
Well, that was the indication from the lead, the Thames Valley lead, the 3.
So this is Adrian here, and he's leading for Wayne Heron, his skip from Thames Valley. And on the other side of the pairs, we've got Graham Fisher, the lead, and Mike Howard.
So, an hour ago, we had a singles game going on, which was anybody's. We had a pairs game next to us, which was one-way traffic to North Otago.
11-1.
Here we are now, playing in 16 of 18, and Thames Valley are only a breadth away of possibly having 2 wins in the first round.
Yeah, comeback in action. And I mean, we clipped to that head. That was really good bowls from the Thames Valley team. There were 3 or 4 bowls within a foot of the jack. And we see Adrian here leading off on his backhand.
Well, gentlemen, playing at Burnside, is there one particular end which is different, gets more wind, different conditions? Kevin, what do you think? Is there one?
Yeah, actually, more than likely, the green they're playing on is the green that is the one that is most subject to the open width, to that open, the nor'west. The back green doesn't cop it as much as what the front does. And normally, the really good indicator here at Burnside, they normally have flags down by that road end there. There's 2 flagpoles I can see there, and it gives you a pretty good indication. But today, looking at the around the surrounds, doesn't look as though there's much breeze there at all. But this particular green is more than likely, of the 3, I'd say the more subject to breeze.
As we see Adrian here try and make a correction. Now remember, viewers, the sticker, it's all on the stickers. So the yellow stickers are North Otago's, the white stickers are Thames Valley's. We see the North Otago bowl to the right of the jack at 3 o'clock with the yellow sticker, and the Thames Valley bowl at 7 o'clock to the jack there with a white sticker. And Graham Fisher here, the lead for North Otago on the backhand. 11-1 in front at one stage in this game, now 14-13. We've all been there. It's not the most enjoyable place to be, is it, Kev?
No, it starts to, it
been
hurts.
There, done that.
Been there, felt that.
I think, Alex, what was that one against McElroy that you had?
Oh, yes, well, we commentated that game against McElroy. I got smashed by McElroy. I think I was 3 up at one point. Maybe 3 up after 2. That was just a depressing loss.
Yeah, things could change.
Oh, the scar tissue of bowlers, as we see here. Adrian on his backhand again.
I'll tell you about the biggest comeback shortly, Dave, and it was in singles.
Now,
is this your biggest comeback or your biggest loss?
The one that Stu Scott and I commentated out at Pekarangham, and it was a trans-Tasman, and it was Karen Murphy playing Marlene Castle, who I know pretty well. And Karen Murphy was leading Marlene Castle, and they're playing to 21, and Karen Murphy was leading by 20 shots to 3, and Marlene Castle got up and won that match. And the other one was the semi-final at Woolston of the men's singles, where it was Stan Lawson, who in fact, it was against Johnny Malcolm, who here in Auckland, and I think that was 17-6 or some score like that in a New Zealand singles semi-final at Woolston, and Johnny Malcolm got up and won, and then went on to win. He won the New Zealand singles.
Some great stories. And look at that head here from the leads. 3 bowls from the North Otago player right on the jack, but Wayne Heron has got stuff to play here. There's a bowl at the back. Very experienced indoor bowler is Wayne, but has only been playing the outdoor game for, I think he's just out of juniors.
The Wayne Heron.
Yes. Oh, his back end. He had the right green, but not the right weight, so we can see he's got bowls at the back, so he'd have been looking to draw it back to that bowl at 6 o'clock. And here, Mike Howard.
Mike Howard's been around a while, actually.
Yeah, there's another one. He's been around the traps in both sports.
It was interesting, Dave. We got that particular Marlene Castle-Cara Murphy game. Stu Scott and I were commentating it on Radio Sport. And Malcolm Jordan allowed us to just run for home, boys, just keep going, which was most unusual. And it was a Trans Tasman at Pagaranga.
So Wayne now needs to make a correction. Part of a big comeback here for the Thames Valley team. I think he's on the wide side. Willing this bowl back in. They only trail 13-14 now. Got bowls ready to catch.
Well, this becomes, Alex, now a pretty, well, every end's important, but this becomes, it was sort of surprised at the weight that was played with that first bowl on the backhand.
Yeah, would have been disappointed with his first one. Mike Howard here, not wanting to change too much. He's looking really, you're just drawing past, aren't you? You're holding two. He's holding 3 and a sec. Oh, holding 2.5. I heard the bowl. I think I heard it stop.
Was he endeavouring to get some cover down there?
Must have been looking for a back bowl, but I think he's just gone and put 2 in the ditch.
But the Thames Valley skip certainly is not going to be looking for a jack trail to the ditch.
I wouldn't say so. So we see, now here's a good view. So the bowl at 12 o'clock is the Thames Valley bowl, and the bowl past the head at 1 o'clock is the Thames Valley bowl, and they're 3 down to that shelf of 3 there. So,
well, even from Thames Valley point of view, if they could finish in 16 and just drop the 1, if you get second shot, you've still got 2. You've got
absolutely.
You've got 2 ends that you can, turn. The last thing you want to do is open the door for a number where you're really playing chase up.
Oh, considering the fact that they were 11-1 down, it would be a disappointing time to drop multiple.
So I'd just be saying. So again, where's the Thames Valley manager? Thames Valley manager now should be coming to these boys and saying, look, there's the scoreboard. We've got a couple of ends to go. Let's play for second shot.
So we can see some of the team around in the back. So Wayne and Adrian just having a chat. They will be talking about the weight that they're playing with here. If we look at Wayne's bowl to the right of our screen, his weight was actually perfect for the shot.
Now,
he just takes his green on a little bit.
And this is where I'll use Wellington as an example. Whether it be that of Mike Carroll or Rod Leach, I can tell you that the manager would be talking to those guys right now, saying, right, let's just play for second shot. The danger is, Alex, you know this, these guys have now got about 5 shots in their head. Are we playing for second shot? Are we trying to play the bowls out of the head?
Here we go.
Are we trying to... There we go. This is that.
Yeah, this is...
Is there any particular time that you have to take the shot? Because this has taken a long time.
The umpire's got every right,
Yeah.
if they so wish, and to say, come on, fellas, you've hit long enough, hurry up.
So there's not a shot clock, there's a time limit.
Right.
Just slightly different things, but you are expected to be.
Because one of
sort
the
of
things
reasonable.
that one of the comments person that we had in Alexandra, and it was a woman, and I'll remember her very shortly, said men take a lot longer than we do.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Let's just
I
watch.
thought they'll get a reaction from you, Kevin, but we'll come back to this bowl.
We'll just watch Wayne here in this bowl. What are you doing, Dave? So Wayne on the backhand.
Well, this to me is a shot to play, trying to get in amongst the bowls, sit second shot.
Oh, he's overplayed it.
Yeah.
But he's removed one, so he's 2 down.
2 down.
He
16-13.
Yeah, I don't think that was the weight that Wayne envisaged. I don't think that was the shot he was trying to play. But you get under a bit of pressure sometimes, and you
All
can
I'm
overplay
saying,
those
Alex,
bowls.
is when that's when you need the manager just to get back and say, look, just draw to the 2 metre mark. That's going to get you possibly second shot. You get too many shots in your head, and you know, for example, Alex, and you'll see it again shortly, if you watch the Australians play, they convince themselves very quickly what shot they're going to play, and they get down and play it.
So Mike Howard now looking just at a bonus, really. The issue for Mike is he's probably, I suspect he's tried to draw close with his first two, and
he's now got it just by a couple of metres.
Yeah, it hasn't been as close as he would have liked, so you don't want to ruin a good thing sometimes.
He certainly hasn't been in the counting area, has he?
I played Mike, Kev, on a North Island tour once in a hall in North Otago in the singles. He beat me in the second game, and he just overplayed that bowl. And I was lucky to win the first and got away with the last.
Well, Thames Valley could consider themselves, the way how they played that head, Alex, a wee bit fortunate to get away with that result.
They'll be chuffed with 2 down there. So there's a 3-point difference now in the second to last end. They could have been steering down the barrel of 4 or 5.
Absolutely.
And we see here, this is Graham Fisher, and on the previous end, his 2 bowls were the ones that just scored 2 points.
Dave, I'm intrigued. Who was that person that gave you that information?
They may have even been a new blackjack. I'm just trying to recall, but we'll have to have a look at that.
What are you doing, Dave? Put your wooden spoon away.
Yeah, stop stirring.
Oh, dear.
However, the thing is, I think with just about every sport now, we do have, it doesn't have to be a shot clock, but there are times as to how long you can actually take. Of course, bowlers have to walk from one end to the other, which does take time.
Personally, I like the thinking time system that you see used in curling and in indoor internationals, where you get X amount of time per bowl. So it's not, no, you don't say you've got 2 hours for the game. Yep. You say this is your thinking time, and it just sort of like ticks away.
Look, I'd be the first to admit, Dave, in years gone by, we had some players, the late Bruce Bellinger, the late Ron Buchan, who I would term them as very deliberate players, I suppose would be the best way to put it, and they were hard work in some regard. But what's happened though over the years now is, with the change of bowls, the change of the speed of greens, etc.
Great shot! Look at that there from the Thames Valley.
We don't see as much that, because with the bowls you play with now, there's always, if you come to be a skip or a 3, there's that many shot options on that are available. There's not a great deal to talk about.
Taylor Horn in the background, we'll see him soon, as we see Graham Fisher now on his backhand side. It's a poor bowl. He'll be disappointed with that. Just sort of let it go. Probably took the green for more weight, I think. I think he might have in his head been thinking, well, if I get movement, it's good, but didn't give it the oomph. And now Adrian on the forehand side from the Thames Valley Centre. So Taylor Horn in the background, he'll know all these Thames Valley guys because he played there for a long time.
Absolutely, he did. And of course, just recently announced in that New Zealand was the under 26 side.
That's right, yeah, to play in the Oceania thing. Well-deserved chance there. Beautiful green again. That's not the end of the world. It's sort of a bit of mud in the eye if there is going to be jack movement.
So on the backhand is
Graham Fisher.
Ooh, he gave that a grimace. I can see why he knew out of the hand that. But if it comes back towards the centre line, that's fine. That's absolutely, from a skip's perspective, it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, it's literally where the jack's going. If you see the jack slightly to the right of the shot bowl, which means that it's heading back in the direction of Graham Fisher's lead bowl. And now it's Adrian's turn just to try and make it 2, but be past the head. So if you miss it, you're missing heavy.
And I'm sure, though, ideally, Alex, the Thames Valley side would be pretty happy to change over holding 2. They're not going to, but as you rightly said, they're coming behind the head. They didn't have a bowl over the head anyway.
Good way to miss, really, isn't it?
But you really want 2 this end, Alex.
Yeah, if we look at the scoreboard too, for sure, because it means it's a 1 point, so you can get the shot and hold on to it instead of trying to add it for a couple. Mike, I haven't seen him play much outdoor, and I've seen him play a lot of indoor. He's quite an aggressive indoor bowler, so I suspect we'll see him look for a way to get jack movement.
Well, it's just a matter of what that vision to the jack looks like off the mat with that front bowl there, whether he can actually see that line. Well, the line of the jack's actually off the inside, is actually off the inside of that bowl.
It's on for sure, so Mike doesn't muck around. He's got a nice delivery as well. Gets quite low to the ground.
Well, he is low to the ground.
Yeah. Here we go. Willing this bowl back in. He's given himself a chance to use that short bowl, and he's close here.
Use the inside of that bowl as a chance. So that's not all bad at all.
It's a very good bowl, really.
Another bowl on the head, and it's left the only opportunity now for Thames Valley to be dead drawing on that forehand side.
Wayne Heron on the forehand. Well, he's not narrow, and that'll be, he will have thought, well, if I'm narrow, I pop the jack back, and that's bad. So it's easy to miss wide a little bit. And we see there the Thames Valley team. So Wayne the skip on the right, and Adrian the lead on the left of that lower third. And
so do you take the game away now, Alex, and play that squeeze shot through the two bowls?
Yeah, I think Mike's
on that backhand.
Absolutely.
It's there to play through the two on the squeeze to get to the jack. He's under there.
Oh, he's teapotting it. That means he's narrow.
Well, you know, standing on the mat, that would look like a roast beef sandwich to play up through there, wouldn't it? To play through those two bowls. Now, that last bowl of the Thames Valley skip, it was only really out of a metre. It hit the good line. Line was out to the draw, but really needed that a further metre of weight.
So Wayne on the forehand. How's your weight this time, Wayne?
Well, he needs to be inside that bowl, and he's going to be.
It's very close here.
Just going to go by.
That's a lovely shot, though, isn't it? What a bowl.
It's a good bowl there.
So that's the way the jack is squeezing. I think Mike will stay on his back end, though, won't he, Kev?
Yeah, that's the best line shot through there. And it's about the best percentage shots. And
got bowls to rest on, stuff to move.
Well, is he talking about changing his hand? I can't see. Well,
okay.
I can't see any future in it, Alex. That's the thing. You've got a percentage shot down the other, on the other hand.
He'd have to hit it perfectly. So they're looking to try and get jack movement on the forehand side. Mike Howard here. And he's played it well, to be fair. This is a well-played bowl.
We'll just go by, though.
Yeah, so, I mean, it was a good effort. We would have expected to see him stay on the back end. But now, Wayne Heron, yeah. So the decision here is we are 3 down on the card, 1 up on the head. The jack is touching. How hard is it to draw 2 without giving the shot away?
So you take your green out to the bowl, which is just out to the side there, and just now, and if it draws in and counts, we take it. But
yeah, they're looking at the safest way to get 2, aren't they?
Yeah, but it's not trying to be too adventurous, trying to get a number. If it happens, it happens.
Oh, it'd be heartbreaking if you tapped the jack and it popped back and suddenly you drop a couple.
No,
you suggesting a drive shot, Dave? Was that your...
You know that I'll go smash
hit
bash.
Hit it and hope.
No matter what, I'll go smash bash.
Hit it, see the jack go up in the air, come back down.
I just think, Alex, when you start at this point, you've got a bowl locked on the jack, and you're starting to look at gamble shots. It's not what I would call a good reading of the game.
Yeah, they're looking at the scoreboard. I mean, they're legitimately surrounded by North Otago bowls, so it's just about the safest possible way to add 2. And it appears as if they think they could sit a bowl down on the back end to make it 2 instead of try and draw it on the forehand side.
If you feel it's too big a risk, don't try it. Just go into the last end trying to get to.
Where is their bowl? Are they trying to get their collision bowl there for 2? Because the yellow stickered bowls are all North Otagos.
They certainly pointed to all points of the compass, and there's not really.
Interesting. He's using a smat.
So that means he's going to try and come through the V and get a touch on the jack.
On the back end, Wayne Heron.
That's what he's trying to do.
Fair enough. He didn't play that with much conviction, and I understand that. You know, you'd look at that and be like, oh, one's fine.
Well, even if he did, I
don't see it.
Yeah. Let's take the 1, and we go into the last end at Well, we require 2 to draw, and a draw is a draw.
Draw's a draw, draw six is a draw, yeah.
Remembering, of course, Thames Valley have already won the singles in this North Otago Thames Valley tie. So, you know, this becomes a, well, we don't know, of course, what's happened in the fours, but it.
I suppose they can control what they can see, and you know, if you're Thames Valley, you go, well, we won the singles, so we know if we can get up at least for a draw here, we make it a count back.
Nobody told us to. Nobody told us to write the time on our card. You got 15 minutes.
You might have heard that comment there. No one told us to write the time on our cards. Well, no, you write the time on the card when you finish, because the umpires have determined the start time.
I think the umpire was just saying they have 15 minutes left.
Right. So, and that's fine. And then you write that time at the completion. And if it's gone against you, the bell would have gone anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I think there was just I saw there was a timing clock up as well.
well, there is a timing clock up there at Burnside.
So the players will be able to see that there's
There's a timing clock at the front of the clubhouse.
So, gentlemen, what happens here if we do get to 16 each at the end here?
That's it. It finishes as a draw.
So it does finish at a draw. So it's a half point?
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
So then it would come down to how much the fours win or lose by.
So it comes down to points as such.
The fours would be, if it became a tie, the fours becomes the determining factor of the, and on differential, it would be.
Yeah.
Because nil in one game, whatever it was in the singles. So, yeah.
Anyway.
And you will see in this event, you will see some draws. They will.
And every manager's been issued with a copy of the conditions of play, so they'll all be on top of what happens.
There will
how
still
many
be a
points are
debate
scored.
about those conditions. I can guarantee it. You can give anybody conditions and rules. It's how you interpret them.
I'm willing to bet with you tomorrow morning, because all the teams line up tomorrow morning. There will still be a team, or perhaps plural teams, checking in the umpires' room on a couple of definitives about.
Keeps everything interesting. So we see the Thames Valley player over and under.
I'm just amazed at how quickly people drive down the road behind us there.
The busy road.
Well, it's a speedy road.
It's a busy road. And of course, at the end of that road is where the Burnside Park is. And just at the right, past the bowling club, is the cricket club, and then round the corner is where the Burnside Rugby Club, and then of course the main road to the airport from there just runs through there.
Oh, good shot. This is a good finish here for Graham Fisher, the North Otago lead. Adrian switching to the forehand, so he's had a bowl pass and a bowl short.
Yeah, well,
coming this direction.
This becomes, with the Thames Valley skip on this end, you're really urging, you want to bowl on the head here to give yourself a chance, and he's doing just that.
Willing it on, trying to find a way to score a 2, maybe a 3.
He's going to be short again.
It's disappointing for the Thames Valley player, and you can see his hands go onto his head.
So you're starting, you're 3 down. So what's happened now is that of course the Thames Valley skip, at least 2 of his 3 bowls have got the count.
Absolutely, it's big pressure, and it comes down to that first bowl now of Wayne Herons. He's going to cross over under all sorts of pressure. As we see, Graham Fisher has played 2 lovely bowls, looking to make it 3. If he clears the front, he's close.
Oh, one just...
That's the hand of God. The hand of God's just sat down the Thames Valley bowl.
Yeah, well,
that would have cleared it otherwise.
Well, it was standing up just prior to that and just fell over, just fell flat.
Unbelievable. So Wayne, as you said, has to be positive here with this bowl.
Well, you got to draw it with the first one.
Looking like he's lining up on his forehand side. He's drawing the bowl at 6 o'clock to the 2 metre mark. You're 2 down on the card, 2 down on the head. This bowl so important. Lining up is Wayne Heron.
So, of course, remember you said Thames Valley already won the singles.
Just see where this bowl is. Here we go. He's on the right track.
He's on a good line. Coming
short.
Got the weight. No, he hasn't. Well, now big trouble.
It's so disappointing for Thames Valley. You see 3 bowls next to each other. 3 bowls with an absolutely perfect line. And just that, they're a match short. It's just a flick of a finger short.
And they've come back from so far.
Absolutely.
Yeah, 11-1 and 12-2. A very nice comeback from Thames Valley. So tell me, whoever wins this overall competition between North Otago and Thames Valley, what does that mean in their section? So that's 1 win in their section. How many games do they play in their section?
They'll play 5, I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's 5.
So you would expect that 4 would get you through, 5 and 4 would get you through.
Poor guy.
Oh, he's not happy there.
No,
Just said something.
He just said, delivered it. Normally you could say to make the playoffs, you would think 3 would be, because remembering, others are going to beat others as well, on the way through. And there is the chance someone can go through unbeaten, and then of course it opens up for the second spot. Opens up very, very much then.
So who have we got with the points on this particular end? It's
the North Otago who are holding. And
do you try and get rid of both the North Otago bowls? If you go that low bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack, if you hit that one, can you take the bowl off that's at 6 o'clock, Kev? Is that all? That's all I can see, really.
Alex, Nick Hunkovic passed away many years ago.
Okay, well, can we call him in? It's such a hard head to try and salvage here for Thames Valley.
By now, Nick Hunkovic would have played that shot, by the way, to try and get that result.
I don't doubt it.
But, the chances, pretty tough. But, of course, we don't know what's happened in the 4s, because that will be the dependent now upon who actually comes out of this, of the match play, of who's the victor.
Here we are with the bird's eye view. I was just on top then, and we had a little bit more of a spread, and you could work it out, because sometimes the angles,
angles can be confusing. You're right, exactly. Dave.
Just like statistics, you can move them whichever way you want.
Sounds very government-like.
I did work for a department at one stage.
Right, so they're going to, it's such a hard shot. Wayne's been around a long time. Like, if there's a shot on, they'll find it, but it's challenging. Maybe we'll see that bowl right at the back at 12 o'clock. Are they looking at a way to get their bowl through the head to try and get the jack back? Maybe that's the better chance.
So, really, you're going to try and play. Best chance is jack trail, jack in the ditch. 2, and it gives you a draw.
Yeah.
Because your front, the front of the head's not going to score for you.
Yes, I think we're seeing Wayne on the. Oh, just wait and see. There'll be movement, I think. Because you've got to try to find 2 points. You've got a bowl at the back. On the forehand with a bit of weight.
Playing with weight to get movement. Going to get nothing on the way through. There it is. And that will be a victory to the North Otago pairs combination. And knowing already that Thames Valley have won the singles.
And we may see Mike play his last bowl, because
absolutely,
and he's become very important here.
Absolutely. Because if we... There's always been a debate as well about the differential as well, Alex, is...
and he's not going to play it.
Well, it's surprising. It was a safe play, one would have thought.
Yeah, okay. Oh, well, on that note, Kev, what we're going to do now for the viewers, you've got time to go away. You can probably actually have more than a cup of tea, because we're coming back at 3:30. So come back then at 3:30 and we'll see the match between Wellington and Waikato. But to then, so long, farewell, and I'm going to go get a drink. And welcome back to the Bowls New Zealand coverage of the National Intercentre competition, broadcasting live from the Burnside Bowling Club. My name is Alex Reid and I'm joined in commentary today by Kevin Hickland. Kevin, talk us through who we're watching in front of us, please.
Well, I think we're in for a fantastic singles match, the game between Wellington and Waikato. Taylor Horn, of course, the Waikato singles player, was former New Zealand title holder, won the New Zealand singles in Auckland, and just been named, of course, in the New Zealand under-26 side to line up very shortly. And Raymond Martin, of course, have just been announced as well, will make his debut Blackjacks appearance in the multi-nations very shortly in Australia. Long-time Wellington player, has played in all disciplines for Wellington, and without doubt, Alex, these are two of what I would say of our, well, they're our next, they're up and coming. These are our rising players, that any shadow of doubt, two very, very accomplished singles players.
Oh, I mean, they're as good as you'll see anywhere in the world, really, these two, particularly on their day. And if they both have their day at the same time, I'm really, really looking forward to this game of singles. First to 25, of course, and likely to be a really, really good game, as Taylor Horn here, Waikato player, playing with the white bowls, and Ray Martin for Wellington playing with the blue.
Now you see there Taylor Horn, the hand waving, just wouldn't be too concerned really that he was trying to see where the bowl was going. Well, it was coming back towards the centre line, and Martin with the blue bowls, and his Horn holding the shot with the bowl just low of the jack. A very deliberate pose off the mat from Raymond Martin, and just looks to be wider. How far is it going to cut? Drawing back now, one would assume would be from our angle, looks like third shot. We'll see what Mike Small again is our marker from the Burnside club.
Yeah, that's a good sign too. He's a great marker, having been an experienced player himself.
New Zealand title holder, of course. And this should be a good match just overall. This Wellington Waikato, Horn going to the forehand with the sunglasses, the Waikato, the very colourful red and, well, look, Canterbury-like colours actually, not so much that Waikato colouring, but we all know the capability of this young fella.
Great bowler. It doesn't muck around. We're going to see a game played at more pace than the one we've just seen, I think. Kev, both these are pretty natural bowlers.
They are pretty natural, and they get on with the job. Martin on his forehand out of the Victoria Club in Wellington. He certainly brought that line in fractionally, Alex, of what he did with his first, that previous bowl, but how much has he done so?
Yeah, it's that psychological thing, isn't it? We saw his first three bowls. He would have felt like he was correct in all, or the second and the third one, and all three sat in exactly the same weight place, and he would have thought, well, I've made a correction. So then you overdo it with your last bowl.
Yeah, interesting. It was two, as we indicated. Interesting, Taylor Horn adopting the Australian philosophy, where the bowl's finished, that's where he's put the mat. That's where he's put the mat down, and he'll deliver the mat right down, the yellow jack right down towards the 2 metre mark.
That's interesting. A yellow jack.
Yeah,
It must be. I know they do release ones now. So in the past, the yellow jacks have always been the heavy indoor jacks.
Well, I was just going to say is that there's no wind about.
Nah, I have been aware that they've got yellow jacks now, which are the same weight as the outdoor ones.
Oh,
so
have they? Because
we'll run with that.
Yeah, because they were certainly always a heavier jack than what the white traditional jacks were, playing from the road end here at Burnside, playing up towards the clubhouse. There's Martin.
The players will know the moment they handle the jack anyway if it's heavy one.
Absolutely, they know exactly.
All it really means is to draw a resting touch is quite challenging, isn't it? Because the jack tends to run away from the bowl because it is heavier.
The good thing about both of these players as well, Alex have played numerous times on these Burnside greens with their Burnside peers and other events and under 26 singles, so they would know the Burnside greens, one would think, fairly well. Wellington going into this event, not trying to speak ill of any of the other centres at all, but Wellington would go in as one of the favoured combinations. Very strong lineup of their 8 players, of course, carrying a reserve. Very, very strong lineup. And it's not to say, of course, that other centres have got very strong lineups as well. But
certainly, if you're looking at it on paper, the Wellington one is a well-suited team also to this chopping and changing that you can do with the National Intercentre, but certainly a team absolutely full of experience, and they'll be hungering for a win. They haven't, or they won it in 2018, I suppose, and it had been a while before then, 10 years before then, 2008. So the centre hungering for another taste of victory here at the National Intercentre.
Waikato, I'm sure, would like their first, Alex.
Yes, yeah, it's staggering. It's just, I was saying to you before we started, I can't get my head around Waikato men having not won a National Intercentre, because I come from an indoor background where Waikato was absolutely dominant for a number of years at the National Intercentre level.
So here's Martin holding the shot, sitting jack level, going to sit on his own counting shot bowl, the blue bowl, laying 2 shots. Taylor Horn will come down on his forehand, trying to get a bowl close. If he was fortunate enough to get a jack trail, he'd be happy because he's got those 2 bowls in behind the jack, and by goodness, he's hitting in the jack area.
Just in the area.
In the area, all right.
Great bowl, great shot there from Taylor Horn.
Dead weight, draws the toucher. Mike, you'll see the marker there. Mike Small giving it the chalk, and it's in the pairs. You'll see alongside there, well, that's the Wellington combination, is Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin, and they're up against Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson. And
he's looking to chip the bowl off clean here, Ray Martin.
Just outside it.
The reason he'd do that is because if he got the jack, it was a kill. So, you know, you might look at that head and think, well, the 2 back bowls are a danger, but they weren't really, because the jack was only ever squeezing or you were chipping your shot bowl off. So it would have felt safe-ish to Ray.
So, in regards to the jack, Alex, I take it then that if the jack is killed, it's got the 2 markers on the side. Is that where we're... So what's the story on the kill?
I think it kills a kill at the National Intercentre. That's my recollection. The 2 markers on the side are for the cameras. Whereas in the UK, the 2 markers on the side, you're right, that always used to confuse me. If it's killed out the side at the World Bowls Tour, it gets placed back on the side.
We played that as well at one stage.
The 2 markers?
Yes, we did. Yeah.
It's an interesting conversation. Yeah, so it's a kill's a kill.
Kills a kill.
The respot's interesting now because, of course, at international level, the respot is standard. So if you kill an end, the jack is respotted on the 2 metre mark or the side ones or whatever it is. So there has to be a conversation at some point about, you know, do domestic competitions, what do you do?
Well, you know, one of the things that the sport has endeavoured to catch up with, I suppose you could say, the last couple of years, is to get some global uniformity in a lot of the rules, whether it be domestic competitions, international, whatever, because there has been, Alex, a very complex, different rules in Australia v England. New Zealand and Australia are pretty uniform, really, in their adjudication. But yeah, it could be made easier, couldn't it?
Absolutely, and that's something. I had a really good chat to Michael Johnston at the Central Otago Nationals. Actually, it's a podcast we've just released about the new laws that have come through, Crystal Mark 4, and that we've redone the domestic regulations as well. And a massive part of that was just trying to simplify the language used. You know, a law should not be open to interpretation. It shouldn't mean 3 different things to 3 different people. It should be clear and simple to understand, which is the intention, I think, behind the new law book that's been released on the 1st of April.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see Horn here. He'll endeavour to reach down to that lovely shot bowl just drawn by Raymond Martin, sitting right on the jack with the Waikato player Horn leading 3-0 in this race to 25, but he's going to be well under the head. So here's a chance for Raymond Martin to build the head to his favour. You'll see the 3 bowls of Taylor Horns are really ineffective bowls. Here's Raymond Martin, about to make his debut for New Zealand in about 10 days' time in Australia. And of course, Alex and I will be there, and we'll be bringing live streaming of that multi-nations event. At this stage, we don't know what, but there will certainly be good coverage back to New Zealand of our blackjacks that played in Australia.
Plenty of bowls to be played over there, and good to have international competition back. And it looks early on in this game. Yeah, Taylor's missed that bowl early on in this game. Trading blows, really. see 3-0 to Waikato, and Ray should make it 3 for Wellington.
Should be a 3 apiece here, one would think, Alex. Yeah, there's a good metre and a bit for Raymond Martin to draw another counter, and he'll want a good display this weekend just to give him that added confidence going into that New Zealand side.
It must play on your mind.
Oh, yeah, it would. Oh, don't. No, not the jack, mate. Oh, you got that touch.
A little bit of a smile.
But it was on dead weight on the draw. And see whether our thoughts were correct. Just the two. You see there, Mike Small putting the 2 shots up. Great to have a man on the board as well. Alex, all those little things help, don't they? So, is he doing the board for the electronic board as well? Because he's got his computer.
Looks like he might be, and he's fueled by that healthy bottle of Coke. We should try and get sponsorship from them. I
just see him doing the chalkboard and then going straight back to the computer. So I assume that he may well be doing the electronic board, which you see there in front of you now, 3-2 on day 1.
Yep, certainly grateful to those who help us out. I see Ray Martin here on his backhand side. And of course, we should probably mention, I suppose, on the top right of your screen, you can see a thumbnail. It's holding a pairs match, which is part of the matchup between Waikato and Wellington. And if this singles game should finish before the pairs game finishes, we'll pop across to the pairs as we did for the last round, where we saw the last 3 ends, I think, of the Thames Valley pairs combination, losing to North Otago. And after what was a spirited comeback, because they were 11-1 down and came all the way back and just sort of faltered right at the end.
Just highlighted to me that game, Alex, and no disrespect to the players involved at all. One of the great things about doing this job, you see the club player, you see the provincial player, and you see the international players in action. And thus in doing so, you also see their interpretation of how they play the game or play ahead, and that last 2 ends of that Thames Valley North Otago pairs match was really, there was a bit of evidence of that, wasn't it, about shot selection.
Yeah.
North
Otago certainly held on well there. As we see Taylor Horn looking to make a correction.
Let's get round the front.
If he'd had a clean run, he would have been in 2. But not to be. So holding 2, looking to make it 3 here from Ray Martin.
That is a big bottle of Coke, by the way, Alex, down there.
Yeah, obviously to last him the day.
That's a big bottle.
I do miss the Coke Zero, but I won't talk about that on stream.
So Raymond Martin, here he is on the backhand. 3-2 to the Waikato.
Oh, that's a loose ball. Interesting. He'll be disappointed with that. It's shorter than what he would have expected to come out of his hand.
Yeah, well, he gave the body language afterwards. He was disappointed with it as well. Gave himself a bit of a belt on the leg. He knew better line here from Horn, but how's the weight?
That's very close here. This is very close here from Taylor Horn.
Well playing. That's a shot itself. Just arcs towards the jack and indicated by the Mike Small. A very, very efficient marker. Doing a wonderful job. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. Ray on the back end. Both Taylor and Ray, of course, have open national titles. Ray winning the New Zealand pairs with Robbie Bennett in Christchurch in about 2019, I want to say. And Taylor, did he win the singles the year before or the year after? There or thereabouts?
Just going to dip under. Won the singles
Must have been the year before, was it? 2018, I think.
Yes, it was.
Defeating Tony Fabling in that final.
And that was a Nationals that would be remembered more for the semi-final than the final.
Yeah.
When Tony Fabling defeated Shannon McElroy 21-20 in the blow for blow semi-final.
Oh, an unbelievable game
at Carlton Cornwall.
So we see just early days here for these two players, still finding the rink.
And if I remember rightly, Alex, I think you might have sat with me during that semi-final in the early days.
I did.
So to speak,
I
isn't it?
I remember that when we were back in the days of Switcher Studio. And I thought the game was home and host, and you assured me that it wasn't, and it wasn't. It went on for about another 1.5 hours.
Yeah, that was one of the great singles matches, that game. The Fabian McElroy match, and then Fabian, of course, going on to beat Taylor Horn in the semi-final. Taylor Horn, in fact, beat Crystal Eve in the other semi-final that day at Carlton Cornwall.
As we see Ray Martin on his forehand side. Coming back this way last time, the Waikato player Taylor Horn never really found his range. It was narrow all 3-4 times. So he'll be keen to fix that. And I think also the other thing in this game, first to 25, as the players find their way, neither Taylor or Ray is afraid of hitting a target.
Oh, certainly not. Certainly not. They both not frightened to attack.
That's a better arc there from Taylor Horn, just giving his bowler a chance to turn back in. Looks like they're both, if we look at the grips, very similar grips to these two bowls, so that would indicate they're both Taylor somethings.
Yes, they are very, very similar. But I like this delivery of Ray Martin's, where he plays it so close into the body. It's... some people say it's not a good thing to do, that you need to have that arm out from the body a bit. But if you do the same thing every time, and Raymond has always played like that, always tucked in close to the body.
It's a very well grooved delivery, isn't it, from
It
Ray? Like it's been finely honed.
Taylor Horn, of course, pretty tall fella. He gets down, got a good delivery on his bowl, trying to get down to the counting bowls. We'll get one.
Oh, it was a clever shot he gave. He's given himself every chance to rest off that bowl onto the shot.
But got him up. They got him up into the target area where he knew he had to be. Martin now will be endeavouring to try and endeavour to get that bowl quickly back into the counting zone.
Hits his line very often, Ray Martin, which is an indication that his delivery is sound.
So this is looking to the front of the jack.
Brilliant. Look at that.
There it is. This is just as what Alex just spoke about. Makes it now a very challenging head to play to.
Going to hit it, or is he going to draw it?
Trying to draw it. I have noticed in the last couple of years, Alex, that Taylor Horn has become what I would say a more shot selective player, rather than perhaps in his younger days. He may not have possessed that. It was a bit like Sheldon Bagley Howley. It was, let's get up and hit it, chaps.
Wind up.
But, as we saw in the final of the men's singles this year with Sheldon Bagley Howley versus Shannon McElroy, by goodness, we saw what a disciplined approach that he took to that singles
great stuff,
final.
wasn't it?
And duly rewarded with his New Zealand selection. And he played, to me, I take my hat off to him, because the discipline management that he showed was outstanding. And isn't it good now, Alex, to see with this, what I call this band of players, that we are getting that into their game? It is there, isn't it?
Yeah, there's depth to the games that they play, and that puts you in good stead when we go overseas as well. Great shot there from Ray Martin. Look at that. Essentially, because remember, the bowl at the 6 o'clock was moved. He's put
Correct.
4 bowls within 8 inches of the jack there. So I talked about the players finding their line and length. I would say that we could comfortably state that Ray has found his.
Very quickly, and he'll jump to a 5-4 lead now in that race to 25. And even if we take that next tier down, Alex, some of those guys have been selected in that under 26 side. Chips like Hamish Karpi, the young fella from in the Maori side, of course he is, and the young fella Kalen Hulia from Wanganui. There's Jordan Lynn. There's a group now of these younger players. So I do think, especially with the male players, we are starting to get a stepping stone of depth. Perhaps not so strong in the ladies, which is disappointing, but I hope it comes. But we've certainly, I think, got some good building blocks in the men, and that's been evident, I think, in the way how this latest blackjack side's been selected.
I think for sure we've always had a good domestic scene of bowls in New Zealand, and that hasn't changed. I think something that, if there's any international viewers tuning in, I think it's important to understand in New Zealand we do have the quickest greens in the world, and they are harder to play on than you would think. they're harder to do. That bowl.
Raymond Martin.
Very, very good shot. It's a good shot, but it's harder. It's harder to stack the heads up than you'd think it would be on these fast greens. So I think often when you look at the quality or perhaps the tightness of the heads compared to some slower greens, you might look at a New Zealand event and think, oh, those heads are quite loose.
Absolutely.
But the reality is, it's because the greens are quick, it's much more challenging to get your bowls stacked up.
So even here, as an example, Alex, we're more than likely playing 2 seconds quicker, 2.5 seconds quicker than what we would play in Australia.
Yeah, fastest greens in the world.
So it does make a difference.
And don't get me wrong, we love it. A good player enjoys the touch of having a nice quick green, but it's challenging. The difference between Ray's first bowl and second bowl, not huge when he let it go, and we see a bowl that's finished a metre and a half away. If it was on a slow green, that's harder to do.
Well, looking for the bowl or jack here is Taylor Horn.
Very close.
Close to getting the jack clean around the corner.
Great
does
bowl.
Make contact. Takes it back alongside his own. Mike Small getting the chalk out.
That's what we'll see with these players. He jumped on that chance. Ray played a really good first bowl. Just a little lack of focus with the second, and Taylor made him pay. He's changed the head, forcing Ray to play a shot to score now.
Oh, not to be outdone here is Raymond Martin, just going to go by the jack.
Beautiful
More
effort.
than likely had a couple of feet of extra weight, just goes by. Well, didn't have that much weight really, because it just it worked past the 2 metre mark.
It's almost the weight that he might keep with his next bowl and just take his line a little bit, rest the bowl, pull the jack back.
Well, Taylor Horn not frightened to follow that up on the back end, following that bowl as well, out on that wider side, which means you'll get that good draw to the jack on the way home.
How's your weight, Taylor? Not there.
Hasn't got the weight.
So that's interesting because it's a... Oh, just listen to what Ray said.
So it's 2's the core. The jack level bowl out to the side is also counting. So will he go the jack?
He'll be tempted. I think he switched to the forehand. Because Taylor's short bowl changed. Well, it removed the shot that Ray was going to play. So he's on his forehand now. Must be looking to rest the bowl of the jack here. He'll earn narrow, because if he's narrow onto his blue at 12 o'clock, that's fine. You're close, Ray.
Not far away here.
Very
just
narrow.
Depends how he gets the bowl or jack.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Well,
jeez.
For all money, Alex, that was either going to get a roll onto the front bowl, and once it got past that, it was to the jack, wasn't it?
I think what Ray thought to himself is, I'll draw the gap between the jack and the white bowl with 2 feet away because I can't do it, and I'll hit something on the way that'll be good. Too good there. That's it was a well-played shot, but not to beat.
May well have made second shot. It just depends how far it went by, but that was it. And Raymond Martin's got the hand on. That's not sort of down the dumps bed. I think just pondering to himself, how come I didn't touch something?
Yeah, I mean, he did nothing wrong. You look at that bowl; it's a very well played bowl. He couldn't have done it any better, really. And Taylor looking to rub a bit of salt into the wound here.
This will count.
Good shot. I wonder what size bowls Taylor's using. He used to use 4s or 5s, I think. 2 says
So
Mike
it was.
Small.
So he had cut one out. Had that bowl of the last bowl of Raymond Martin's.
6-5 now. This game's motoring along. What a great end that was.
Well, the good thing, from a viewer's point of view as well, Alex, is you're going to see players here who'll play for their shots. They'll back their confidence. They won't be irrational in what they play, but they've got the confidence to play the shots, haven't they?
Oh, the beauty of it, they execute the shots that we'd like to play. That's why I quite enjoy commentary, because I like to think I can read ahead, but the amount of times I try and play bowls and I'll play this shot, and I just can't. So it's quite nice to watch the ones who can execute what they're going for. One
of the delights that I've had, Alex, over the years of doing the commentary is exactly as you said, exactly as you just said. It's fantastic to fill a day in doing commentary when you're commentating for guys who are playing right at the top end of their sport, and consistently put on displays, as we've seen right now in front of us here. 2 bowls with an 18 inches the jack, and not mucking around. Taylor Horn quickly into his work on the forehand, very resplendent in the, well, I'm not going to say red and black because they don't like. We mentioned that of Canterbury, but going to get the back of the bowl, tips it well.
Oh, just about. Just about.
The new Waikato uniforms out, looking very, very resplendent. Of course, the traditional Wellington, the yellow and black.
They've had that logo forever.
Oh, they certainly have. Yeah, they host. You know, if we look at that Wellington side, well, it's literally what there's, I think four New Zealand players. Seamus Curtin, of course, who has represented New Zealand. Andrew Kelly.
We've got a bit of weight. He's found an impossible gap. The same impossible gap that Ray Martin found. And that's a bit unlucky there from Taylor Horn. Sorry, continue, Kev.
Andrew Kelly, of course, Raymond Martin, and the comeback of Blake Signal.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Of course, who was a winner of the World Fours, playing with Mike Kern and Ali Forsyth and Mike Nagy in Christchurch, and has been working over Australia for a number of years. Now back in here, working for Bowls Wellington.
I think holds a gold star as well, a Bowls New Zealand gold star.
Yes, he does. This could be bad. He doesn't get to jack the weight well. Good.
Oh, that moved a lot when it sat down.
The body language tells you he didn't really like that. Raymond Martin, because he moved the jack out the side.
So it's an interesting head here, isn't it? Because we can see Ray's holding one to that bowl at 9 o'clock, and then second and third shot are at 1 o'clock and 12 o'clock, and they're both Taylors.
I'm sure we're going to see Horn try and play down to the blue jack level, turn it through at least 1, 2.
Well, there's an opportunity to score a 3 if he gets it perfect.
Absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see what he opts to play, but certainly the head now, there's many more chances for Taylor than there were 40 seconds ago. He's opting for his backhand, so he must be looking to cannon through the short weights. So he's looking instead to promote one of his bowls. If he's got the weight right, he's a real chance.
He's going to hold far long.
He's a real
enough.
chance. He's going to make it 2 though.
Oh,
beautiful weight, but just a bowl narrow.
Well, Raymond Martin would be delighted with that result, really, because he denied himself from getting holding the 2 when he got that jack movement. And I think this is one of those heads where right now, I think Raymond, if he gets another one, that's fine. I think he might be quite happy with the 2.
Yeah, happy with 2. You miss wide, You draw on your forehand, which is to our left.
Yeah, you're going to hang out wide,
and miss
you?
wide. Yeah. It's a quick green. It might swing late, but just miss to the wide side and be very pleased with your 2 points. Ray on the forehand, very deliberate delivery.
He has, and there it is straight away. We saw Alex out on that safe wide side.
And that's fine as a player, isn't it? You just go, that's cool.
Absolutely. That's that's the way you're going to play it.
It wouldn't surprise me if he was literally trying to draw that chalk mark.
Well, of course, some players do that, don't they? As a let's say a practice thing throughout the game when they're happy with what the head is. Let's try and draw to the chalk line, draw to the 2 metre.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I've started doing in the last couple of seasons, because if I didn't want to play a bowl, I used to just chuck it away. And then I was talking to someone and they made the point, it's like, well, you're actually wasting an opportunity to learn weight and green for a shot that you might have to play later on. So I tend to, you just pick something you want to do that's not going to attack, it'll be a nightmare if you gave the shot away, but just pick something you want to do and do it.
Well, you put it away in the memory box, don't you? That if jack's been moved off the mark, whatever, and you've played your bowl, and you've known, very well that you've played through a mark or something on the green to get to that finishing point, it's locked away, isn't it?
Yes, I wouldn't be shocked at all if that's what Ray actually did then. I thought, no, I'm not going to bother going near the head, but I might need to draw off centre, so I'll just aim on the wide side.
On the backhand is the Victoria player, Raymond Martin, father, of course, very handy bowler in his own right of days gone by, still in Wellington at Island Bay.
And played a lot of bowls with Richard Corrie as well.
Yeah, correct. Absolutely.
Not sure which country Richard's in at the moment, but he sort of
Well,
comes in and out of New Zealand. And
It'll have something to do with the plane.
Yeah, all sorts of stuff. But a good bowler when he's here playing.
Certainly is. And falling short was Taylor Horn. On his back end, I see the umpire being called in that Peers match alongside us there. That's the game between Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson of the Waikato, and Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin of Wellington.
Of course, Andrew and Seamus are New Zealand Peers champions of a
Absolutely.
season ago.
They were.
Won it here at Burnside, actually.
Is correct. They did on the back green at Burnside. They defeated Gary Lawson and Tony Grantham.
Yeah, it'd be fond memories for them as we see Taylor Horn here. Beautiful green, but just not the weight.
The line was perfect down to that jack, wasn't it? So here's a big chance for Martin, if he was fortunate enough to get just a touch on the jack and move it around that corner. Very difficult for Taylor Horn to get to get to the jack. Don't forget, of course. Sorry, Alex. Don't forget, if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, like right now, I would imagine you'll be able to pick up literally all the results from round one, and Raymond Martin draws a toucher.
What a great shot from Ray Martin.
So now Taylor Horn really needs to get second shot, or is he going to be adventurous with the third bowl?
Is he winding up?
I think he's going to be adventurous with that third bowl on the drive.
Beautiful out of the hand.
And get the bowl clean, well played.
That's classy.
And that's all class, no doubt about that. I agree entirely. Alex, 3 down, front toucher, and just got the drive. And
look at this replay, is absolutely as sweet as you can get it. Out of his hand, very smooth. On the backhand side, straight up the bowl. It would have turned a bowl's width.
Got
coming up the green.
Absolutely perfectly.
Lovely shot, and it's the first time we've seen him wind up, and he'll be pleased to have hit it with his first bowl. That's the sort of thing that gives you a bit of confidence later on. So if he's in a situation later on in the game where he's got a bowl target, Taylor won't be mucking around with it. Great shot.
So if you go to the Bowls New Zealand website, bowlsnewzealand.co.nz, round by round, all the results will be posted up there for both. Well, it's just the men playing today, of course, isn't it? There's
one section of women.
There's one section of women being played. So all those results, round by round, will be going up on the Bowls New Zealand website. So jump on board and get an update to see how your province is featuring on day one of the National Intercentre Championship. Of course, we'll be here right throughout the tournament. Tomorrow will be 12, starting again at 12, as we will on Saturday. And then Sunday we'll be starting very early, in fact at 8:10 through to 12:30, which will be bringing.
I will be having a coffee on that morning, Kev.
Where we'll be bringing you semi-finals and finals, which will draw to a conclusion of the National Intercentre.
So Ray starting off on this replay of this end with a bowl low, and now look at this correction here. Taylor Horn, remember folks, has just played a full-blooded drive to kill the jack, and has switched to the draw pretty well, really. He's a bowl short.
Bowl short, but he's fine there. On the backhand now is the Victoria, or the Wellington singles player. Well, I'll say he's the Wellington singles player for this round, because I would say, Alex, there's every likelihood we would, with that very strong Wellington side, that we're likely to see some changes throughout the 2 days of post-section. Well, that's it. So is the changes applicable again when it gets to post-section play?
Yes, between every round.
Between every round?
Yeah. So if you play a semi-final in one configuration and think that you'd be better if you make it through to the final in another configuration.
So you can change that around again.
You can change it around then. I think it adds a different aspect to it. It's relatively new. It's only been part of the conditions of play for this event for, I think this is the 3rd year. And as with anything, you don't have to utilise it, but I think we will see more and more centres.
Oh, it's a great idea.
More and more centres.
It's a fantastic introduction.
It's a pretty big change, really, if you want it to be. And Ray Martin. So Taylor put a ball right on the ditch. He probably wasn't aiming that far back, was he? Do we think it was an overcorrection, or was he trying to?
Oh, I think that was an overcorrection. I don't think he's going to try with that play with that weight.
He wouldn't go in the ditch and then like try and trail the jack back there or something silly.
Well, he's definitely playing under the line to where the shot ball. But you're right, Alex. He is playing for the jack. He's not making. He was playing for the jack.
Yeah, interesting. Interesting.
Yeah.
It's interesting shot selection. I wonder if that was a response to a bowl that was overplayed, or if he thought, I'll put a bowl past and trail it back.
Possibly. I think what he may well have thought, well, I didn't mean to go that deep on the green. I've put it in there. I'm down on the head. I've still got another bowl left after this. So do I, I can come off a bowl and get to the jack.
Yeah, it's always, I want to have a mind reader, just to understand what where the logic's from, because there's always a logic behind a bowl, and usually it makes sense to the bowler, even if it doesn't make sense to people watching.
Well, I think, it'll be interesting to see what happens after this bowl, of course.
The scary thing for Taylor now is he's only got one bowl on the head, and Ray on the tight side looking to rest it out with perfect weight. He's close here, Ray Martin.
He's got no balls
What a
on the
shot!
head.
What a
He's
bowl!
got no balls on the head.
That was unbelievably good there from Ray Martin.
That's great game. That's what a way to play the game.
I've got no superlatives left for that. Let's look at this replay. Perfect weight, inside out. Got a little snick of the jack as well, which is what he would have been going for. Down onto the white bowl, off it. Little snick of the jack, stays there because he had perfect weight, Kev. 4 shots.
Well
Thank
played.
you very much. And we've missed a drive shot from Taylor in the interim, who's chipped one off.
Who's taken one out, but yeah, that's the sort of confidence boosting shot, Alex, doesn't it? That I'm here, boy. I'm not going away, and I can play all these shots, knowing, because the bowl before, I suppose you could say Taylor Horn threw the fishing rod out. I'm going to play the jack. I'm going to try to play the jack back to the ditch.
Now here's a replay of the drive. Taylor Horn played on his backhand. In reality, he was half a bowl away from a very good shot there.
Absolutely. Misses the front of that bowl. He's at the jack, isn't he?
That's what an incredible couple of ends of bowls we've had. That's unbelievable stuff. But,
well, the part I like about it, Alex, is that it shows that your players, they've got confidence. And I'm not saying about outlandish confidence. They've got confidence in their own ability to be able to embark upon the shot selection and give these shots a go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't recovered from Ray's one yet. It was exactly what he played for. And inside out. Yeah, I mean, just think about how a bowl had to travel, 30 metres from his hand to get the inside half of a bowl with perfect weight to sit there for 4. That's just absolute class there from Ray Martin. And I'll calm down about it now, Kev, but what a shot.
Well, they're great 10-6, just a little mini break. Just, it's not a major break, but and Taylor Horn now just he said, well, we're 0-0 really,
great
and
shot.
Just draws right to the 2-metre mark.
Yeah, Taylor's not a man who will ever feel like he's either lost or flustered until he actually has lost.
No,
he's
not a scoreboard watcher.
Just plug away, players' bowls, and he has done so there. And again, after a full-blooded drive, he's essentially drawn a back toucher from Taylor Horn, and
which he's done twice now, but
it's another skill that you just can't overemphasise how challenging that can be sometimes.
Not to be outdone as Raymond Martin, drawing literally jack level with the blue bowl. And Horn, he'll be endeavouring again on his forehand. If he gets a touch of the jack, that's all advantageous. Just a touch to his white bowl and behind the head. And has he got it? No, got his own bowl. Hat comes off. He knew he had he knew he had some extra weight. He knew that.
Taylor will be disappointed with that one.
He was only half a bowl away from getting what I would say a scoring result.
Yeah, he's been playing well this game. And Ray, you just got to make hay while the sun shines here. He's looking for the 2-metre mark. Willing this bowl on. Wants it to keep running. You don't really want to make a target here.
Good and bad. Well, the gap's still quite big, actually.
There's just enough room, isn't there?
Yeah, the gap, it was a bowl in. So it'd be a harder shot. Now here's Horn now on his forehand with the sunglasses, the Waikato cap, endeavouring to get down to the shot bowler Jack. He's not far away. Here it comes now. In towards the Jack. Just going to go through the port.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that Taylor has played, I can think of 4 bowls off the top of my head that have been within half a bowl of perfection, Kev, and none of them have had any sort of result for him so far.
Not to late, 2 it is. You see there again, Mike Small. Thank you, Mike. Doing a wonderful job there.
I suppose what Taylor will be telling himself is if you're playing to 25 points, your luck's not going to stay like that, is it? If you consistently put your bowl in the area,
absolutely,
you're going to be okay.
If you get in your bowl within the meter on the draw, you're going to get scoring chances. Interesting. Martin going to his backhand, holding 2, as was indicated by Mike Small, trying to get to these 2 bowls behind the head. You deliberately won't be short. He'll try and get a sit.
4 for Taylor in about 30 seconds, Kev. Is that what's going to happen?
Well, he'll be disappointed with that. There, Raymond Martin, you see there.
Big moments in this match already. We're not even, or barely into double figures. An opportunity here for Taylor. He's been right in the area.
He knew then that he left the door open. It's going to be wide on the trail. Raymond Martin can go, yeah, thank you, because that was exactly the weight that he's endeavouring to play, Alex, to get to that shot. Martin knew he had to get a back bowl in. 2 it is. There you are from Mike Small, 12-6 now to Raymond Martin of Wellington in the race to 25. And in the pairs next door, it is the combination of Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson who lead Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin 5-2 after we're playing in 6 of 18 in what is round 2 of the Bowls New Zealand National Intercentre Championship, played around the greens of Christchurch. 7 greens tomorrow will be in action. 26 centres represented in the men, 25 sections, 25 centres in the women's, and they will all be playing over this next 4 days for this provincial supremacy. And they will all play, of course, either some will play 4, some will play 5. Is that right, Alex? I think.
Yeah, depending on the section size.
Yeah. And in all in 3 disciplines, that are singles, pairs, and 4s. And by goodness, Taylor Horn, very short, both bowls, loose bowls with these 2, both of them.
Yeah, we're disappointed with that. Yeah, very disappointed with that, really. The line's good, but nowhere near the right weight.
Making amends here is Raymond Martin, just going to draw possibly a bowl Jack High, Taylor Horn very quickly into his work on the backhand. Raymond Martin leading 12-6 in the race to 25. Improvement of weight here from Horn. Is this going to hold up to the Jack? Is it going to get
close?
To the Jack?
Yeah,
yes,
good.
He does.
That was time he got a good connection, wasn't it, Kev?
Went his way that time. As Alex rightly said, he certainly had some unlucky chances.
I think they've both been playing very well, and just as Ray's been hitting it perfect and Taylor's been half a bowl off, as we see Ray on the forehand now with weight, looking bowl or Jack. How far is it going to come back? Not to be. Found fresh air. Found fresh air there, and the table's turning a little bit.
Well,
on this one end.
What's good to see though, Alex, is the confidence that both of these players are backing themselves.
Is this a block or is it short?
Well,
it's short.
Well,
it might have been an attempt at a block.
Well, Raymond May as well played the same shot.
Yeah, he'll have another go at this. Bowler Jack. Bowl's probably better actually. Clip the bowl out clean. You hold 2 on the forehand side. Ray Martin here. How to smooth as silk. He's close. He still thinks he's close.
He's closer this time, surely. Outside it again.
Oh, just didn't turn. He liked that all the way. But an opportunity now to make it 8-12, and I think he will. Taylor Horn. we'll see that bowl. I'm not sure if it's going to come back, Kev. I don't think it will. And just while
he'd be disappointed because the gate was left open.
Yeah, so one shot there to the Waikato player. 7-12, and of course, Bowls New Zealand very grateful, and you can see the umpire there. One of the things there's a Somerset thing on the background. So on that note, I think just sit back, relax, and enjoy some music and a Somerset ad. Come back and see Ray Martin slightly overplaying. We've got a shorter jack length here, Kev. So Taylor opting to try and change the momentum a little.
Yes, because the things loosened up in that last end, which we hadn't seen before. Of course, these championships, or this Intercentre being played in Canterbury, whereby Canterbury, in fact, since 1970, through till the last time the event was held in 2022, Canterbury have been the winner of this event on 12 occasions. So they've certainly, the hometown, they know how to cross the finishing line. Let's see there, the great Peter Bellis arriving, of course, New Zealand selector, and he'll be keen to watch so many at this event of the, not just those of the Blackjacks, but those now in New Zealand fringe squads, etc. He'll be keen to see their progress.
And would surely have been a member of the winning team at Wanganui in 1984, Kev, you would think. Peter Bellis, was he playing for Wanganui then, or is that sort of...
Yeah.
Have I made a sweeping statement?
No, I think he was still years that's before he went to Australia, I think. That. And I'd say Ray Park was in the side.
Evergreen.
The evergreen. Players like Bill Gannon, Brian Trillo. Of course, Trillo, you'd remember Brian Trillo with indoor bowls, of course, wouldn't he? He was well known in the indoor bowling circles, wasn't the?
Yes,
was
and
the late Brian Trillo.
Kevin Coombe, who is a more recent convert to the outdoor game, but I played the year I played in the centre for Auckland. Kevin Coombe played. I'll pause while we watch this because Taylor Horn holding 4 shots here on this new length.
Certainly is. Change the length.
The definition of a good change of length. Big pressure on Ray Martin to make a small correction on the forehand, 4 down.
Has he made it? No, he hasn't.
Willing it on.
Got to get clean past the front.
Well, if he's cut it down to 1, that's brilliant. If he hasn't, it's quite disappointing.
I think it would just be the one, just seeing how the jack's laying, Alex, and those 2 bowls. One would think it was just the one.
You think so? And you would expect we'll see another jack thrown to that length, won't we, Kev?
Asking Mike Small, we're going to put the tape on that one.
Prepared he is. Right, I'll go back to my story. So we were talking about Wanganui players, and I mentioned Kevin Coombe, the only man in indoor bowls to have won 3 New Zealand singles titles. So
right?
Yeah, no one's ever won 3. He's the only one, and he defeated a woman in 2 of them. A lady called Sadie Middlemiss in 1, and the other person he beat, can't remember.
Really?
And Ross Roycroft is in the other final. So the only man to have won 3, and he's a push bowler, which is unusual in our game.
Well, the family, of course, were in the Taranaki Wanganui region, Wanganui really, but they certainly were very dominant in all events in the indoor world.
So we've seen Taylor here. 1.5.
So
we'll look for the lollipops.
Look for the lollipops.
2.
2 it was.
9-12 is the score. And a good end from Taylor Horn. He threw a short jack and it worked. So we'll see. You would expect another short jack. Bit of a seesawing game. Taylor looking to beat the front tee. Now, how far up is the mat? Are we going to see the umpire called, or is it up enough? Oh, no one seems to be questioning it.
Certainly that of a shorter length, that's for sure. And we have to be, we have to see here. Raymond Martin will quickly want to adjust to his length.
On the backhand side, let's watch this bowl come back into the head. Yeah, Taylor Horn really enjoying these short ends. Second time he's played in a row. Foot past the jack. Looking to find his way back into this game and managing it quite well.
So Martin on the backhand. Just going to drop by, but not far away from.
Beautiful line. And Taylor Horn now on the backhand side again. Giving this bowl a lovely chance. Just beautiful greens here at the Burnside Bowling Club. Both hands, the bowls turn back in nicely. He's given that every chance in the world to swing.
There, absolutely outstanding bowling here now.
Beautiful stuff.
Taylor Horn on these shorter length heads. Just interesting, I note, it's looking sort of some history here that the South Island, we've had Dunedin, who have won the Intercentre 13 times, and Canterbury 12, and Auckland 5.
That feels like a bit of dominance from one of the islands, doesn't it?
So Taylor Horn again on his backhand, with Raymond Martin, the Wellington singles player, leading 12-9 if he's inside the bowl.
Looking for a clean run.
Gets round and will be happy with that.
That's a good shot.
Well, because what he's now doing as well, Alex, he's putting bowl by bowl pressure on Raymond Martin.
Absolutely, and that's why he walked down. Ray's going to try and kill this.
Going for this, the bang.
On the backhand.
Go by.
One bowl narrow, and you feel like the reason you go with your third bowl is so you can have 2 stabs, 2 goes.
Well, it's interesting. Raymond Martin, 3 drives, no connection. Taylor Horn so far, 1 drive, 1 connection, which he scored from that backhand, the backhand kill, that he played.
Interesting game. Game of 2 lengths by the look so far. And Taylor Horn holding 3, and the logic here is if Ray hits it, it kills, so I may as well look to try and hold 4. So that if he misses, I get a 4 instead of a 3. But he's accidentally that's a calamity. That's a calamity if you're Taylor Horn. And this head's just changed entirely, hasn't it? Oh, that's unbelievable. Well,
I wonder with Raymond Martin there. No, I'm sure he'll back the guidance given by the marker there, given by Mike Spall, and he knows now that if he can get a right turn on the bowl, he can make. Well, he's trying to draw dead to the jack and get a touch on it.
Psychologically, the change now for Ray Martin. I mean, he would have been visualising. He was a bowl narrow. He would have been visualising a drive, a bowl wider for a kill.
Absolutely.
Suddenly, you're like, what do you mean? I could be holding 1. What's going on?
So, is Raymond Martin going to concede early on? Out comes the tape. Raymond didn't look very confident.
Yeah. But it's a win for him regardless, isn't it? He was staring down the barrel.
Absolutely it is. 7-4 now. 7-4 Waikato lead Wellington on in 8 of 18. So now round to the blue bowl of Raymond Martin's. Taylor Horn's got the mat firmly grasped in his hand.
That would indicate something, wouldn't it?
No, it's not. Have a look at that.
Ray. 1 to Ray. Oh, that's hard. I mean, Ray will be happy, but you're almost... Wow. When you... Taylor gave the shot away. It's almost embarrassing to take the shot, isn't it?
Taylor owned the end.
He totally outplayed Ray in that end, but 1 to Ray. And if you're Taylor, you just hope that you don't get to the end of the game and look back on it and go, well,
No,
I was holding 3.
No, that's one you'd rather just, we don't want to see it again, do we?
Psychologically trying to get past that, going to be challenging.
Well, it's about a 4-shot turnaround, isn't it?
And he did it to himself. Yeah, and it wasn't even a bad bowl.
Well, yes, he did it to himself, but not through a bad bowl.
It wasn't even a bad bowl. He played it. I mean, we know that the weight was perfect because Ray's bowl ended up next to the jack, so his weight was lovely. He just hit it in the exact wrong spot. Very unfortunate. We see Ray Martin deliver a bowl. Now you take them.
Oh, yeah. they go on the scoreboard as numbers, not how.
Absolutely. And Taylor now back to the long length, looking to recompose. That's on a lovely line. That's a good bowl from Taylor Horn. Well played.
Well, again, hunting
Great bowl.
Straight to the jack.
Ray staying on his forehand side. Oh, he doesn't like that one. Well, it's interesting because the score happened, but the momentum still feels the same. You know, it feels like Taylor is the one who sort of found his line length the last few ends, and it feels like Ray has just lost a little bit of that touch, Kev, despite the fact that Taylor gave the shot away on the previous end.
Well, what I'm liking in watching Taylor Horn's game, he's very, very much, you can see he's got confidence in his game. He's just straight down onto the mat, isn't he? He knows what he's doing.
Look at this stuff. This is brilliant.
Now, so is Raymond going to go jack hunting early here to get the split on the two bowls?
Yeah, it's possible that they both go with that jack movement as well.
And there, yes, he is.
2-bowl target on his backhand. Took it underneath the line, so it tracks out.
Missed again. Oh, he got the side of that. Well, he was outside that bowl, just got the outside of it, moved it across, still leaves more than likely a stronger one for Taylor Horn. It's not locked on top of the jack.
Yeah, see Taylor's wasting no time here. Just put the jack, put the bowl along the groove.
Oh, he's going the jack again. He's moving it off the centre line.
Number of times it's happened, eh? It's actually quite a good bowl though, isn't it? Because it sort of shuffles it through. You feel like Ray probably just has to try and draw the shot now.
A bit of trivia for you, as far as Intercentre is concerned, Alex, that Taranaki happened to be the most successful North Island centre.
And how many did they?
They got 7.
7. It is fascinating, isn't it?
7 Taranaki have won over the years. So Raymond Martin now, he's kicking himself a bit now because Taylor Horn did leave him a metre there and he fell short. Here's Horn again, quickly into his work, trailing 13 shots to 9, but certainly playing very, very well. And well, he's going to move the jack again. No, he's not. He sails by, and there'll be 2 to the Waikato player.
Interesting.
I'm sure it's 2. It is. Looking at a third, out comes the tape. By goodness, that third one was quite some distance away. Three it was. 13-12. 13-12 now, and the race to 25.
Anyone's game.
Well, what we have seen, though, Alex, is that now this is interesting. Oh, he's gone that short end. Sorry, he's persisting on that short end. But what we have seen is that the confidence, as you rightly said before, that Taylor Horn has now brought to his game on the draw. And he's doing it, opening this end, just in behind, right on the centre line. And Raymond Martin has been struggling to find what I would call consistency.
See Ray on the back end. I was just trying to find Kev, because we see that this tournament dates back to 1970 when it was known. I think it was known originally as the Rothmans. So
Correct.
Yeah. I was just trying to find on Papers Past when it was created, and I haven't found that. But I found in 1975 was the year they changed it from 21 ends in singles to 31 points in singles in 1975.
Yeah.
And now here we are at 25 points. But certainly, as we've spoken about, it's gone through many different iterations, hasn't it?
It has gone through a lot of changes. And, you know, all of those years, 1970 through to 2022, there's been 3 provinces who have won 32 of the of all of those years in the men's, with Dunedin with 13, Canterbury with 12, and if you really wanted to win a jug of beer, Taranaki third with 7. And Wellington, surprise, surprise, with 2.
Yeah, interesting. Another it's one of the very old centres, Wellington. We see Ray, the Wellington singles player, here on his back end.
He'd be desperately wanting to get some consistency back into his game. He's just fallen into a patch of just not been able to, get that consistency. And again, he's outside the Taylor Horn bowls. And then looking at that looks like, I just saw Mike Small there, indicating it might just be one. Having another look as the marker. And no change from his viewpoint. There it is, just the one, very confidently.
Yeah, it's great to have Mike as one of the markers, isn't it?
Oh, it's got, good players like that certainly help considerably.
See the spiral go a little bit heavier than he would have liked.
And I'd say Waikato would more than likely, without me counting them all up, would more than likely be the most well-performed women's centre.
Yeah, I mean, we think about that era when they had the
Khan era.
Oh, just an unbelievable dominance, wasn't it, for what, 15, 20 years, essentially. As we see Ray Martin here, he's on the forehand.
Really desperately needs to draw a shot just to get that confidence back into his game.
He's there or thereabouts.
Needs to get inside these bowls of Taylor Horns. See the body language there. It tells you really, doesn't it, Alex, of how he's feeling right now. Just the one. And very quickly, we're all locked up at 13 apiece in this race to 25 in round 2 of the National Intercentre Championships. Today we're at Burnside, of course, we're headquarters, and tomorrow there will be 7 greens in total being used around Christchurch. Down to as far as Rangiora, in fact, has been played tomorrow. Lovely club, beautiful greens down at Rangiora. Jack's been lost. And the pairs somewhat Just shows what Intercentre events are all about, Alex, doesn't it? Halfway mark. And it is Waikato leading. It's Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson leading the very strong Wellington combination of Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin by 11 shots to 4. That's...
Yeah, I'll be pleased with that.
Be pleased with that start. And I use the word start. Certainly, it's not in the finishing straight. So here is Martin again now. About to make his blackjack debut in Australia in 10 days' time. And he'll be happy with that. Now, that's interesting, isn't it, Alex? Jack got lost.
Yeah, I mean,
Raymond Martin has shortened it up and draws right to it. And he's just going to come up short as the Taylor Horn bowl. Raymond Martin will persist on his forehand, where he holds a shot on that forehand draw side.
Now, just watch this
bowl.
bowl.
Line of Martin's getting past the bowl of Horns, gets a touch on the jack, sits him behind it.
So, of course, if you are looking for the results, you will notice that there are lots of blank spaces on the results sheets. That's because some sections don't start until tomorrow, Friday the 17th of March. So you have to scroll down a little bit for the women's and for the men's to find the sections that are going today. This one, section 2 in the men is going. I think it's section 3 in the women is going today. And of course Wellington, I think they had the first round bye, Kevin. So this is their first game today.
Right. Okay. So
don't panic if you go onto the website and it looks like the results aren't in. It's because they haven't actually played the games yet. And see Ray making that a good 3.
He's certainly going to attack this, one would think, is Horn. Asking whether it's jack level, jack low. There you go. You might have heard Mike Small just indicating that part of the bowl is level with the jack. So changing his hand now on the backhand, going to reach down, try and get to or rest it amongst these counting bowls on its way, breaking down towards the head now. In the target area, is it going to sit inside or outside? Got a turnover on the bowl. The old smack of the hand, every right to do so. Now, from Raymond Martin's point of view, Alex, where do you go here? Because those 3 aren't very safe sitting there, are they?
No, I mean, it looks... Oh, I'd be very surprised if Taylor is short. I suppose there's a very small chance all 3 blue bowls could go and then you drop a 3. So you either try and block that shot or find a 4th shot that's not going to get removed with the drive.
Out to the out to the jack level position where those Taylor Horn bowls sit, really, isn't it? That would still count, and even if the 3 bowls got dislodged on the drive. Here is Martin. He's watching it closely as it comes down towards the head. Needs to get inside this bowl.
He knew he was close. There's a chance all 3 could go here. There's enough room. If you can get that split, that blue split without any jack movement, all 3 disappeared.
Certainly, the way they look to be shaping up, Alex, you would think if you got onto the front bowl, that all 3 would move. And Taylor Horn does. He's not frightened to deliver the bowl with a bit of pace. The tall Waikato player playing out of the Cambridge club makes his way back to the mat. There it is on the backhand. Yes, this is going to be quick.
He won't be short.
On its way, got away with a bounce.
Oh, good kill.
Off came the hat. Not really. He was confident he could get all the three. And
I think he thought he'd get all three out.
Just the way the body language, it looked to me. He thought he could get all three out and just lodge them out of the head and count. I'm sure we'll see now. Raymond Martin will be endeavouring to persist with that. Well, both of them really playing persisting with that shorter length.
Yeah, as it goes on. At the beginning, we saw Ray Martin dominate on the longer heads, but then it seems to have been pulled up a little bit as the game has developed.
And of course, race to 25 pairs is that of 18 ends, and they're racing through their ends as well. They're playing in 10 of 18 with Waikato leading Wellington by 12-4. That's Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson of the Waikato versus Andrew Kelly and Seamus Curtin. And well,
12-4.
It is a possibility. It's a pairs combination. You might see wearing a silver fern in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, for sure. It'd be unsurprising. Now, where's this jack going?
That doesn't look to be up, Alex, is it?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think that's up. No, it's not. So here it will come right back to the 2 metre mark. And it will determine Raymond Martin of... And it's interesting, Matt Stain right at the back. So this is certainly a change of length. So Raymond Martin's got that bowl out on that
lovely arc, isn't it?
Yeah, that wider, generous wider side there. It comes now through that green patch where I'll say kindly, you can see the markings in fact on the green, and it really indicates to me that you will lose a yard of weight through that green patch. You can clearly see it mark its way through there. Taylor Horn going by, he eliminated the shortness, and you'll just notice there how quickly that really pulled up as it got past the 2 metre marks. There's definitely a different yard and a bit of pace at that point of the green. Now Raymond Martin is going to be under that line. He might have a wee bit more weight, but he's going to be. No, he hasn't.
Yeah, a bit of a... He's not that pleased with that bowl.
Not well, Alex. Really, the target area for Raymond Martin is the Taylor Horn bowl, and that that would make sure that's going to get him up into the counting zone, get past the zone, get down towards that Taylor Horn bowl. He'll just be over the head and would be close to shot. Here is Martin now on the back end. Definitely one down on the head, and the question again of this one. This is under the line. You can see it.
Oh, and didn't have the weight either there, Kev.
No, he'd be getting pretty frustrated.
So Taylor Horn now looking to... Oh, he's walking away from this bowl too. Maybe the jack's just in one of those places where the bowls don't really want to go. So really an open correction here.
So just one, Alex, we're at 20 to 5. Temperature would have dropped down there. Things have changed around a wee bit. We're playing to the 2 metre mark. I just wonder whether that you do need that extra metre of weight, and Raymond Martin has adjusted with that. That'll make shot, and then one could say, no disrespect, that it shouldn't be shot.
Yeah, certainly ordinarily you would expect it to be closer than that. I think this is a loose bowl from Taylor. That's disappointing from Taylor Horn. Yeah, you see the hands just sort of go up. Bit of frustration.
I'm willing to bet that we don't see this next jack at the 2 metre mark, Alex.
I would, yes.
I think that idea's been given away. Yeah, I just think it's harder to. Well, this is interesting. Matt is right back, so we're playing. Let's say we're playing about 6 feet out from the 2 metre mark, so still longer than what they've been playing. Martin will want to make sure he gets into his work early, leading 15-12, put the pressure on, because Taylor Horn certainly has shown in the mid-stage of this match that he's up to the challenge on the draw, as we know he's capable of.
On the forehand side, Ray Martin, and we've seen the players, they've just gone off just the smallest amount, I think, in the last few ends. Won't last long though. One of the key attributes, I suppose, of players of this calibre is how quickly they can adjust to changing conditions.
And again, just nipping the green ever so slightly.
And time for a correction.
Good adjustment here though.
To run it out. It's a good shot.
Just a couple of foot or so lower the jack, but was on that centre line. Taylor Horn now quickly in his work, trailing 15-12. Definitely got the bolt out on a wider arc to the centre line. Coming back now. How's the weight going to be? Is it going to get all the way? Yes, it will.
Oh, what a shot. What a great bowl that was.
Well played by the Waikato player. Just let the bowl work in that last few metres in towards that centre line. We'll just have to hold up a bit longer, not going to.
Hands on the hips there from Ray Martin. He is leading 15-12. And it could easily be a few down. We've seen a couple of unfortunate results from Taylor Horn's bowls earlier on in the match. He was holding a 3 and pumped a bowl of Ray Martin's up into the head. He's just on the tight side. That's a good result.
Oh, he's got another bowl on the head, so that's good. He'd be happy with that. Holding the shot.
What's Ray play here, Kev? Is it just saying, you've got a foot to draw on the forehand? Or?
I think it's all he's got.
So there's no back bowls, is there? So there's no future with any weight, because there's a big chance you just chip yourself out and it'll turn into not a happy day.
And you can guarantee if you're trying to get the cannon through onto the bowl instead of that, you'll get your own bowl clean and take it right out.
There'll be an easy draw for 3 for Taylor.
And take it right out of the head completely. So if we don't get the shot here for Raymond, at least he'll be wanting to get another bowl close. Well, he's certainly got this bowl out on a more generous arc.
Yeah, I think this hand's turning more as the day's gone on. Look at this finish. Look at this finish here from Ray Martin.
Yeah,
he had the right line.
Well played from Raymond Martin. He falls in. You'd think would be shot. I see Mike Small indicated I saw something, but
when that happens in indoor, Kev, you hope it's a tongue and groove floor, and you just get someone, just pray that someone's going to walk past and the floorboard's shift and your bowl will sit down.
And no doubt that happens.
It does happen, yeah. I'm not sure how well it works in the outdoor one. I think the greenkeepers would get a bit grumpy if you started jumping up and down on this grass green.
So Taylor Horn now, the Waikato singles player, on his forehand.
Not mucking around.
I'm not sure who's got the shot, but he's got the bowl. This is last bowl. Just going to be under.
It's a beautiful green.
And we'll rest on the Raymond Martin bowl.
Well, he moved his bowl by 1/8 of an inch.
Could be enough.
You never know. Everyone's looking at everyone. No one wants to make a decision. Ray been given the box measure. He'll be capable here, measuring his bowl first. This is the stressy one, the one that's standing up. You don't want to tap that. And then to the bowl that's sitting down flat. If it doesn't pass through, it's obviously 1-2. Taylor Horn, was that sitting down? Moved 1/8 of an inch, was it enough?
Yeah, looks like the front bowl of Taylor Horn's been shot.
Yeah, comfortably enough.
15-13.
A good game so far, as we anticipated. Here's someone going past.
That's the boys from the boys from Avonhead. So of course tomorrow we'll have live coverage again, getting underway at 12 o'clock, and we'll be bringing you more live action from the play here at Burnside. Interesting, Alex, straight away we've seen Taylor Horn. He's shortened that jack up to what he wanted to do earlier on, of course, but he wasn't up. But he certainly very quickly here shortened it up again. Here's Martin now, and it's fair to say Raymond Martin did struggle on this length. 15-13, Wellington leading.
And it was coming in this direction too, wasn't it? When we saw Taylor Horn have 3 bowls within 1.5 feet of the jack, and then with his 4th bowl, he pumped Ray's bowl up for the shot, gave it away. So the positive for that is you would expect, you would think that Taylor will be feeling confident on this length.
Well, it's apparent the length that he likes, isn't it? That's
just quickly looking at that top right. Waikato 14-4 ahead of the Wellington combination. Now, if you were doing the odds for that game, that wouldn't have been the expected result at this point. A great effort so far from the Wellington pairing.
No, certainly.
From the Waikato pairing, sorry.
There's 7 or 8 ends to go, but if you are sitting in the Waikato camp and you've got a 10-shot break and you're going pretty good against the
Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson will be pleased with how they're going.
Well, you're going up against the defending, the current, I should say. No, they're not now.
No, not quite. No, they won it 2 years ago at Christchurch.
They won it. That's right. Gary Lawson, of course, won it this year. But certainly 2 of the formidable pairs players.
It's a good pairs combination, isn't it?
Very good pairs combination. And it looks like now they can't decipher it. They've got the umpire called out there now.
The umpire is Penny Pat.
So Raymond Martin trying to urge it on towards the jack.
Oh, he's done it.
Done it. That's the shot you just saw very quickly there.
1.5, I think, was the indication.
Mike Small indicate that it is the bowl of the blue bowler Raymond Martin's, which is shot.
And just having a look, the finger measure's going to come out.
For 1 or 2.
Yeah, yes.
I would imagine.
Be for second shot, won't it, that he'll be measuring?
Yeah, because he's gone out to the side there, so it just highlights that from a camera angle that things are a bit different.
It's that depth perception, isn't it, that we lose sometimes on those shorter ends. Remembering that jack there, you can see it's almost as far away as it could possibly be. It's almost on the short mark. So it's a while away from this camera. We're zoomed in somewhat. You can see at the top right thumbnail how far up that head is.
And I think after the umpire's call out in the Piers game, I think it was Waikato who scored again. So Taylor Horn giving the old slap on the knee. Doesn't like this at all.
Oh, he could make it 3 if he gets the wrong edge of this bowl.
Tips that in. Yeah, I'm sure Martin have a good look.
Yeah, based on the body language I think it's fair to say it's probably 2 to Wellington at this point.
It looks that way. A touch on the jack could make 4.
So Ray on the forehand side now, looking to make it, we think 3, which would put him 18-13 up in this game.
On the forehand, rest into these 2 balls.
Well, he's not wide. He's not wide.
He needs to make contact though, Alex. Not going to do so. He'll be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
That was an open scorer, really, that hand.
So it's bonus bowls we talk about, isn't it? Sort of would have been an easy shot to play.
The measure's coming out. One's taken out. And it's interesting that it's the jack level bowl that they're measuring to, Alex, which one wouldn't have thought from the earlier camera angle.
But just look how short that jack is, so you can understand how the depth perception just sort of, that forced perspective happens. What's the decision, Ray? 1.5, 1.5.
Just the one it is.
1 to Ray Martin, so 16-13 now in this race. The 25 has got 9 points to go. Anyone's game still, and it could go for some time.
Yeah, I'm sure though that Raymond Martin would like to be able to get more consistency though, really. I'm not in any way being critical, but perhaps just missing out on some of those shot opportunities or bonus opportunities, we might call them.
It's been an unusual game in some respects, because I mean, both players are still playing well, but they started off with a hiss and a roar. I think in the first 10 ends, both Ray and Taylor were within sort of a foot, a circumference of a foot for any shot they played, be it draw, drive or run. And I think we have seen them loosen up a bit.
It has.
As the game's gone on.
And I'm sure that Raymond would love to get that first bowl.
Here we go. Here's a commentator's curse and a back touch.
That's what he wants. Is that first bowl consistency and getting it right back onto the, as you rightly said, onto that jack line.
Beautiful stuff. And Taylor on the forehand. He'll be disappointed with that. Because when someone draws a back toucher against you, you know you're eventually going to have to move the jack if you want to score. So it's about going past with your first bowl and then working through it.
The old John Murder coaching philosophy is when you got those situations, Alex, you know, everything's a metre behind and get your centre line.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just going to waste bowls, unfortunately. And here Martin again now coming down towards the centre line of the jack.
This is beautiful stuff, and I think we see Taylor go this now.
He won't muck around, I don't think, because it's not quite in that straight line. 2 swings means he's going to reach with weight on that backhand.
Not much weight though, is he? He's just sort of that reaching bowl.
Now, how long is this going to hold for?
He's close.
He's on a close line here, just going to get
You wouldn't find a gap, would you?
Oh, no, got that.
Oh,
well, he was never far away, sure. He got a touch on the bowl. One shot though to Raymond Martin, but was always in the target area.
It's a brilliant shot, really. And now the white and the blue bowl are touching the white bowl that just got chalked there. It's an easy cannon. You easily cannon off the blue bowl or plant the blue bowl off touching, so it doesn't take much weight for things to move.
It was good controlled weight, 14-5 now. Waikato leading Wellington in the men's pairs in the game next door. Raymond Martin now holding 1.
On the forehand, he's played 2 good bowls already. It looks like he's on the tight side. Taylor may ask to come and have a look, or he may. No, he's not going to. He's just going to play his 3rd bowl. Doesn't need huge weight because the bowl's going to be removed real easy.
He can play that cannon on that backhand side, and that's what he's endeavouring to do. But he hasn't got the line. He'll just get the front of the blue bowl, I think, Alex.
He's done this twice now in this game.
And that's not going to help him because it's now cut off that shot of which was there. Although he could play with a lot of weight to get the split through on the bowls. But one thing he's got to be careful of, if Raymond Martin adds another here, he's looking at 19-13, and it's just starting to get to, you know, the game's far from over, but you're just starting to get to the point whereby I've got to be a wee bit careful here.
Yeah, well, you think about how many points you need to score in the same amount of time. So if, say, Ray got to 19, it's 5 points in the same time that Taylor has to score 12. And you put it into that context, and those things become quite challenging, I think. So Ray now on the forehand, looking to make it 3. Put Taylor under all sorts of pressure here.
Of course, the other thing is, and this is the great thing about something like the Intercentre, as we watch this bowler Martins come down.
He's on the right line, Kev.
He certainly is. He touches it round the corner.
That's
does he?
Absolutely magnificent.
Well, that makes it difficult. Now, what I was going to say, Alex, is so we've got 16-13. We're holding 3, 19-13.
Yeah.
Next door to me, I've got my peers mates playing.
Yeah.
They're leading 14-5.
Yeah.
We're playing Wellington. You know,
I reckon, Kev, just quickly, that if Taylor hits the middle blue,
they could all split.
They'll all disappear. And if the jack isn't quite touching the one that it's near, the jack's not going anywhere.
Here we go, on that backhand as we thought. And needs to get it. No, he doesn't. Thought he had the middle of it.
Oh.
19-13. Big end.
Yeah.
Mark it down. 14-5 next door.
Look how close those bowls are to the jack from Ray Martin. He's put 3 bowls within 6 inches of the jack for that 3. That's great stuff.
It's ironic, isn't it, Alex, that if we think back 2 ends ago, Raymond Martin was struggling to sort of find where he was going on the rink.
Yeah, there's your mental strength, isn't it?
Mental strength.
Yeah.
Gets a back toucher in before, start to build, and that's what he's done. And I'm sure now, I'm not saying that he's at the winning post because he's about to lose the jack, which you'll be disappointed on, because we know what's going to happen there, don't we?
That's a bit of adrenaline, I reckon. I think he's going, oh, this is going well.
Yeah, and we know exactly what's going to happen now with the jack. 16-5 now, Waikato leading Wellington as we play in 13 of 18 in the pairs. And as we were talking about before, about this whole, when Dave was here, Alex, about this whole Intercentre, surprises, and no disrespect to the Waikato side whatsoever, and the game's not over. But surprises hit you hard and they come out of the blue. They just erupt, bang. And if you rightly said before, if you asked me to pick odds on the Waikato-Wellington pairs match, it wouldn't be 16-5 to Waikato.
Yeah, I think that's the beauty about the Intercentre, is that they're the 7 best players in your available for selection in your centre. So that everyone here, from all 50 centres in the men's and women's, knows how to play a game of bowls and knows how to win it.
Absolutely.
Everyone. You know, North Otago, that was a high quality game we watched.
You've got to remember as well, Alex, a lot of these players, we're fortunate that we go to a number of events and we see a lot of players, but there are players all around the regions, and it's the same in indoor, no doubt, as well, that fly under the radar, who are
good bowlers.
Good bowlers, you know, they play well in their own respective centres or provinces, regions, and when they get out into the open format, they're as good as what's going around.
Absolutely. We see this head starting well again for Ray Martin. Right on it with his first one. Got a nice line with the second. Leading 19-13. And you want to run your bit of form just slightly short there. Because when they run hot, these players just don't miss. And it might be a 3 or 4 end burst, and you've got to make as much hay while that sun shines.
You've got to score as many as you can. That's without taking risks or gambles. And you're going to get to the jack this time, though. He's
that's
not.
Unlucky. That's unlucky from Taylor Horn. He played that well.
Well, 4 feet out. That was dead to the centre of the jack on the trail. And just slides by. One down on the backhand is the Wellington player.
Just very briefly look at the top right Piers thing. It looks like the lead Wayne Gunderson's playing pretty well there, Kev. Those black bowls seem to be smattering the jack every time I have a look.
Each time we've looked up, you're quite right, Alex. They've been very close or thereabouts to the jack, haven't they? So Martin, well played then. Comes in behind the head. You'll see there the very good marker we've got, Mike Small, indicating where it lies, a couple of feet behind. Horn now will play on his backhand. Only just missed getting the shot with his previous. He's out wider though this time, Alex.
Yeah, he needs some real late swing. I think he might have overcooked it as well. So this ball just going to go past, and there's lots of pressure now on the last ball of Taylor Horns. And look, this Ray already ready to play its shot.
Got that determined look, hasn't he, on the
very good
backhand. Very smooth, economical delivery. It's on that good line. Here it comes now back towards the centre. And that yellow jack, how far is it going to run? Oh, that'll count. Well played, shot itself again.
Just
right
brilliant.
in behind.
I like that. See there, Seamus just gave Ray a bit of encouragement, and that's good to see in a team spirit. And it'll be easy to get caught up if you're Seamus and you're 16-5 down. It'll be easy to be spiralling at this point, wouldn't it? And just lose that bit of perspective, but he hasn't.
Big ball now though for Taylor Horn, trailing 19-13, looking over at his peers mates playing on the next rink to him, who've got that handy lead against Wellington. What shot am I going to play? Do I drive the front? Do I endeavour to try and draw to get second shot? You're at the point of the match, Alex, where you're sort of caught in between, and you can get caught in between playing funny weight, trying to get...
If he gets something square, he's okay. If he doesn't, it's a calamity.
Well, what really happened there, Alex, as well, we got caught in between in all ways. What shot do I play? Where do I go? What weight do I play?
Yeah, sort of a couple of bowls tighter than what he would have been aiming for. And to a three, I think. Mike Small's convinced put his hand behind the thumbnail.
He's done a wonderful job.
He has done a great
today.
job, hasn't he?
A magnificent job. Has the Burnside former New Zealand peers title holder. Great stalwart of the Burnside club.
So we're going to see a 21-13 lead now to Ray Martin. A normal game of singles in New Zealand. They'd be heading to the clubhouse now, 21-13, but there's still 4 points to find here.
We just started. So.
Nope, someone's just gone on the way.
The alarm's just gone off. On the forehand now, it's the Wellington player. And, you know, we spoke about it, Alex, and it's the last 7 or 8 ends has highlighted that resilience and courage. And that's what we want to see in our top players, because that's what they're going to need in a few weeks' time in Australia
for
as
sure.
well.
For sure.
And, you know, Raymond Martin's displayed that. Another great opening bowl, right down to the 2 metre mark, right on the 2 metre spot. And he's just hung in there, got through that bad patch, as we'll call it, and backed his own ability. And I want to know why there's a big question mark on the jack. What is that? Is that a black question mark on the?
I don't know.
Jack?
It looks like there's a question mark on it, doesn't it? I don't have good enough glasses. That's interesting. Maybe it's just a maker's mark or something.
It could be. So Raymond Martin trying to get to the finishing line now, leading 21-13 in the race to 25 on the forehand. Again, that real deliberate look off the mat down on past that arc onto the centre line.
He's just running red hot at the moment, isn't he, Ray Martin?
He's going to finish right on the centre line. This is as good as you're going to see.
Brilliant bowls. He started off strong and he's looking to finish strong. Make hay while the sun shines, Kev. Going back to the jack, I suppose if you think about it, and not in this jack, but jacks at most clubs are likely to be the oldest bowling equipment, aren't they? Because jacks are owned by the clubs.
Correct.
That'll be interesting. So there must be some pretty old jacks lying around. They're probably still used.
What be some of those? Yeah, you know, it's interesting. You like at the Nationals, Alex, and their commentary position was in the greenkeeper's shed. And by goodness, you have a fossick around there that's quite historic places, aren't they?
Are there regulations around? I wonder if there, because you have to stamp a bowl. You don't have to stamp a jack, I suppose they've always been the same size.
Oh, look at this from Martin.
Brilliant.
Great
bowls. I mean, what do you do here if you're Taylor? It must be feeling just monotonous here from Ray Martin the last 4 or 5 ends. He's barely missed a shot.
Trying to get down to the jack. Going to be on the narrow side.
Just underneath it.
And these are two very, very good players. Make no error about that. But what I'm really, really pleased to see with Raymond Martin is that he went through the bad patch and then just got that consistency, got his length, got that consistency, and you're not going to see better than what you're seeing right now,
these
Alex.
players know how to pull themselves back up and refocus. They have all those processes in place, and we've seen 3 perfect bowls. Probably see a 4th on the forehand. Ray Martin leading 21 points to 13.
And the hand just dipped in ever so slightly there at the point of delivery. And there you go.
Oh, he's lifted up on it. I
Just
suppose
slightly.
he's allowed to miss one.
Oh, look. I'm being quite pedantic, I suppose you could say, really, Alex.
3 perfect bowls.
But I just happen to notice it off the mat now. Taylor Horn, how long is it going to hold for him? No, it won't. It's
Diving
gone
away.
now.
It's hard to see a road back for Taylor Horn now.
It's 23.
It's going to be 23-13 and the race is 25. So Taylor's going to have to score, what's that, 12 points in the same time that Ray scores 2. It's going to need, I mean, it needs a game plan change from Taylor, doesn't it? Do we see aggressive Taylor come out?
I'm sure he would love to see Raymond Martin lose the jack right now.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor's good enough to make a comeback, but something needs to change.
And the change has to be quite dramatic.
Yep.
It's not like a one-shot change. It has to be, I've got to be picking up a 4. I've got to dent his confidence, and I've got to turn things around. Now, Raymond Martin's actually played that at what I would call the in-between length. But you can see when he gets on the mat that he's got that confidence right now. Look at that. Real concentration. Got the bowl straight away out on that nice, generous drawing arc. And there we go. We'll be rewarded.
Brilliant. Look at this. Ray Martin, I mean, I don't think he's missed one bowl in the last 4 ends here. Unbelievable stuff. Just as we were saying, you must have felt this in commentary. He just started to play some loose bowls. That's what we'd seen. And he's just kicked himself into top gear. He just hasn't missed.
And Taylor Horn not to be outdone, trying to get down to the jack or kitty. Jack or bowl, not going to do so. What I've liked about Raymond Martin is just, you can just see it on the mat. You can see it in his body language. He's just that focus. And
we call it he's in the zone, isn't he?
Absolutely, he's in the zone. Again, you see the bolt out on that line that we've been talking about, Alex. There it is again.
Yeah, and he hits his line so beautifully, Ray Martin. Good bowl. Maybe a bowl tighter than what he would have liked there. As we see Taylor Horn now on his backhand.
The difficulty for Taylor Horn right now, he has to play the perfect shot literally every bowl to get it to get one type thing. And trying hard here. He's not far away here from the jack. Is Horn just going to...
Oh, just underneath. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's not just... Taylor will not win by scoring once.
Absolutely not.
You just can't do that. You can't... It'll take 12 ends if you score once. That's too much time for Ray. He'll play a big bowl and go.
In a lot of cases, you'd see the Raymond Martin player possibly change their hand here and get some cover down to where the Taylor Bruce bowls are. Raymond Martin saying, I'm playing good enough. I'm just going to keep drawing. And Julie, exactly what he does.
Good shot.
And gets cover on that side of the rink anyway.
Actually in a good space. If he's holding 2, that'll inform Taylor's shot selection. He might need to come have a look at this.
1 and a measure.
Oh, he's not lining up like he's going quick, so he's going to back himself to stay on the draw. See, that Coke bottle's gone down a little bit as well, Kev, as the day's drawn on.
Out wider, for sure, with this one. And look, Alex, this is when if you're Taylor Horn, you're caught in those in-between scenarios. Where's the weight line? What's the green line? Where do I go? And
just playing a man who's just been possessed in the last 4 or 5 ends, and Ray might follow this bowl up, put real pressure on, as he could be holding the win after this.
Well, he's certainly endeavoured to play down that same line, and he's out wider though, but he won't mind if it dead draws him. He won't want to give a clear shoulder.
Well, he's not that low.
Does give a shoulder.
Be interesting. It almost, though, Taylor has to pick whether he's using the shoulder or going straight to it.
Mike Small just indicated there clearly. Just saw that the lollipops come over the top of the shoulder of 18-5 now as we play Ian 14 of 18. in the men's pairs, the Wellington Waikato match, with Waikato leading. Of course, remembering they play these games out regardless because of differential.
Yeah, it's important. And this may be the last bowl, Kev. Taylor Horn here to save the match on the backhand. How's your weight, Taylor?
Needs to move too quick, hasn't it?
He
Needs
may
a
get
slide.
a good result.
Needs to get a front slide, doesn't do so.
Oh, that's a summary, I think. Just a chance all the way and then swooping across.
Well, there, Raymond Martin, the victor. In saying that, though, Alex, one must compliment what we saw from Raymond Martin, because those last 8 to 10 innings that we saw from Raymond Martin were class.
Oh, just staggeringly good. I mean, it was a good game from both players. I think Taylor was he was unlucky in the first third of that game. He was off by half a bowl on a number of occasions.
He was far better than 13.
Yes, yeah, he deserved to score more than 13, but just a great effort there from Ray. So what we're going to do now, we'll pop to the game of pairs that you can see in your thumbnail shortly. But first, let's watch some highlights from that match. Just watching the replay there complete, and it was a great game of singles, wasn't it, really, Kev?
Oh, it certainly was. Great exhibition from both players. And, you know, as I rightly said, Taylor Horn was better than 13, but Raymond Martin, from about 16 to 25, was just all class.
Yeah, just good stuff. And we switch now to the pairs. So just as we were switching away or finishing that singles game, as we see Wayne Gunderson here on his backhand finishing the singles game, Wellington, I think they picked up a 3 or a 4. And I saw Seamus walk the mat up, but it's not up anymore. So I wonder if he he must have either overthrown or underthrown the jack, and Waikato has thrown the jack back to this length.
May well have, as we see Wayne Gunderson draw, just lower the jack.
Yeah, I've had a little bit to do with Wayne. He used to play indoor bowls in Tauranga when I was there, and his son Phil, they're both good indoor bowlers. Wayne always had a little cant on his indoor bowl. I haven't seen him play that outdoor, but he was a handy indoor bowler, and he's obviously not too bad at outdoors, seeing as he's playing the Intercentre for Waikato. And Gary Cotter, of course, been around for a while. Seamus Curtin just about got unlucky there and swapped, hit Wayne Gunderson's bowling, but managed to not.
Gunderson Waikato holding shot and leading 18 shots to 8 as we play in 14 of 18.
Looks like Wayne's using some older model bowls as well.
I was just going to remark, Alex, that they don't look like...
Well, they only have to be 1984, stamped 1984 or later, so they're probably before then, but I've seen newer bowls.
They are a Henselite.
Let's watch it come back in.
Let's get an idea from here. If it gets under the bowl.
I think that would have turned. What are they? Oh. ABTs, were they a Henselite?
Well, ABTs were a Henselite, yes they were.
That might be them.
So ABTs were literally the version after the classics, after the classic 2s. ABTs came out.
That's what you see here, Andrew Kelly. So they're trailing. So what's the equation here? So we're on the 14th, the end of 18. Wellington trailed by 10 points. So they probably need 2s. Yeah, that still wouldn't do it.
Kelly, this is where the international, of course, also besides playing, of course, at the multi-nations, will also be representing New Zealand in the singles, Caitlin Inch and Caitlin Inch and Andrew Kelly.
Yeah, I think I saw that
on the carpet. They'll be a very good carpet player, of course, as well as Andrew Kelly.
Yeah, defeated Alex Marshall, I think.
Absolutely
I watched.
correct.
I got up early in the morning to watch that, whenever that was. Look at this here from Gary Cotter.
Ooh, careful.
He's got the jack and he's following the jack.
I was going to say, you had to get the jacks. It had to go through clean. Otherwise, it wasn't a good-looking result, Alex, was it really?
Oh, I don't think it could have gone any better if you're a Waikato supporter there.
It just had enough weight to hold on to push the jack through that gap.
Yeah, and Waikato, Wellington's in scoring mode here. They need to be scoring points. So he's just asking. They're looking for a way to cannon out the shot. Is there a bit of rain I see on the screen, or I'm probably going blind?
Well, Chris Landers just wiping his glasses.
Maybe just a speck, eh? Just a speck of rain.
Kelly on the search for the bowl here on the forehand is the Wellington player. Of course, the current blackjack player trying to get down to what is the shot bowl of Gunderson's going to be wide.
Could get a good result through the split, though.
Needs an inside target. Got to roll onto the bowl. And that's a shot bowl. It's a Wellington bowl, which is a shot bowl. Now, Wayne Gunderson saying to Gary Cotter, play down onto that same bowl. You can get a similar sort of result.
And because it's a shot bowl already, there's not a. What are you going to go? You go from one down to one down if you're looking to roll the bowl up the shot bowl that sits at 9 o'clock to the jack, or the second shot, you could roll that up as well.
He's got the weight. He's not far away here, Alex.
Very close here, Gary Cotter.
Getting the good result here. Gets that bowl there, touches it over.
That's a great shot.
Gets a roll on the bowl, gives him another bowl on the head as well. That was well played and well controlled weight by the Waikato player as we play in 14. Those are the big shots, Alex, that they're worth big numbers. So what's it worth? It's worth.
Now he's looking at ways to get rid of the shot bowl, isn't he?
Yeah, but
that moves the jack, I think.
So we're going to be critical here of Andrew Kelly. He's trying to look to get 2 shots with 1. If I was Andrew Kelly, I'd be saying, well, let's try and drive the blue toucher. I come through with it. We could still get a 2-shot result. Trying to get double cannon, the chances are you may dislodge one, but getting them both, challenging.
Yeah, you're asking for a perfect bowl, but that's the situation they find themselves in, I suppose.
Well, they're point hunting, aren't they?
And so what we'll see will happen, I suspect, we'll just watch this bowl here from Andrew Kelly.
Got away with a bit of a bounce.
He's close to what he pointed at. Yeah, good enough, killed it.
He killed the end.
What'll be interesting to see is there's got to be a point, depending on how the game goes, because it's an intercentre competition which comes back on ends and points, or count back, whatever it is. There's a point where if Wellington continues to lose and you're talking they need maybe 4 points an end to win, the manager might tap them on the shoulder and say, well, actually, just get as close as you can.
Absolutely.
Because it comes back to points.
Absolutely. Don't hunt for shots.
Because you have to have the perspective of the wider scenario.
Because we don't know sitting here. We know how the singles game's gone. We don't know how the fours game's gone, right? So some generosity of differential was given to them by Raymond Martin in his win. We don't know how the fours has gone. you don't want to then forsake a good part of that differential
Yeah.
shot hunting, do you, on the last 3 or 4
So,
ends?
yeah, they'll understand. They've all been around long enough. They'll understand when the game is either still there to win or not. And at the moment,
they got one of the New Zealand managers as their boss man?
Yeah, something like that. So it'll be it's under control, is what I'm saying.
I'm sure Mike Carroll will have got something. Or Rod Leach should be sitting there somewhere. They'll have got it worked out. But of course, good bowl here from Curtin. Now, isn't this yellow jack there too?
Yeah, there must be yellow jacks all the way through, but they can't be. They won't be. They won't be the indoor jacks. They'll just be outdoor density, because the umpires would have checked that sort of stuff. You would think.
On the likes of Burnside, where they have the indoor-outdoor type.
Yeah.
What sort of jacks they use there?
I don't know, because that's best described as short mat bowls, really, isn't it? They have put a block in the middle and use outdoor.
It is like the English short mat, isn't it?
Yeah, very similar to the English short mat. I'm not sure what jacks they would use. That's a good question, Kev.
So on the backhand is the New Zealand under-26 player, well, soon to be New Zealand under-26 player.
And he's been capped for his country, of course, Seamus Curtin, as has Andrew Kelly, and they're taking on Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson, who aren't, I mean, they're not short of their own bowls things. Gary Cotter's returned recently from a trip to the UK as part of the PBA team.
Oh, really? Is he?
I think he competed over there. And Wayne has won a number of centre titles on both codes, but that's sort of as far as his career's taken him so far.
Well, you don't get to those PBA events by winning a one-day tournament.
No, they're not easy. They're not easy to win.
Yes, and as you rightly said, of course, Andrew Kelly in the indoor environment had defeated that famous victory of his, defeated David Bryant.
So we see this bowl here from Seamus Curtin. He's on the right line. Looks like lovely greens here at the Burnside Bowling Club, doesn't it, Kev?
Oh, that's just so good to have a green whereby, one, you've got a good surface coating coverage right to the ditch board, and if you take your green, you get rewarded, and you're not seeing bowls sort of wobbling around or jumping over a bit of starweed. And because Jamie Furis, the greenkeeper, came from an area, came from Gisborne, and because they've been adversely affected, of course, with the weather recently, but a number of the clubs in the Gisborne East Coast area have some good greens. The climate lends itself to good greens.
Beautiful greens, and they've got a long history of outdoor bowls in that region as well. Some very proud old clubs there.
The Burton Cup.
Yeah, it's been going forever and a day.
It's one of the long-standing tournaments in New Zealand. There's Kelly, of course, who will... I'm personally pleased to see Andrew Kelly with that silver fern. I think he's a player who, in years gone by, perhaps has deserved his spot in New Zealand sides and has been in and out. But I just think his domestic performances the last few years really put the selectors in a position where he's now one of our leading domestic players.
That's the case with a lot of those New Zealand players. Certainly a reflection of form, I feel, Kev.
Yeah, well, again, I go back to that selected side, really, Alex, and yeah, it has been selected on form.
Here we go, Gary Cotter on the forehand, left-handed player. He's in fine form. Look at this here from Gary Cotter. On fire, this man. I've seen three of his bowls. He's played two perfect ones and one that was pretty good.
How do you play that shot?
I don't know. Great stuff there from Gary.
Came through that port. Now he's saying to Andrew Kelly to endeavour, same as Curtin, encouraging Andrew Kelly to play a similar sort of shot.
He is good enough to do it. Andrew Kelly on the backhand.
Very deliberate player. There's Kelly.
Same delivery every time. Even now, if you slow, we'll talk about it in a second. Watch this bowl.
Outside the line.
Just holding. If you slowed his drive shot down, it would look like his draw delivery.
just like Mike Galloway.
Same. Yeah.
Same. You know, that players they're like that.
It always stuck with me. I remember Kerry Chapman, who played for New Zealand and had
Yes.
a booming drive.
Yes.
He was asked at an event I was at, how do you, what do you do differently for your drive shot? And he said, nothing. It's just my draw shot, but quick.
Well, I was going to say, his response would be, I'd draw quicker.
Yeah, same delivery, but just faster.
Yeah, Kerry Chapman, I know we're going back to the past, but Kerry Chapman had one of the, I think, near perfect deliveries from a theoretical point of view. He was, he had it all. Oh, going for this. Look at this. He's going to get the ball.
Just about rested that out clean. He's holding one, so that was, he was feeling like he wanted to hold
I
two.
was just going to say, with the weight that was played there, Andrew Kelly drove.
But this is the point of the game where if they don't score, it becomes about scoring twos for Wellington.
Correct.
And trying to close that gap. You take the loss and you go, look, it's very unlikely we'll win. The smartest thing to do for the team is to get that diff better. It's fair enough still to have a nibble here. So Seamus wants them to get rid of both of them. So we're looking at that black bowl. We'll see on the next camera angle. If you get the black bowl right, they'll both disappear. Interesting to see what weight.
It'll have to be quick, one would think, to get down through the port to get both. Here's Kelly now on the drive. And
looking for them both. Even if he gets that one square, they might both go.
Not the front.
Not to be. And I think now.
Another end gone. Well, he's coming to have a look now if he's got the shot. That's interesting because with the weights that were played,
it would indicate that they were down with that weight. Maybe they're just deciding.
Yeah, right, well.
Fair enough.
So heard okay about 3 times, so it's not all bad up there. So
yeah, so I think now we're going to go to 19-8 or 20-8, which is 12 points and 3 ends, or 4 ends even. And it's just about the time to do your management of the game. Gary Cotter on the back end anyway, holding one, we think.
So Gary Cotter, what club does he play out of there? Do you know, Alex?
I don't know which one he currently plays out of, no. He has spent some time in Auckland. He played his juniors out of Auckland. I can remember coming across him a few times. I'm not sure what club he's out of at Waikato at this stage.
There's a few clubs down there having a bit of a resurgence. Cambridge is one where there's a lot of activity at Cambridge. And they're always holding. And there's the one to Waikato. It's the combination of Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson. Hinuera, of course, they've always got events on. They've always, they're great.
Great little club, aren't they?
Little club.
Or a little club with a massive green.
Good
stuff. Played there a few times for the old Matamata combined fours tournament.
Oh, the old, yes.
I think it's still going, but in another form now. It used to be, that was 25 ends of fours, I think.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And
Always
I
hosted.
think the substitute event that was held this year, believe it or not, was won by the Settles again. And the Settles, for those who aren't aware, the Settles and Hinuera Bowling Club are synonymous. They
just intertwined, aren't they?
They certainly are. Good opening bowl here from Wayne Gunderson, really putting the pressure at this point. It's the Waikato management, I'd say, standing on the bank there, they'd be quite happy with their pairs combination.
Oh, absolutely. 19-8 up against a very strong Wellington team. And if you're Wellington, you just go, oh, it's a bit of a... That'll shake the rust off and we'll be fine.
But again, if you're Waikato and you have a look at who's in who's in your section, and so who now is Taylor Horn going to play against in the singles? And no disrespect to any of the players, but he's not going to play Raymond Martin, you'd think, twice.
Correct. Look at this here from Wayne Gunderson on his forehand. That's a great shot.
So the message now to Taylor Horn is, right, you go out now and you get those W's next to your name, because even though you lost today, you more than proved that you're more than capable of getting us those W's.
Oh, the ability's well and truly there, isn't it? We see Seamus Curtin on his forehand following Wayne down.
Well, the Waikato fours can't be going. I see claps all around over there as well. Not that I know what's going on.
It could be an early
Who knows?
thing. And this here's a defensive call from Gary Cotter. Just saying on the back end, looking past. So it means if you drop a number, it's going to be 1s and 2s. It's clever instead of stacking the head.
Well, they've got the head already as we played this, the 15th end. You know, they've got 2 in behind. They've got 1 in front. Wellington. Scoring chance best 3 if something goes their way. So, it's not bad for them at all. As that bowl of Gunderson's was wayward. Now.
Yeah, Wayne just losing that bowl. And we see Seamus Curtin on the forehand. See Caleb Hope in the background, one of the Wellington players.
Or is he reserved this game?
Oh, good question, maybe.
Because I just the way a good bowl here from Curtin.
Great shot.
That's going to sit alongside the jack. That'll be shot. Was the big thing for the Waikato combination here. Touch on the jack.
Well,
No, that's
okay. That's been working for them. Yeah, it does look. I mean, the open hand is the backhand for Gary, isn't it? As Wayne
I see
said
Gunderson there just indicating then.
Perhaps just talking through the options, Kev,
Yes,
I think.
yes.
Trying to confuse me. So we see Gary here. I think he'll play his backhand. Yeah, he was just indicating that one of the things he could do was roll that ball onto the jack and pop it over for a couple.
Just wanted to test that we were watching, really.
Yeah, I was watching, and I was very confused. Gary on his backhand. He's got a very deliberate action as well. He's just out of the junior ranks, maybe 9th year bowler, 10th year bowler.
It's good out in that vicinity.
On his backhand.
Just going to go by with weight. Tips that might do. Oh, well, he had good meter and a bit of weight on. Andrew Kelly now, you'd be happy if we can tuck the jack around the corner or sit on the black and make 2.
Yeah, Gary plays quite an effective bowl, I think. I think he's usually...
Well,
it's rare to see him fall short on a draw.
Well, in these cases, there's no danger in him of playing to the head, is it really?
Oh, for sure.
Kelly trying to get some sit and will do so.
He should have made it 2 if it sits down.
It 2 if it sits. It doesn't need to sit down, I don't think. I think it sits on 2. So here is Gary Cotter. He's tight on this line though. So Andrew Kelly really would like it. If the ball just fell in, so I'd back that in now. It's definitely been 2, looking for 3.
On the forehand here.
Just going to drop by a bowl. Yeah, I've got that under control, says to Gary Cotter, to his lead, Wayne Gunderson.
That's great.
On the backhand is Cotter trying to get down to shot bowl or jack. And
Interesting, he's not short.
He's on a pretty good line here.
Oh, it's going to be... That was... I mean, he wasn't short.
Certainly wasn't short, that's for sure.
Could have Cannon his own ball out, but he didn't, so it's okay. And maybe now's the chance. What's
So,
that?
is there a 4-shot chance there?
If there is, now's the time. It's 11 points on
Wow.
the 15th end, so 3 ends to go. You could get more than 4. If you try and cannon your white ball out, which
Correct.
sits at 9 o'clock to the jack, we know it's going to take the black out that sits at 6 o'clock to the jack, and your collision bowl would surely take the other black bowl out.
Yeah. Word of advice here. Don't try and overcomplicate.
Oh, you're just hitting a bowl, aren't you? You don't look for a million
and the
things.
danger is that we do feel, and sadly I've seen New Zealand players that we we over technical, just overdo it a wee bit.
Yeah.
There's a shot there. There's a scoring chance there. Go back and play it.
Yep. And it's
What would Aaron Sheriff do?
Yeah, exactly. I think I'll call it. I reckon we're going to see 5 to Wellington because I'd like to see an exciting match, and I think there's a 5 on if he gets the right half of that bowl.
There is absolutely there is.
Get the right half of it, you'll get 5, Andrew. He's good enough to do this. You feel like it's probably their last chance in this game to get back in with a chance to win it.
Because we moved to 16 after this, and you're right, Alex. It's not much after that, really.
On the forehand.
Tight.
He's on the narrow side. What's going to happen?
What's going to happen? He's got 2.
Oh, the angles were sort of there or thereabouts, weren't they? Just did a bowl underneath the line.
It could be more than 2, actually.
So sort of a lot of what was supposed to happen did. He just got there by being a bowl narrow. Like a lot of the things that were going to sit out.
I'm just wondering whether that bowl on straight line to the jack, how far that distance really is.
It's hard to tell. So 1, 2.
No, that's not in. So
just the 2.
The 2.
Yeah, the shot was definitely on, but just the 2. So we see now a 9-point difference on this, the 16th end.
So this is the end. They've got to get a 3.
3 threes and you're all square. And the 4s, I can report that Wellington is 5 up on the last end in the 4s match that you can see to the right. So if they were to win that, they would win this match. By which I mean the match of the three games.
A 2-1, give them a 2-1 result, give them an overall victory, and that's. I'm not going to say it should be expected, but they'd be happy to walk away with their first round and a W next to their name.
Oh, that's the team talk, isn't it? And for Andrew and Seamus, if they are unable to come back, which isn't, I mean, it's still not quite beyond the realms of possibility. Although this is the 17th end, not the 16th end, so it's now, that's, I think, well, that's pretty challenging. I thought it was the 16th end, sorry.
But you also look at it this way as well, Alex, that these 2 guys here, they're going to have a game at some point, but they're going to pull Wellington out of the fire.
For sure.
You know, that's.
And I think the logic here, if you're Wellington and you're trailing by 9, so if we were in an open tournament, or say you were in post section of the Nationals, you would see the kill happening if it wasn't looking like you were going to score a 3 on this end.
Correct.
Because they know they need to score a 3 minimum to be within 6 or a 4 minimum. So you'd see a kill until it was impossible. Whereas I think what we'll see is Wellington just go to score the 2 ends. You just think to yourself, look, we'll score the next 2 ends. We know that means that we're cutting the points diff down.
Wayne Gunderson's already started. Well, you're not going to get me this end, chaps, because Seamus Curtin drew literally a back toucher.
Oh, exactly.
And Gunderson responded with a front toucher. You know, so.
And if it was an open competition, we might have seen an attempt at a kill then, because you need to try and find a 4. But it's not, so we didn't.
So here is the Waikato lead, Wayne Gunderson. Out on the wider side. And to all you Taranaki viewers, he is not the Gunderson that we all know down there.
Must be a relative though, isn't it? I mean, how common is the Gunderson name?
Worked on the wharf. And great sports family in Taranaki with the Gundersons.
Seamus just looking to put one past. So still chances for numbers here.
Trying to get over the head here is I can tell you for you Northland viewers or watchers that the Northland woman today recorded 3 solid wins against North Otago. So they're off to a good start, the girls from the North.
And of course, if you do want to check out all the results, please go to the Bowls New Zealand website. But do remember that there are only 2 sections of the men and 1 section of the women that are actually playing today, and the rest start tomorrow. So you might think that we've missed out some results, but that's not the case. It's just that literally no one has played. So the only sections going are 2 and 3 in the men and section 3 of the women. So you have to do a little bit of scrolling once you click on the results, and then once tomorrow gets kicked into gear, you'll start seeing the rest of the sheet populate them.
And really, that's when they all count.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we get through the rounds tomorrow, moving into Saturday, that's really when things really start to take shape and positions will change, no doubt, on the scoring on who's who.
Here we see Gary Cotter on the backhand. I mean, Waikato's essentially got this game. There's still, we'll see what Wellington opt to do. They've got back bowls holding 1, and if they're 9 down on the penultimate end, they need to score a 4 here to have half a chance on the last.
Well, if you're Waikato, you don't really go near the head now, do you?
You just go happy days here.
Just let it flow, don't you? You don't need to go. One doesn't need to go near the head. The Wellingtonians, they've got to play the shot. Great to see perfect conditions today in Christchurch, and I believe, Alex, the forecast is good for the resulting days.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Everything is going to be okay, which is good. I'd say that regardless,
well,
Kev.
yeah.
You live in a world of ignorant optimism, and it's no need to be concerned. We'll just see. I mean, if Gary wants to, he could try. No, that's wise from Wayne. Wayne's just going, look, we're only 1 down, draw back here. We won't drop more than 1.
Correct. And there's no show of the number being scored on the last end. So just, play the board, sensibly play the board, which is duly what he's doing, and getting down towards the 2 metre mark is the Waikato skip. We'll just go by, past the centre line. No dangers of numbers there.
I disagree with that.
Can't see any sense in there. I'll be honest, Alex, I can't see. If you've won the 4s, I can't see much sense.
You're just missing a bit of perspective there, I think.
Yeah, I agree. And again, that's where I think the manager can say, Andrew, let's not worry about it. This one's gone. We start again at 8:30 tomorrow, or whatever the time is tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I mean, you've won your match. It's just about getting your diff as close as possible. I suppose if they killed it, there's a chance to score more than 1. I don't know. I would have. I just want to get off the green and score my 2 ends. Go inside and have dinner or something.
Well, also you got to remember there he is. He's gave them the great start, having to yawn behind the rink there.
Oh, it's good though to see Ray there watching. I like that bit of team spirit. Again, it would be so easy just to walk away, just as when they were right in the doldrums. We saw Ray play a good bowl, and Seamus took the time out to go, look, good bowl. And they gave him a high 5 or whatever it was.
And it's something as well. The New Zealand women's team, I must compliment them. Watching from afar at Birmingham, they were so supportive around the rink of their fellow players, and it means a lot.
It does make a difference, and I think as New Zealanders, we are really, really bad at overtly showing any sort of either support or passion. Because we have the tall poppy syndrome thing here, and we don't like to see people getting excitable because it just sort of feels wrong. But God, it makes such a difference to a team if you can just get that passion up and the general support around the place.
Well, we saw it purely from a spectator's point of view. Not that it worked out okay, but we saw the passion of those Breakers supporters. Win, lose or draw, they're there, and they are a big factor in what brings a team home, and also the team camaraderie is certainly, it's just something that, and it'd be interesting to see when we're in Australia, mate, that I just hope overall we see that, and I'm sure we will see that strong camaraderie, but in our side, because now's the time we're going to start rebuilding, isn't it?
Absolutely, entirely agree. As we see Seamus Curtin here, one pass. We're just playing this game out. Wayne with a good first bolt.
Because we'll be back again tomorrow at 12.
Yes.
And well, don't know what games we're going to be bringing you as yet, but it will be from Burnside, obviously, and we'll be bringing the afternoon rounds play. And as Alex rightly said before, when all these games have finished this evening, and after round 1 tomorrow, jump onto the Bowls New Zealand website, and you'll be able to see all of the results, who's doing what, differentials, and what everything looks like as we wind down into day 2 of the National Intercentre Championships played around tomorrow, around the 7 clubs around the Christchurch area. And thank you to all of those clubs who have availed of their facilities and services, and of course to the umpires and the markers and all of those people who make the things behind the scenes happen. See, there's 3 umpires standing up behind there. They do a wonderful job and resplendent in their new attire.
Yes, yeah, looks great with the Somerset on the back. So we see Wayne Gunderson with his last bowl of this game on the backhand. I think that probably sums up how he's played in this game. I remember every time I looked up in that thumbnail, there was just 3 black bowls right next to the jack.
I was just going to remark, Alex, you said partway through that singles match that every time you looked across, there seemed to be black bowls that were pretty close to the jack, and that's exactly what they've done on this, the last end 18.
And you can I'll just quickly say, you can see how generous the time it is, because if you look to the very top right of your screen, which has now changed, it's 24 minutes left on that time clock. 24 minutes left, and they've had a couple of kills, so really you should be able to play your games out here at the Intercentre.
There's no time barrier, is there?
Looking for a cannon.
Andrew, I'd just actually be, It's all right, you're in charge of the head, you do what you like. It's not going to change the result.
Yeah, just letting out some frustration perhaps. See the umpire there, he's waiting for those scores.
Yes.
I can't remember his name. We had a couple of conversations with him when we were at the Christchurch Nationals a couple of years ago. He was at the Burnside club, and we see Gary Cotter just plug another bowl close.
He's a very conscientious man, does a lot of umpiring, very conscientious.
We could get a good result here if Andrew plays a run shot on the backhand, or the bowls are moving, his collision bowl could follow through for one.
Or he could pop his bowl completely out of the head.
Yeah, that's the other thing that could happen. So everything could move.
And it's gone by.
I suppose a key point is
it's interesting. I met the other day out at Howick Wing Lim, the Auckland umpire man.
Yes, I think he might be on the match committee now.
He is, and it's great to meet with somebody who's really passionate and excited about what they're doing.
Yeah, he's a passionate man and has a great understanding of the laws of the sport. That's a good shot there from Gary.
Well,
you could try play a 3-bowl plant and pop the jack back now.
I'd be shaking hands right now without even worrying about trying to play this one out, because to kill this 1, 2, 3.
No, you can't kill it. You just go straight back to the straight back. So you could pop it back for one maybe on your backhand through that front black at 12 o'clock, or draw after 2 drives. Whatever works.
Yeah, well, it looks like the draw to me. And it is. Here's Kelly now playing his last bowl on the forehand. Waikato about to record a win, leading by 19-11, and they will in fact run out the winners by 21 shots to 11.
Yeah, or is it maybe it's 22 because Gary's got another bowl.
Could well be, yeah.
And into the 20s. Oh well, it didn't come out very nice.
Oh, that came out on the underside, didn't it? Really. But definitely holding 2, leading 19-11, shake hands, and the Waikato side, they'd be delighted with that win, Alex. That was a very comprehensive win over this, international type combination from Wellington of Andrew Kelly and Raymond Martin, and it is Gary Cotter and Wayne Gunderson, who run out the winners by 21 shots to 11,
Yep.
we think. And earlier, of course, we saw a masterful display by Raymond Martin defeating Taylor Horn. So I'll leave with you to wrap things up.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Kev. I don't have much more to say. Just thanks to you and, of course, Dave earlier on for joining the commentary team for this. We've got 3 more days of live action from the National Intercentre being held at Burnside. So stay tuned and remember to come back tomorrow, please, at 12:15-ish, and we'll see who we're playing then. But for now, sit back, relax, and enjoy some highlights of the day.